chance in a couple of weeks to race at Le Mans as well. We're waiting to hear if Ryan Smith is going to make it back out. His engine failed yesterday as well, pitching him off on his own oil going into Corham, taking out David Jenkins in race 1 as well. One man who can tell us if Ryan Smith is going to be back out is our paddock reporter, the ever lively Pointy, and he's down there somewhere in the truck racing paddock.
Right then, well, not the start to Ryan Smith's weekend that he was hoping for, but of course with extreme efforts from the team through the night. We're joined here by a slightly more chirpy Ryan Smith. Ryan, first of all, terribly sorry, but tell us what you think went wrong yesterday.
So yeah, free practice, we fitted a new engine because we had a little bit of oil issues, because obviously we run our own engine, we don't run the factory engine because of value and budget and stuff like that. So in the free practice, engine was really strong, oil pressure, temperature, everything was really good. Qualifying, set a new lap record, thought okay, we found the setup for the truck, we found that. Art lap, you know, because when you're in the cab, you're wary of all gauges. Oil pressure amazing, fuel pressure amazing.
And there are a lot of gauges, just to let you all know. There are several hundred. And buttons to go with each one.
And channels. There's like 500 channels, but every channel ticked the box and went out on Art Lab, got off on the start really good. And you know what? Everybody expected us to be disappointed with the engine blowing up. I'm not. You know why? The truck tried to dig in on the gas. He tried to roll. He didn't, because that's how they're built. They're built so good now, technology and safety, for the championship included. Unfortunately, we took Dave with us because he was on the hook. There's nothing we could do. So the next step was, we up for fight. We're going to travel and go get us other engine, make a good one out of the two. And of course, the team we've got and the sponsors. Northside Truck and Band sent 2 apprentices who worked with them as well overnight. They've really just had an experience they probably never thought.
Baptism of fire, they call it, I think.
Full thank you to Northside, you know, Arnie. What can I say about him?
What can you say about Arnie? I mean, that people don't already know. A legend, basically.
He's the only one that's not had a wink of sleep. Just stayed out, double check. And you know what? That's a credit to our team. He's caused it. Congratulations to Stuart and Michael. They won the races yesterday.
Yeah, pretty much turnaround.
which is really good. And also what he does is gives social media a good stir in a good way, because there's been positive feedbacks on the BTRC channel, our channel, and all that. So you know what? It's safety's first. Yeah. We can try and get back out on track today and get some points back. But fundamentally, the truck's in one piece, I'm in one piece, and we all want to just go home to his family safe in there. We missed the barrier. We didn't roll. And,
I mean, the truck was in a situation that it could be put back on. Yes, it needed a new engine. Yes, it took them about 12 hours. They didn't get any sleep, but like you say, the truck is in a condition where it can be put back on. So you're still no wiser to what actually went wrong with the engine at the moment?
We think it dropped a valve and put an hole in the piston.
You don't want to do that with them, really.
So then what it did is pressurised the
exhaust side of the manifold, pressurised oil system,
dropped the top off,
blew the whole lot,
and blew 30 litres of oil in 3 seconds.
I had a Rover that used to do that.
Okay, good to hear from Ryan Smith, and good to see that he's going to be back out for our 3rd race of the weekend, the first of 3 today for the British Truck Racing Championship. The grid is based on the results of race 1 yesterday, with the top 8 finishers reversed. Now, of course, it was Michael Oliver who took the win. He passed Stephen Powell on the very last corner of race 1 yesterday to take the victory, which means he starts 8th for this race. It's John Powell, who had 2 wins in Division 2 yesterday, who's on pole in his DAF, alongside number 33 Neil Yates, MAN. The 2nd row, David Smith, Tom O'Rourke in an MAN and an International Navistar. Stuart Oliver, the 10 times champion, had a win yesterday on row 3 alongside John Bowler. 4th row, Stephen Powell and Michael Oliver, son of Stuart. On the 5th row, we have the Division 2 points leader Simon Cole alongside his son Archie Handy, MAN and Volvo. And on the 6th row, watch out for fireworks from the back. Ryan Smith in the Daimler Freightliner we've just heard from, alongside David Jenkins, MAN. The top 2 in the Division 1 points chart failed to take the restart in race 1 yesterday, so they have to start from the back in this third race of the weekend. There they are on their rolling lap behind the pace truck. TRP Truck and Trailer Parts DAF is about to head into pit lane. This will be a 15-minute race. 12 trucks out there. There's Ryan Smith in the Daimler at the back, the Northside sponsored machine. 5-ton, near 1,000 horsepower race trucks about to be unleashed on the Snetterton circuit. Red light's about to go out, and here we go. They rocket their way down towards Riches for the first time. Flying starts for Jenkins and Smith from the back. They're already carving through the Division 2 machines. Look at David Smith up the outside of the number 11. John Powell, the slightly less powerful Division 2 truck, on pole position, and David Smith leads a race for the first time this year in his comeback season to truck racing. He's a former Division 2 champion. Up into second goes Neil Yates. Stuart Oliver's come through into third, and here comes Stephen Powell up the outside in the number 3. Oh, this is going to be interesting into the hairpin. Michael Oliver round the outside of everybody. He gets a bit of rubbing there with the 86 of Tom O'Rourke, and somehow they've all made it round. Michael Oliver on the grass. Now, he got a 30-second penalty in race 2 yesterday for exceeding track limits too many times. Doesn't want to do that again. He was all over the place, it has to be said, in race 2 yesterday. He won the first race. Ryan Smith's already slicing his way through the field, as is David Jenkins. But it's David Smith, no relation to Ryan, who leads the way in the number 11, the man from Kent. Neil Yates up there in second place, the recovery company boss. Then it's Stuart Oliver in third, Stephen Powell fourth. David Jenkins already up to 50, clips the back of Stephen Powell there. That could allow Ryan Smith to come through. These quicker trucks coming through from the back, they're all bottled up behind one another. Very spectacular indeed. Ryan Smith cuts his way past Stephen Powell. There's a cloud of smoke there just as they came through Hamilton. I didn't see if that was somebody going off. It's David Smith who leads. Best he's had this year is a 4th at Brands Hatch, his first season in Division 1. Can he hang on for his first Division 1 win here? Well, not if Ryan Smith's got anything to do with it. He had 2 second places at the round at Donington, having started from the back of the grid after his truck broke down in qualifying before he could set a time. So he's had his share of problems this year. Stuart Oliver, who finally scored his first win of the season yesterday, attacking Neil Yates. Stuart Oliver's had a disastrous season. His Volvo VNL that he's raced previously broke down at Pembrey in the first race, and he wasn't able to race again, so no points there. And then when they went to Thruxton, he crashed in qualifying and was out for the weekend. The Volvo was wrecked, and they built this MAN for the rest of the season, the Oliver Racing team. Challenging Neil Yates for second. Neil got sideways off the curb there at the bomb hole. This is allowing David Smith in the number 11 to extend his lead. You can see the steam coming off the front wheel. That's because these trucks use water-cooled brakes. They're electronically limited to 100 miles an hour as opposed to the 56 mile an hour for road-going lorries in the UK. As they come round to complete their first lap, David Smith has the lead. Ryan Smith, meanwhile, is up to 4th from the back row of the grid. David Jenkins is in 6th from the back row of the grid. There's Ryan. As Stuart Oliver has a look on the inside, he's going to go through into second place, up on the grass on the inside there. Ryan Smith. Ryan's not going to go 3 wide into the hairpin. You can't go 3 wide into the hairpin in cars, never mind in 3 trucks. No, he thinks better of it. He hangs back into Wilson's hairpin. David Jenkins doesn't, though, straight up the outside. There's 5 of them together. This is terrific. Battling out like they're in minis or something, not trucks, these 5. Jenkins got squeezed out by Stephen Powell. Ryan Smith's gone round the outside of Stuart Oliver down towards Palmer. He's up to 2nd. Now, how long before he takes the lead from David Smith? It isn't going to be long, I don't think, given how fast Ryan is, going for his 9th consecutive title this year. He's made no secret of the fact he wants to match and beat the record of the man he's just overtaken, Stuart Oliver. He's won 10 titles in Britain and 1 in the European Truck Racing Championship. There's the 2 Neil Yates recovery machines. Neil himself ahead of Stephen Powell in the number 3. He's 3rd in the Division 1 points, as David Jenkins says, no, you're not getting past me, to Michael Oliver. On the grass there is Stephen Powell coming out of Hamilton. That's going to allow Tom O'Rourke a run up the inside. The Scotsman in the bonneted International Navistar. Excuse me, he says. This is frantic. You wouldn't believe this is only the 2nd lap of the day. These guys have got 2 more races to come yet. O'Rourke goes through past Stephen Powell. He's having a strong weekend, Tom O'Rourke, and somebody's gone very wide there. Great cloud of dust. Who was that? I think that might have been Neil Yates there in the 33. David Smith still leads in the Auto-Quip number 11 MAN. DS Commercials truck being reeled in by Ryan Smith in second. The two Smiths nose to tail now. Ryan's ready to go for the lead. Stuart Oliver behind him. There's a great bottleneck behind, looking like the M25 on a bad day. But is it ever not a bad day on the M25? Past the point where Ryan Smith's engine let go yesterday, going into Corham, sending him spinning onto the grass. You can still see where the grass was churned up there as the truck spun off. Took David Jenkins with him. And now surely Ryan's going to try and get alongside here down the Senna straights, but Stuart Oliver's staying with them. You can see David Smith's truck is not quite as quick as the two behind him. They're bottled up slightly. Ryan goes for the inside. He's going to draw alongside over the line. David Smith trying to move to cover, but Ryan's got the inside line for riches, has he? No, he hasn't. Good defensive work there by David Smith. He wants his first Division 1 win. Ryan Smith, not surprisingly, he's got the fastest lap, 2:29.009. Stuart Oliver only a few hundredths of a second behind, though, and only a few inches behind there as they go into the hairpin. Average speed of 71 miles an hour around the slightly twisty Snetterton circuit, and there's a bit of rubbing there as Smith, is he going to go around the outside into Palmer? They're side by side, the MAN and the Daimler. Smith's going to use the power of that Daimler Freightliner here to get alongside, going towards Agostini. He's going to be on the outside. He needs to get the move done before the corner, and he's done it. Ryan Smith takes the lead from the back of the grid, just as he almost did at Donington. He was beaten on that occasion from the back by a certain David Jenkins. Stuart Oliver third. And collision there, that's David Smith has been hit by Stuart Oliver. David Smith was slower off the corner and Oliver loses his front bodywork. Now hopefully the truck is okay there. Oh no, it's not. Stuart Oliver, I think he may have bent his steering. He's had no luck whatsoever this season, poor Stuart Oliver. David Smith was slower off the corner than he expected. Yeah, the right front corner's wounded. You can see he's going to have to drop out of the race. Well, 2 no scores this season. He finally got his first win of the season yesterday, and then he hits the back of David Smith. The truck shedding parts as he tries to stay off the track there. He's on the grass so that he doesn't dump bits of truck all over the racing line. Well, he hit the back of David Smith. We hope that David's truck is still running. This is further up, and look at Stephen Powell. He's got no bodywork at all on the right-hand side of the truck. So was he involved there as well? Or has something else happened further back? Well, the front of David Jenkins' truck might tell that story. Look, his front bodywork's hanging off. As I said, these guys have got 2 more races later on. We don't want the trucks in bits after the first race of the day. John Bowler in behind David Jenkins. There's bits of bodywork everywhere. Our marshals are going to be busy after this race. Look at the state of the circuit here. Dr. Palmer's not going to be happy. Let's have a look. David Smith seemed to brake suddenly. I do not know what's happened there. He seemed to suddenly, you saw his front wheel lock up. So for some reason, David Smith braked as he came out of Agostini, and that's what caught out Stuart Oliver. That was a strange incident there, certainly. So Ryan Smith leads. He's 5 seconds ahead of David Smith now. David with some damage to the left rear corner. You can see his wheel arch is missing. But he's escaped that, and he's still second in the MAN. Further back in third is Neil Yates. He's going well. And fourth, Tom O'Rourke. Fifth is Stephen Powell in his lightweight MAN with quite a bit of bodywork missing. Then it's Michael Oliver. And then we've got David Jenkins. More contact as Michael Oliver clips the back of Stephen Powell. There's debris everywhere. Need the road sweeper out on track after this one. All this, and we haven't been able to concentrate on who's leading Division 2. The truck that started on pole was John Powell. I think he's still leading the class. Yeah, he's about 7 seconds ahead. There he is. 7 seconds ahead of Simon Cole, who's the points leader in Division 2. Been Mr. Consistent this year, leading the points despite not having won a race. And Archie Handy is the other Division 2 truck, the youngest man in the race, son of Simon Cole. He's moved almost straight from junior saloon cars into trucks in the ex-Paul McComiskey Volvo. There goes the Midland Caliper Centre sponsored DAF of John Powell. And there's Stephen Powell under fire from Michael Oliver. Well, things calming down a bit again now. Well, plenty of souvenirs for our volunteer marshals, it has to be said. Big thanks to them for their service, as always. We could not go racing without them. 5 minutes to go, so we're at 2/3 distance. Thankfully, Stuart Oliver's truck did not stop too close to the edge of the circuit, so we didn't require a red flag. No safety cars, of course, in truck racing. Lead gap is now over 8 seconds for Ryan Smith over David Smith. Now O'Rourke's got a wheel arch hanging off, look, on the right front on the International Navistar. Closing on Neil Yates, he's going to try and take 3rd place. Bash! What is going on out there? Stephen Powell's going to get past both of them. Now O'Rourke, has he stalled it or has he damaged the front of his truck? Straight into the side of Neil Yates. What's going on out there? So now Neil Yates 3rd, Stephen Powell, his teammates 4th, Michael Oliver's up to 5th, David Jenkins has come through to 6th. Tom O'Rourke is still going, he's behind John Powell. O'Rourke, who finished 3rd on the road in race 2 yesterday, got a penalty for track limits. Michael Oliver got a bigger penalty. More bits of debris go flying as the trucks run over them. I hope nobody's going to puncture on those. Circuit looks like it's been staging a banger race. This is chaos. Michael Oliver attacking Stephen Powell. The front end of Tom O'Rourke. He tried the over-enthusiastic attack there, the MV Commercials man in the International Navistar. Clipped the side of the 33 of Neil Yates. Lost him 4 places. Ryan and David Smith still 1st and 2nd. This is the fight for 3rd. Can Neil Yates hang on for a podium? At the front of this train of 6 trucks at the moment, Neil Yates has never had a podium in Division 1. The best he's had this year is 5th at Brands Hatch in the final race there. They go to Brands Hatch again, of course, on Bonfire Weekend for the season finale, where we'll find out if Ryan Smith is going to take his 9th consecutive Division 1 title and whether Simon Cole can take a first Division 2 title. Or will it be John Powell who can close in on him? Paul Rivette, with that engine failure, now pretty much written out of the championship because he's already missed a round this year at Pembrey through injury. Sam Osborne replaced him on that occasion, the touring car driver. Lead gap is up to 12 seconds now for Ryan Smith. He's away and gone. Michael Oliver attacking Stephen Powell as they come down towards the hairpin. He won't get round the outside there. Maybe he's trying to set it up for the left-hander at Palmer. David Jenkins dragging his front bumper is in just behind them. He's been stuck in traffic all the way through this race. Michael Oliver on the grass again. Now he got a big penalty in race 2 yesterday of 30 seconds for repeated track limits offences, so he needs to be careful not to do so again. Tom O'Rourke side by side through Palmer with John Bowler, trying to do a Ryan Smith round the outside. He gets onto the grass. John Bowler clips the side of him. Is he going to get up the inside into Agostini? I think he is. This is the battle for 7th position. John Bowler, 1 Division 1 win in his career so far. That was at Thruxton last year. Long-time Division 2 driver over the years, making the move up last season. Division 2, the slightly less powerful trucks with more standard parts. And Neil Yates, this is impressive, still holding that 3rd place. Just 1 retirement so far, that of course Stuart Oliver. And here is Ryan Smith. Now there's 40 seconds left on the clock as he comes out of the right-hander at Nelson. Now he may get 1 more lap out of this. He's already, of course, got the fastest lap, 2:27.011 for Ryan Smith. Over half a second quicker than anyone else has managed. Next quickest is John Bowler with 2:28.3. 15 seconds on the clock. This is going to be tight. We'll see if the checkered flag does go out this time or whether we're going to get one more lap in. Here he comes up the centre straights, the Nottinghamshire driver. Well, he's greeted by a black and white flag, but it's not the checkered flag. That's the driving standards flag for somebody, so we get one more lap out of it. Away goes Flying Ryan. He flew through the field, certainly in the early stages, to catch David Smith the lead. David still second. This will be his best ever Division 1 results. 15, nearly 16 seconds in it. It's side by side now for third place. Michael Oliver's going to try and go around the outside of Neil Yates. Neil wants that first podium. There's contact between the two of them. They're leaning on each other. Michael Oliver sideways. I thought he was going to spin there, but he's got round the outside into third. The two Neil Yates recovery trucks in behind them. Neil's been shuffled back behind Stephen Powell. Now, bad luck Neil Yates. He was on for his first podium until that good move there by Michael Oliver. It was certainly a brave move to go round the outside into the first corner. Behind them is Jenkins. Then O'Rourke has got ahead of Bowler. What a chaotic race. So Michael Oliver, who scored his first win of the season yesterday, as did his father Stuart in race 2, is on for third place now. Stephen Powell in fourth, and David Jenkins under fire. John Bowler's not finished yet. O'Rourke got through coming out of Palmer. David Jenkins has got some handling issues, I think. He's got damage to the front end, as we can see there, with the bumper hanging off, so maybe his steering's damaged as well. There's a lot of trucks needing repairs. What time's the next race? It's just before the lunch break at 1:45. So I haven't got long to repair all this. Well, Ryan Smith is heading for victory. Here he comes out of Nelson Corner for the final time in the Northside Truck and Van Daimler Freightliner, and this is reward for his team's efforts. They worked till 4 AM to replace the engine after its failure yesterday in the Daimler, and he's going to reward them with a dominant victory. Here he comes into Murray's Corner for the last time, and the winner of race 3 for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Snetterton is the 8-time champion, going for a 9th consecutive title this year. Ryan Smith takes his first win of the weekend, and he's way ahead of everybody else. It should be David Smith who comes through for second. Yep, there's the MAN. Michael Oliver heads the pack for third place. David Smith will take his best ever Division 1 result, his first podium of the season, in second place. And Michael Oliver snatches third at the start of the final lap. Stephen Powell is fourth. Neil Yates a good fifth, ahead of Tom O'Rourke, then John Bowler. David Jenkins only 8th. And John Powell is going to win Division 2. Now, the results of that race will set the grid for race 5. 8th place takes pole, of course, with the top 8 reverse, so David Jenkins is going to be on pole for our final race provisionally. John Powell coming through to win Division 2 for the 3rd time this weekend and close the gap on Simon Cole a little, but Cole will take second in the class. They're about 10.5 seconds apart. You can just see as Powell crosses the line, you can just see they're still at it after the checkered flag. That's David Smith. He's already finished second. He's got it bogged down in the grass. Replace your divots, please, drivers. Simon Cole's taken second in Division 2, nearly 11 seconds back, and Archie Handy, hopefully, is going to be the final finisher, unless something's happened to him as well. That was mayhem. This is a replay of what happened to Tom O'Rourke. I don't think that was intentional, going into the side of Neil Yates. He clipped the curb on the inside of the hairpin, and was lucky nobody went into the back of it. And there's David Smith. That was after the flag. Was that a celebratory donut that went wrong? What a bizarre incident. Archie Handy crosses the line, the young gun, third in Division 2. Wow. How do you sum up a race like that? Well, TRP truck and trailer parts I think will be needed after that one. That's all I can say, I think. Ryan Smith takes the win by nearly 20 seconds. David Smith, his first ever Division 1 podium, in second. And Michael Oliver completing the top three. Stephen Powell in fourth place. Neil Yates ran third for most of the way but has to settle for fifth. Then O'Rourke, Bowler, Jenkins down in eighth. That means he'll provisionally get pole for race 5. John Powell wins Division 2 ahead of Simon Cole and Archie Handy. And of course Stuart Oliver was a non-finisher with damage after he clipped David Smith. Let's head down to Pointy in Parc Ferme to see what everybody makes of that one.
Oh my goodness me, that is unbelievable. What can we say for Ryan Smith and his team, starting the day with not even a running truck to finish the first race from very far back, shall we say. Ryan Smith, absolutely sterling drive. That was immaculate, sir.
That was for team. You know what? We got no gears, we've got no brake water, but we just coasted it home. Thankfully, that was for team, all their hard work last night. I just needed to go out there and put in a performance for their workmanship. Without that team, I would have never got that victory, so that is 100% for them. Just a quick one, where did Dave Smith finish?
Oh, hold on, I'll tell you.
Tell me in a second.
No.
He was in second for a long time, mate.
Hold on, let me get my screenshots up. I should know this off by heart, really, shouldn't I? Right, Dave Smith was indeed second, yes, and Michael Oliver in first, so yeah, there we go. So, phenomenal result. I mean, I'm absolutely made up for you. The underdog story is incredible.
Well, we just got speaking to Dave last night, and he was saying how he felt, and we helped him with a bit of a tyre setup, and you know what, that's what Dave Smith can drive. He's 2 times Division 2 champion, and they're a great team, and I'm delighted for them as well. But honestly, thanks to all our sponsors sticking by us. Northside Truck and Van sending 2 apprentices last night, sending a van with the engine in spare. You know, the guys working all through the night and not literally saying they've been to sleep for 5 hours and got for 5. No sleep, no nothing. Gear sticks a bit worse for wear. Run out of brake water, but do you know what? I'm not complaining.
You pushed it. I mean, he took a fresh engine and pushed it. Ryan Smith, well done. Come and get a round of applause from your fans, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely incredible. Now let's go and have a word. Michael, not quite the celebration from yesterday, but where is he? Can I have mine with red sauce, please? And can I have an egg on one of them as well? Just give me like 2 minutes to do this though, yeah, all right. Coming through, come over here. Come here, you. What a drive. Absolutely incredible. First trophy of the weekend. You look tired though, was that hard work?
That was hard work. I've been up all night thinking about lines, braking points, turn-ins. It's been hard work. I got a good start. I just thought, right, get your head down, just go for it. And then, yeah, we just started to gap them a bit, and I thought, I'm away here. I could do this.
I mean, Ryan's extremely happy for you. The first question he asked was, is Dave in second place?
I knew when I was following you, even, do you know when I went out round outside of you, I thought, he's slowed it right down, he's not going to hit me anyway.
Look at this, look at this. Well done, gents. Well done, Dave. Fantastic. Can't wait to hand you a trophy. Great effort, great start. As you can see, with the amount of effort that's gone into the trucks over the night, to come back with a result like that, this is what the fans want to see. Round of applause to everybody on the teams, the drivers, and of course, Michael Oliver as well, taking third place. Yeah. Third.
8th to 3rd.
8th to 3rd. Weren't like pretty much last to first though, were you? Yeah, you just go. Right, I'm going to throw it back to Dave in the commentary box now. Thanks for joining us down here in the Parc Ferme. What a race to start the Sunday here at Snetterton.
Okay, thanks Pointy, a fair number of drivers with some repairs to do after that one, including, as we can see there under the bridge, Stuart Oliver. His truck needs recovery. We've got racetrack recovery here this weekend, provided by Trackside Recovery, thanks to Steve Bewers, who's sent a bit of info on the recovery trucks that are being used this weekend. We've got some trucks from RB Commercial. They've got one of their DAFs here, and Trackside Recovery down there with another one of their vehicles as well. So while the recovery operation takes place to recover Stuart Oliver's truck, you can see the front axle was damaged there, so a rather delicate towing operation needed. Next up we have the Pickup Truck Racing Championship, and Ian Waterhouse caught up with a few of the drivers down at trackside earlier on.
Right, everybody, we've given you a different look here. Actually, it's almost time to go racing for the second race of the weekend for the pickup trucks. It's going to be an absolute corker. Yesterday, it's always tight, close racing, isn't it? Matt Simpson picking up the win. We've popped down to Dan Fisher's garage. He's about to go out. Carry on, Dan. We're going to you carry on working. Don't you mind us? But yesterday, how did it go for you?
Not very good.
What happened?
Well, we had a bent axle. And so we think just scrubbing speed off in the straight. This is a speed track. It's a top speed track, and we just didn't have a top speed in the end. So lap times were poor. Boys have been working hard all night and this morning to change the axle.
Yeah. So it's very hectic in here. So that means you're heading out.
Right? We're all a bit. Yeah, it's all a bit last minute. We're getting a bit close now. So axle's changed. Hopefully we have a bit more straight line speed and can do something really. We're starting at the back to change the axle. So. Yeah, see what happens.
Anything can happen, like you said. It's a quick track round it. Right, Dan, I'll let you crack on. Anything I could do to help? Do you want me to push it down or something like that? Yeah. You don't want me to get underneath the bonnet. Right, there we go. Time to go racing for the pickup truck. It's going to be a corker. Dave, over to you.
Well, not quite time to go racing yet, Ian, because we've got a recovery operation in progress on the Bentley straights. Now we can see the DAF recovery vehicle from RB Commercial. Harry and Dan, its operators, on board, and you can see the other recovery truck over there on the right towing Stuart Oliver. Race truck's being towed backwards because the back of the truck has more structural points to lift, making the recovery progress quicker, and also the handbrake is on the back wheels. And of course, to release the brakes, you have to use air, the supply from the recovery truck, to release the brakes, because trucks of course have air brakes. And I think the groundsman is going to be needed here at Snetterton to sort out the grass at the end of this weekend. It's been dug up once by Ryan Smith at Coreham, and a few more divots have been dug as well. Stuart Oliver and up at the Exeter Williams, and of course David Smith when he spun coming out of the hairpin on the slowdown lap. Pickup trucks on track next then. They had their first race yesterday, which saw an 8th win of the season for Matt Simpson, the former British touring car race winner. But of course he missed the round at Thruxton, was busy elsewhere, so he's only 3rd in the championship coming into this weekend. Mark Willis has not taken a win this year, but he leads. The pickup truck veteran number 65 leads the championship ahead of number 83 Dale Gents, who because of penalties had to start yesterday's race from the pit lane, and he came through to finish in the top 5. Chris Brockhurst 4th in the points, and Eric Bolton completing the top 5 in truck number 68. These pickup trucks powered by 2-litre race-tuned engines, as we saw in the race yesterday. Very, very closely matched machines indeed. A lot of them driven by ex-short oval hot rod and stock car racers. Very much in the mould of American truck racing. The Craftsman trucks running on the speedways. There's Stuart Oliver's truck being towed in by the LJ 3-axle DAF. Not much left of that front end, look. Let's hope Stuart's back out. The last thing he can afford is more non-scores. Just behind that JCB van there, look at the size of that pickup truck parked up. That'll make a decent pace truck for our pickup truck race next. Through the paddock it goes. And Team Oliver with more repair work to do. You have to feel for them, don't you? Big thanks to our marshals and recovery crews. Everybody else here at Snetterton this weekend as we await the start of race number 2 for the pickups this weekend. Effectively, they have 2 heats and a final because the first 2 races are 7 laps rather than a timed race, and then the third race is 9 laps of the 3-mile circuit here at Snetterton. And the way it works is the qualifying session was divided into 2 parts yesterday. Part 1 set the grid for race 1 and part 2 for race 2. And then the top 6 gets flipped around. So if you're 6th fastest, you are on pole position. Now, this grid we see here based on qualifying, but the top 6 I think should be flipped around for this one. So it should be Eric Bolton, I think, on the pole position. But we'll wait and see when the trucks are on their rolling lap. Matt Simpson was quickest in both parts of qualifying yesterday, unless any amendments have been issued, of course, that haven't come through to us. Matt Simpson will be one of the favourites, looking for win number 9 of the season. Jonathan Hadfield had a spin at the first corner yesterday, and he's in the bright pink truck, the ex-Rhys Jones machine that's won a couple of titles. Alan Cooper, he had a win at Brands Hatch earlier this year. Chris Brockhurst was second in the first race yesterday. Eric Bolton had his first win earlier this year at Brands Hatch at the American Speedfest event when the pickup supported the Euro NASCARs. Mark Willis was back in the pack, having a few braking issues yesterday. One truck we didn't see in yesterday's race is number 52, James Goldstraw. He had to qualify out of session this morning, so we'll start at the back of the lineup. So it is Eric Bolton on pole in the number 68 truck. Alongside him, number 93, Michael Smith. Row 2, Alan Cooper, number 72 in the black and green. Jonathan Hadfield in the pink, number 42. Row 3 is Dale Gents. Started from the pits yesterday alongside number 30, Matt Simpson. And then on row 4 we should see Mark Willis and Chris Brockhurst, the number 89, the turquoise and grey truck there. Then we've got Dan Fisher, number 5, we heard from him earlier, alongside Chris Land, number 77. Matthew Moore will be out there in the number 84. Chris Land's not there, in fact, so Matthew Moore's moved up a place. Chris Land had problems yesterday. Ryan Hadfield, Jonathan's brother, at the back in the second of the 2 yellow trucks, and James Goldstraw rounds out the grid in number 52. So the lineup confirmed. Sorry for the slight delay with that. They're on their green flag lap behind the pace car. This will be a 7-lap race. They were very close indeed yesterday. There's Dan Fisher. We heard he was struggling with a bent axle yesterday. Hopefully he's been able to straighten that out. Ryan Hadfield at the back in the number 44 scored his first win earlier this season. That was at Donington Park, if memory serves me correctly. Hadfield brothers of Eric Bolton, former saloon car racer, on the pole. He's raced Ford Fiestas and Honda Civics, among others. Michael Smith, former Formula 1 stock car driver. Their world final taking place at Skegness Raceway up in Lincolnshire this weekend. World final took place last night. Tom Harris winning yet another world title. Michael Smith, a former 2-time pickup champion. Alan Cooper, ex-Formula 2 stock car racer, mainly on shale tracks. The Hadfields, they started racing at Buxton Raceway in the Peak District. Their father, Rob Hadfield, was a hot rod racer, went into national hot rods for a time. Hadfields did Formula 2 stock cars. They've done Ginetta sports car racing as well. Well, Matt Simpson, he started off as a teenager in the mini stocks formula, then went on to Legends cars, National Hot Rods, then into the pickup trucks. Then, of course, for a couple of years, he was in British touring cars with the Honda Civic, scoring a race win at Alton Park. Runs Simpson Race Exhausts, based in Berkshire. He starts alongside Dale Gent, another man with a short oval background. He and his father, long-time short oval racers in the UK and abroad. Dale's also raced in the classic Thunder Saloons with a Subaru Impreza. Mark Willis, the championship leader coming into this weekend. He's in the red and blue number 65. Chris Brockhurst alongside him. There's one truck missing, Chris Land, with problems in yesterday's race, the Cornishman. So it'll be a 7-lap race for the pickup truck racing championship. It'll be a rolling start. Red lights are on. We can see just on the Marshall's gantry there on the start-finish line. Pace car has unleashed them. They keep formation. Eric Bolton on pole, Michael Smith alongside. Here they go. Lights are out and down towards Riches they go for the first time. Race 2 for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship this weekend. Eric Bolton, the pole sitter, almost being bump drafted by Alan Cooper into the first corner. Very close indeed between the field. Who's going to be leading towards Wilson's hairpin? Well, Eric Bolton makes the break in the 68 truck. He's got the lead. Dale Gent coming through from the third row into second, and Matt Simpson's there on the inside as well. They're trying to go 3 wide. Jonathan Hadfield rather, is caught on the outside. They've all made it round the hairpin okay. And that worked for Hadfield because he was able to get ahead of Alan Cooper on the run out of the hairpin. It's Bolton who leads from Gent, Simpson, Smith, Jonathan Hadfield up to 5th. 6th is Cooper, Mark Willis in 7th, and James Goldstraw, who missed yesterday's race, makes a good start from the back. He's in 8th. They're probably going to be this close all race long. Chris Brockhurst nearly lost it there under braking. The truck snaked on cold tyres. Speaking of cold tyres, I think Ryan Hadfield's suffering there. Feel the power, it says. Well, he nearly fed in too much power there and almost spun coming out of Agostini. You can see Jonathan Hadfield twitching as well. They're so twitchy on these cold tyres, and they're tangled off. Goes the championship leader, Mark Willis, tangling with James Goldstraw there. Willis goes off. Now that will play into the hands of Matt Simpson and Dale Gent, who are his nearest pursuers in the points. There's Goldstraw, the 52, battling with Chris Brockhurst in the number 89. So it's Eric Bolton who leads. He's being reeled in by Dale Gent in the 83. Switches across, throws it across to the inside into Brundle. He's going to take the lead, surely under braking. Simpson has a go as well. There's contact between Simpson and Bolton. Up on the curb goes Dale Gent. My goodness. And Simpson's gone round the outside at Nelson to take second place. I've never seen a move made on the outside of that corner before. Okay, pause for breath needed, I think, as Dale Gent takes up the lead. My voice is going already. We're only a couple of races into this race day. So Dale Gent has the lead ahead of Matt Simpson in second place. Third is Bolton. Jonathan Hadfield fourth ahead of Alan Cooper and Michael Smith as they come up to complete their opening lap of this 7-lap race. What a frantic start. Championship pace setters, 2 of them up at the front there, Gent and Simpson, but Mark Willis in a spin on that opening lap up at Oggies, tangled with James Goldstraw, and Willis has rejoined at the back of the field. Eric Bolton still in third ahead of Hadfield, Cooper. Goldstraw runs a bit wide there in 7th place. He could lose out to Chris Brockhurst in the number 89. Used to race in the Intermark Silhouette series for the Space Frame hot rod style cars on the circuits. Dale Gent continues to lead in the number 83. Side by side, James Goldstraw up the inside on Brockhurst. They're having a good scrap for 7th place. Goldstraw making up for lost time after being unable to race yesterday. Then the 2 yellow trucks, Matthew Moore, who I think is in the ex-George Turicki truck that's won a couple of titles. Behind him, Ryan Hadfield. Through the right-hander at Oggies up towards Williams. There's Dan Fisher, number 5. Used to race in the Cannon's Tin Top series at Brands Hatch with a Honda Civic. Rhys Jones used to race alongside him. Rhys used to compete in the pickups, won a couple of titles in that pink machine that Jonathan Hadfield now campaigns. But it's Dale Gents who leads the way. I remember his father Mark racing in the likes of Lightning Rods and National Super Rods on the short ovals. He used to race in the Netherlands quite regularly as well in a formula called Rodeo Cars. He used to race on the 1 kilometre oval at Barlow in Holland. I'd love to have seen the pickups round Barlow on the 1 kilometre course. Matt Simpson chasing hard on the back of Dale Gent. These two now starting to pull away from Eric Bolton in that third place. Just one win for his career so far. That was at Brands Hatch. Well, Matt Simpson has won 8 times this season, including yesterday here at Snetterton. Alan Cooper has 1 win this year. That was at the season opener at Easter weekend at Brands Hatch. He's closing up on Jonathan Hadfield. This is the battle for 4th place, chased by Michael Smith, one of the most experienced men on this grid in the Pickup Truck Racing Championship, along with Mark Willis, who's still adrift at the back of the field after that spin. Goldstraw, Moore and Ryan Hadfield fighting it out. Behind them, Dan Fisher, the number 5. This is the battle for 4th once again. For 3rd, I should say, because they've reeled in Eric Bolton now. First 2 able to escape. The gap was 1.7 seconds between P2 and P3 at the line. Matt Simpson's done the fastest lap, 2:06.62. Here comes Hadfield, having a look on the inside of the 68 of Eric Bolton. Little flash of flame from his exhaust there on the overrun. As they come out towards Williams Corner, named after the late great Sir Frank Williams of Formula 1 fame. Down the Bentley straights towards Brundle once again. This is lap 3. There are the leaders. Gent still a few truck lengths clear of Matt Simpson. Up on the curb there. Remember seeing Ryan Taylor's Mini 7 do that a couple of years ago, and he very nearly rolled it. Career as a stunt driver is assured. Little flash of flame from Simpson now as he chases Dale Gent. Plenty of flashes of flame used to come from the exhaust of Dale Gent's Subaru in Classic Thunder a few years ago. Simpson closing up on him. Is he going to be close enough for a move on this lap? Battle for 3rd place. I think Jonathan Hadfield has taken over 3rd now. He has saw the pink truck there, will confirm that. Bolton still showing as ahead at the line. Another fastest lap for Matt Simpson, 2:05.456. So Bolton was alongside Jonathan Hadfield there. We'll see who's come out in 3rd position in a moment as Simpson has a look up the inside on the hairpin. Dale Gent defends. He'll have the inside line for the left-hander at Palmer. Simpson caught on the outside. I'll try and get the cut back towards Agostini. He's almost on the rear bumper of Dale Gent's truck now. Dale making up for lost time from yesterday when he had to start from the pit lane. Had to fight his way up the order. Race 1, Dale managed to make it up to 5th from the back. Looking for, I think it's win number 4 this season, Dale Gents. There's the battle for 3rd. It is still Bolton holding on, but only just ahead of Jonathan Hadfield. Through towards Oggies and Williams once again. This is lap 4 out of 7. Where is Matt Simpson going to make his move? He could slipstream Dale Gent on the run now down the Bentley straight if he plays his cards right, if he gets his foot down. Here they come. Ford Ranger bodied machine leads the way. Dale Gent. Simpson, is he going to make a switch to the inside here into Brundle? No, he's not close enough. Will they go up on the curbs again into Nelson? Not this time. Still clear of the 3rd place battle. Up to Coram, and now Simpson gets a run on the inside, going into the right hand. We don't very often see overtakes made there. Trick sometimes there is to move across as you go towards the left at Murray's, as Michael Oliver did in the truck race yesterday. Doesn't quite get close enough, but he's really putting Dale Gent under pressure now. Coming up to complete lap number 4. 3 to go, so we're just past half distance. There's nothing in it. 0.2 of a second between the two of them at the line. Bolton is in 3rd place and Smith is up to 4th. Michael Smith has taken Alan Cooper. What's happened to Jonathan Hadfield? He must have had a moment somewhere. Yes, his last lap he lost about 8 or 9 seconds as Simpson up the inside. So Jonathan Hadfield further back has had an off somewhere, but we are side by side for the lead. And Dale Gent again holds the inside line for Palmer. Simpson, well, he's an ex-national hot rod racer. They know how to go round the outside, as Simpson proves there. Gent doesn't give way. Great racing between these two, down towards Agostini. Gent's going to be on the inside. Who's going to be later on the brakes? Gent's just got the nose in front, and he just about holds his lead. Simpson keeps his foot in, moves back into the slipstream now. That was almost a move worthy of Jeff Simpson, Matt's father, the great national hot rod racer. When I was much younger, I remember seeing Jeff in action in the Nationals at my local raceway of Hensford in Staffordshire. Matt was a national hot rod man, used to race a VW Corrado bodied car in the national hot rods after moving up from the Legends cars before moving to the circuits. Raced in the pickups and also the Intermark silhouettes with a Tigra. Now he's going to try again as they come up towards Brundle, but again Gent takes the line. He's clipping the curb there. Here comes Simpson, he gets the better exit from Nelson. He didn't clip the curve, so he's got a bit more momentum as they go through the bomb hole, up towards Coram. Staying in that slipstream, gets the tighter run through Coram once again. Gent defending with his life here. 2 laps to go this time, so Simpson knows he's starting to run out of time. He's almost pushing Dale Gent there as they come out of Murray's. It's an 8-wheel pickup truck at the front of the field. Over the line they go, absolutely nose to tail, still 0.2 of a second in it. And Simpson not close enough into Riches this time. What about at the hairpin? Where's he going to position himself? He needs to get the better exit here from Riches. Which side's he going to try and go? He's going to try and be later on the brakes. Jens holds him off. Simpson tries to position himself. Now, is he going to try and go around the outside of the exit of Palmer's as he did a lap ago? He's going to try again. Here they come into Palmer's. Now Simpson keeps his foot in around the outside, exactly as he did on the previous lap. Can he get the overlap into Palmer's, into Agostini rather, this time? He's got to be so late on the brakes here, Matt Simpson. Dale Gents, they're rubbing together. Rubbing's racing, as they say. They're absolutely together. Gents still got the nose in front, up towards the left at Hamilton. It's tighter than it looks this corner. Simpson around the outside again this time. He's surely going to have the inside for the right-hander at Oggies. He's surely going to get the lead away. There's nothing in it. They bounce off each other. Oh, this is brilliant. Closest race we've had this weekend so far. Simpson to the inside into Williams. They think it's all over. Is it now? Has he done it? Gent still not giving way. They've been side by side for virtually the whole lap. Gent keeps his foot in. He's going to have the inside line for Brundle. This is where he's stronger. In the background, Eric Bolton is still 3rd. Gent's on the inside. This time Simpson's going to have the inside for Nelson. Up towards the curb. He's done it. Have you ever seen an overtake that lasted over 2 miles? Well, now you have. That was brilliant from Matt Simpson and from Dale Gent. Well done to both of them. That's the longest I've seen 2 pickups run side by side since the days of Rockingham Motor Speedway. Magic. And Simpson sideways, he nearly lost it all there. Oh, goodness me, he's still pushing hard. Starting the last lap. Michael Smith has a 5-second penalty pending, I can tell you, for exceeding track limits. He's in 4th place behind Eric Bolton. And Dale Gent's not finished yet. Look at him fighting back on the inside into Riches. The battle for 3rd headed by Bolton ahead of Cooper. Smith's down to 5th, then Chris Brockhurst up to 6th, but we'll stay with the 2 leaders because they're having such a marvellous race out in front. They are loving every second of this, as is the crowd here at Snetterton. Simpson heading for win number 9 potentially this season. There's a green light flashing in the background. I think somebody may have gone off at Riches, that means there'll be a yellow flag there. It matters not at the moment because Dale Gent is not finished yet. Can he fight back against Matt Simpson? We're on the final lap now. Through Agostini they go. Of course, the results of the first 2 races get combined to give the grid for race 3, but again with the top 6 on aggregate reversed. Simpson from Gent. It's bouncing off the curb slightly there. Matt Simpson got a little bit sideways at Oggies. Out onto the back straight for the last time, and I don't think Dale Gent is going to be close enough to mount another attack. You can see Simpson's pulled away slightly there. Eric Bolton holding back Alan Cooper for 3rd place. And who's that that's come through? Looks like Ryan Hadfield possibly in 5th, so there's been a bit of a sort out further back. Out of Nelson. Through the bomb hole. What can Dale Gent do? I don't think he's quite going to get close enough. His only hope now is to close up into the slipstream on the centre straight, but that's going to rely on a mistake on the last corner from Simpson. Into Murray's, the Simpson race exhausts, number 30. A fantastic drive by both Simpson and Dale Gent. Here they come towards the checkered flag. Simpson wins it, Dale Gent in 2nd. Win number 9 of the season for Matt Simpson. And we wait to see who's going to come over the line in 3rd place. It's Eric Bolton in 3rd, just ahead of Alan Cooper. And who's coming through for 5th? It's going to be Ryan Hadfield, just ahead of Chris Brockhurst. Jonathan Hadfield takes 7th. And Michael Smith crosses the line in 8th place, falling back in the closing stages there, but he gets penalised 5 seconds for exceeding track limits, and that will put him back to 12th place. We'll confirm the rest of the results in a moment, but that is one of the best races we've seen this year from the pickups. These 2, you want to give them both the win, don't you? What a stunning drive by Matt Simpson and Dale Gent. The overtake for the lead took over half a lap of the Snetterton 300 circuit, and Simpson wins it by less than half a second over his title rival Dale Gent. Eric Bolton in 3rd place ahead of Alan Cooper. Ryan Hadfield a good 5th from towards the back ahead of Chris Brockhurst. Then Jonathan Hadfield, who had a moment midway through. James Goldstraw in his first race of the weekend takes 8th ahead of Matthew Moore. Dan Fisher. Mark Willis, after that early spin, finishes 11th. And a penalty drops Michael Smith back down to 12th. Well done indeed. To all our pickup racers, especially Dale Gent, and to Matt Simpson. Let's hear from them with Ian down in Parc Ferme.
I'll tell you why, everybody, you can keep your Formula One. This is real racing right here. That was absolutely unbelievable. Matt Simpson and Dale Gent going toe to toe. Oh my word. I mean, this is what motorsport is all about, isn't it? Let's get Matt out, because I'll tell you something. Wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. Let's let him get out a second. And hang on, we are getting a rumour of a bit of controversy here.
What we've been told. That's the first 3.
What's that one?
30.
So we are hearing slight rumours that Matt Simpson might have a penalty. So let's just have a quick chat. Dale, Matt, that was. Can I just grab you, because I know you've got to go to the podium. Just stay here for a second, because you guys, oh my word! I was just saying to camera, forget about Formula One, because you guys are proper giving it out there, weren't you?
Yeah, listen, I've got full respect for Dale. I know he ran me to the white line, but it was no more than that. So it's full respect for each other.
Dale, that was incredible defending. Eventually, he did get past, though.
Brilliant race, absolutely brilliant, fair play to him. So we
Thank you.
great respect, good hard racing, close. It's how it should be. And yeah, fair play to Matt. Yeah, he got me there towards the end there. I was trying to, but it was
Well, actually, Dale, we are hearing some rumours that we're not sure what's happened, but Matt might actually have a penalty. So you might have the race win. That's not confirmed as of yet, but we are looking at TSL, and it looks like Matt's going to be given a 5-second time penalty. So Dale, we're going to have to change that interview, because it looks like you're the winner. Congratulations.
yeah, no, it's race. I say again, fair play to Matt. Brilliant race with him, brilliant. that's like just the respect there for it all, and yeah, to get win with it, then yeah, it's sort of default. Obviously, he got me on towards the end there, but
well, you both kind of deserve it, actually, don't you?
Well,
it's a shame we can't share it, really.
We got another go later on this afternoon, so I'm sure we'll have another go there.
Congratulations, anyway. There we go. Let's just have a quick check. We've got Matt here, and Matt, do you know what that's for?
It must be track limits, I suppose, but listen, it is what it is. Sort of seconds.
You're taking it very well. You've got a big smile on your face. Doesn't really matter what a race you boys have put on.
Exactly right. No, really good fast racing.
Excellent. Look, you've got to go get your trophy anyway, but well done. Congratulations. So, yeah, confirmation. Matt Simpson has been handed a 5-second time penalty. He drops to second place. Dale Gent takes the win. A bit of late controversy here live. That's what we like, isn't it? Right, coming up next is Brit Car Trophy Championship, the first race of two. The title will be decided today. There are 3 teams who can still take the title. So I'm going to head down, get myself onto the grid. So just give me a couple of minutes to get there, and I will be back very shortly. Don't go far.
Thanks very much. And yes, unfortunately, bad luck to Matt Simpson. It came up after the end of the race there on my timing screen. 5-second penalty for Matt Simpson for exceeding track limits, so he does drop to second place. Bitter luck after that great effort in that race for Matt Simpson. It's fair play to both the drivers there. Dale Gent therefore takes the win. And next up we have a 50-minute pit stop race for the Brit Car Trophy Championship. Championship will be decided here at Snetterton today. We saw the MS UK British Endurance Championship decided yesterday. A dominant performance from the Audi R8 of Peter Erscheg and Marcus Clutton, of course. But it's the slightly less powerful cars in the trophy class, the Saloons and GTs. Today they have 2 50-minute pit stop races. After that we will have the British Truck Racing Championship, and then we have our lunch break for 45 minutes, and then we welcome the Hyundais, the OT Publishing Coupe Cup. Qualifying took place for Brit Car Trophy this morning. Some of these cars shared by 2 drivers, some are single driver. And if you were watching yesterday, it's a familiar name that is on pole position, Brian Branson with his BMW. Yes, one of our commenters agrees there after that pickup race. What a hell of a race, says Meg Checkley. Hello to you, and hello to your young son Finley as well. Hope you're enjoying the action, watching in Birmingham. I know they'll have seen plenty of those drivers on their short oval days, because I know Meg's father is a long-time short oval racer. Absolutely beautiful run from Simpson and Gent, says another of our commenters. Scottish on YouTube says that's how racing should be. It was a fantastic race from the pickups, and of course they have another one coming up later on. The pickups at 10 to 3. They have their final effectively, which is over 9 laps. So Brit Car Trophy qualifying took place this morning. The Intersport BMW, driven by Brian Branson, who won the Snetterton Saloons race yesterday, will start on pole. Alongside him is the number 43 Ginetta. That's run by Century Motorsports. Ben Green will start that car, the pro driver, alongside Stephen Frezel. Second row, number 47 of Data Motorsport, that's Maurizio Cilio, the Scottish-based Italian. Alongside number 23, the Cupra touring car of Sim Dynamics, Simon Mason starts that car, sharing with Chris Bielan. Row 3 of the grid, number 4, Marco Anastasi in his Ginetta will start alongside Simon Major, the former rallyman, at the wheel of his Cupra touring car. And then on row 4 of the grid, number 10, Lee Goldsmith with his BMW starts alongside the number 114 of Jamie and Luke Hayes. Jamie will start the first race. On row 5, one of our title contenders, Rob Ellick, driving solo this weekend in his Audi TT, running in Class 2, alongside number 34, which is Greg Saunders. He's in a Seat Cupra. Row 6 of the grid, we have Team Brit at number 68. We saw their McLarens out in the British Endurance Championship yesterday. Today they have their BMW M240i. Asher Silver will start, Caleb McDuff will take over. And alongside them is the car that currently leads the championship, the first of the Clios, the Hyro Motorsports Renault Clio, started by Maurice Henry, the number 88 car. Hadley Simpson will take over at the pit stop. Row 7 of the grid, number 96, the Dragon sports car. Jack James will start. I believe it's Harry Hickton who's in that car, the Mini Challenge star alongside him. And number 71 alongside is the Harrison family in their Ginetta, the Hyro Motorsport Ginetta. James Harrison starts, Steve will take over. Row 8, number 12, the Renault Clio. Matthew Hyde starts, Alex Neville will take over. And number 89, another Renault Clio, and that will be started by Thomas Lee. James Harrison will take over there. Row 9 is guest Clio driver number 14 Anton Spires, racing the car he usually runs this weekend, the Spires Motorsport team boss, starting alongside number 38, which is Team Brit Bobby Trundley, sharing with Dom Shaw. Bobby will start. On row 10 of the grid, number 77, which is Mark Jones in his Audi TT alongside the 110 car, which is the Bates BMW. Don't seem to have that car on my entry list, but we'll move on to the next row of the grid, which is number 721 we should have out there. Yes, Callum Bates, change of number, I think that's what's confused me there. I've got him down as 721, so Bates showing as 110 on our grid graphics. Callum Bates BMW, the White Bridge car. And the final row of the grid, number 79, which is started by Alan McCullough, the No Pressure Racing BMW M130, showing with Dennis Story. And number 62, the Ginetta of Alex Turnbull, the Ginetta G40, rounds out what should be a 22-car grid. Coming up to the grid then, hopefully Ian will be down there shortly to have a word with one or two of the drivers. And here they come then up towards the grid in a bit of a random order. That's Alex Turnbull's Ginetta at the front of this grid. We've got touring cars out there, we've got Ginetta GT cars, BMWs. Been a very busy season indeed. As we mentioned, Hyro Motorsports Clio of Henry and Simpson heads the championship ahead of Mark Jones and Rob Ellick and Craig Fleming. They've shared the number 7 Audi TT. Rob Ellick is driving that car solo this weekend. And third in the championship, Chris Bialan and Simon Mason, the top Class 1 car, the Cupra. They're the championship contenders. Ian can tell us more. He's down on the grid.
Yes, welcome everybody. Here we are, the start-finish line here at Snetterton. The cars are now just, what a sight that is, by the way. So, 2 races for the Brit Car Trophy Championship today. 50-minute races. There is a mandatory pit stop as well. So things are going to get very busy in a big grid. That's what we like to see. Brian Branson's the man on pole position, but he's in the invitation class, so he won't affect things in the championship. There's Frazzle and Green there, actually. I wonder if we could just have a quick word with them. But here's what's at stake. So Maurice Henry and Hadley Simpson, they have won the Clio class overall, but they lead the outright championship by a single point. So it is still all up for grabs. In Class 1, Chris Byland and Simon Mason, they're currently in first place, but they can be caught by Marco Anastasi and Maurizio Siglio. So that's worth looking out for as well. And in Class 3, Caleb McDuff and Dom Shaw, they currently lead that, but Alex Turnbull's just 22 points behind. So still plenty to go. Brian Branson's just coming past us now in the 26 BMW, the man on pole position. Right, so let's have a quick word, because it should be Ben Green behind the wheel of the car. Am I right in saying it is Ben Green? It is. Ben, you've got a lovely view here, haven't you? This is exactly where you want to be, but these 15-minute races, pit stops, a lot can, there's still an awful lot of work to do in these ones. How do you go about planning for these 2 races?
Yeah, well, obviously hope to get a good start, hope to fight it with the BMW next door, and yeah, give the car to Steve in good condition.
Does it actually mean anything to you? Because Brian's in the invitation class, it's not really sort of involved in the championship, so does that mean you think, okay, I don't need to take any silly risks with him?
I still want to beat him. That's very natural.
Should have asked, should I, really? Yeah. Look, top man, Ben, thanks for talking to us, really do appreciate it. Let's keep moving down, because I really do want to find some of the Clios as well. What a big day it could be for Maurice Henry and Hadley Simpson as well. So let's just go down a little bit further, shall we? Not too far to go. They're actually on pole position, Maurice and Hadley in the Clio class in the number 88. They're just down here. It should be Maurice behind the wheel of the car as well. I think it is. I'm just going to quickly jog down to see if we get quick words before we've got to get off. Maurice, could be a huge day for you today. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good.
just really relaxed. Going to treat it like any other race we've been doing this season. Take the same approach and just get my head down and try to build a gap.
Top man, you handily make some team, don't you? Look, best of luck, mate. I'll catch up with you a little bit later. We don't have long. In fact, I think we've been told to get off already, so let's make our way up. Stay with us whilst we go, shall we? Because it does make a great view. We've got 22 cars for this race. A very healthy grid indeed. As I said, the pit lane is going to get very busy as well. We will be in there getting all the stories, seeing how everything goes. So we're going to make our way off. And it is time to get going for the first race of the day for the Brit Car Trophy Championship. Just 2 left to go overall in the championship today and a little bit later this afternoon as well here at Snetterton. All the action coming at you live. Don't forget, if you are watching at Bark TV as well, or even at the British Track Racing Championship YouTube channel, please hit that like button and subscribe as well. All the pictures we're bringing you completely free for you to tune in and watch. Please drop a comment as well. The live chat is open. I know Dave does read them out as well. So if you've got a friend or family member here today, or just want to give somebody a shout out, tell us who your favourite driver is. I'm sure Dave will give them a shout out. Right, it is time to go racing here for the Brit Car Trophy Championship, race 1 of the day. Dave, over to you.
Thanks very much indeed, Ian. Yes, and you can see the fine variety on the grid here. Just to give you an update on the scoring system, as there's a championship at stake. First in class is 30 points, then 27, 25, 20, 19, 18 and so on downwards. As the pace car moves away. Brian Bransom in the BMW on pole position. Already had a win this weekend in the 45 minutes pit stop race, which took place yesterday, the Snetterton Saloons. Pit window will open 20 minutes after the race starts. And it's only open for 10 minutes, so you've got not a lot of time to make your pit stop. Everybody been in that 10-minute window in the middle of the race. So Bransom on pole. Alongside him in the Century Motorsport Ginetta is Ben Green, a very, very quick pro GT racer, sharing with Stephen Fresel. Seen Stephen in the championship for a few years in his Ginetta, now in the G56 model. The variety we've got out there. There's the BMW 1 Series towards the back, number 79, the no pressure racing car. Alan McCullough and Dennis Story sharing that car. At the back of the field, we should have the SVG Motorsport, the little Ginetta G40 down there. Yes, that's there as well with the red bonnet. Team Brit in their familiar purple colours. They've got their 2 BMWs out there. We saw the 2 McLarens yesterday. Team Brit, of course, the team that have helped those with physical and mental barriers to overcome them and get into motor racing. They've done so much amazing work over the years. Bobby Trundley, one of their leading drivers out there for this one in the BMW 1 Series, the autistic racer. A clutch of Ginettas up towards the front of the field. Watch out for 47 Maurizio Cilio and number 4 Marco Anastasi, regular winners this season. No Axel van Nederveen this weekend, the Dutchman, or Sebastien Dubois. They've been race winners over the last couple of seasons. So 50 minutes with a mandatory pit stop. A title to be decided. Asher Silver, she's at the wheel of the number 68 BMW, sharing with Caleb McDuff. Watch for the Clios. Don't forget Maurice Henry and Hadley Simpson 1 point ahead in the overall championship, ahead of Rob Ellick, who's in the number 7 Audi TT. Start to form up 2 by 2. Couple of Audi TTs out there. Mark Jones is in the other one. Now, I've seen him sharing with Rob Ellick earlier this season, but racing separately this weekend to allow Rob to go for the title, I would think. Now, Brian Branson won't score points because he's an invitation class runner. Ben Green, I suspect we should see go into the lead here, the pro driver. Pace car pulling into pit lane. Tension beginning to rise. First of 2 races today for the Brit Car Trophy Championship. Red lights are on the gantry. BMW and Ginetta lead them up towards the lights, and off they go. Power comes on and they're away. The front row gets the jump as they head down towards Rich's corner for the first time. The BMW of Brian Branson has just got its nose in front of Ben Green as they head into that first corner. Green tries to get the cut back. It's Cilio in the yellow, Ginetta in 3rd place. It's a long way to go. The 50-minute race, into the hairpin they go. So they head towards Palmer for the first time. It's Branson from Green in 2nd place. Number 47 of Cilio is in 3rd. They head towards Agostini. Ben Green trying to make a move for the lead in the number 43, has raced in the British GT Championship for several years. Cilio in 3rd, then it's the first of the Cupras. That's Simon Mason up there in 4th place in the Class 1 Cupra, leading the points in Class 1, of course. 3rd in the overall championship, the Cupra touring car. These two have already gone slightly clear of Cilio in 3rd. He's on his own in the yellow Ginetta. Got to keep an eye on the class battles further down the order. Classes 1, 2, 3 and Clio in this race. Don't forget the Clio class. Marco Anastasi, number 4, is in 5th position as they head down the Bentley Straights for the first time. Second of the Cupras in there as well, number 114, behind Lee Goldsmith in the orange BMW. The 114 car being driven by Jamie Hayes. That's a Seat Super Copa spec Leon. The other Cupra in behind it there, the black car. That's Greg Saunders' invitation class car, I think. There's Asher Silva for Team Brits being chased by the number 71 Ginetta. That's Stephen James Harrison. James at the wheel of that one. James Harrison, I think, driving 2 cars in this race. He's going to switch into a Clio for the 2nd stint, unless there are 2 James Harrisons out there. So Brian Branson has the lead then by just under a second as they complete the opening lap. Battle is on for 5th. Lee Goldsmith's BMW trying to go around the outside of Marco Anastasi's Ginetta. That's for P5. Lee Goldsmith had a win at Snetterton a couple of seasons ago. One car that was initially shown as having not come through was Simon Mason and Chris Bayerland, but I think it is there, the number 23 car. Unless I've confused it with another Cupra. Or did that car not take the starts? The number 23 car. It's shown as having not completed a lap. Well, there's one of the Cupras coming through. That's the number 18 of Simon Major. So did Simon Mason and Chris Byerland's Cupra not take the start of this race? That's one of our championship contenders, of course. Hopefully Ian can do a bit of finding out as to what happened there, but I don't think the 23 car is there. The car I thought was that one with Simon Major's invitation class Cupra. There's the Clios fighting it out. It's the 89 of Tom Lee chasing Maurice Henry, the 2 Hyro Motorsport cars. So there's Simon Major, ex-rally driver, ahead of Anastasi, Goldsmith, then the Hayes family number 114 Cupra. That one badged as a Seat ahead of the Cupra behind it, which is Greg Saunders. And that menacing black machine, the AMS Motorcycle sponsored car. Behind him in the order is Rob Ellick, and he's leading Class 2. That's where he needs to be to try and challenge for that overall championship. Rounding up the top 10 is Asher Silva for Team Brit. Brian Branson increasing his lead, 1.3 seconds up now, 2 minutes 2.328, his quickest lap. So the quickest car's lapping just over 2 minutes around this 3-mile circuit. Greg Saunders, he's in 8th position, chasing Jamie Hayes. The battle of the Seat Cupra cars of 2 generations. Yes, it certainly looks as though the 23 car is not there. And into the pits has come one of the Clios, Anton Spires, number 14, running in the guest Clio class, has pulled in. But the points leader in Class 1, yeah, Simon Mason and Chris Byerland with problems. So Marco Anastasia and Maurizio Cilio could work towards overhauling him here. The Sim Dynamics racing crew. Dayton Motorsports Ginettas could get up there with the Cupra. They're about 21 points behind him. So the lead in Class 1 could change here in the championship. Race settling in then. This first of 2 Brick Car Trophy races today. There's the Audi TT. This is one of our championship contenders, the number 7. That's Rob Ellick in the TSR Performance Audi TT. Rob leading Class 2. He's a Class 2 car because he's got the green sun strip on his windscreen. Great looking car, the Audi TT. Swings his way towards Coram. Get the pit window opens 20 minutes into this race and closes 10 minutes later. Is that a bit of smoke I see out the back of the Audi TT? It is. Might be just a little bit of oil burning off. The 68 car is next, driven by Asher Silva, the Team Brit BMW. They've got one of the Ginettas in behind them. That's the number 71 car, which is driven by James Harrison. The Harrisons in the Hyro Motorsport Ginetta. That's the battle at the moment for 10th position. So it's Branson that leads, Green in second in the number 43 car. Cilio is third, Major in 4th place. Then rounding out the top 5, Marco Anastasi in the second of the Ginettas. Lee Goldsmith's BMW 6, then in 7th is the Hayes Seat Leon Supercopa. As that one is a Seat, not a Cupra. Cupra, the later performance brand of Seat, of course. And there are the Clios, being led at the moment, doing exactly what they need to do by Maurice Henry, ahead of his teammates Tom Lee. 3rd place in the Clio division, number 12, Matthew Hyde in one of the Dragon Sport cars. We don't have the reigning overall champion Rhys Lloyd, the Welshman, out this weekend. There's the Dragon Sport car, the white car with the yellow livery. 4th of the Clios, number 96, which is Jack James. His partner in that car initially down to be Sam Nesser, but I believe it's going to be Harry Hickton, the Mini Challenge star, who's going to take over that car. Confirm that as and when we can. On YouTube, Go Team Hyro says Max Coates. I've seen him racing for them over the last couple of years. Max Coates, very talented driver in Clios. Very talented saloon car racer all round is Max. There's the battle of the 3rd, the 2 Dragon Sport cars. Matthew Hyde and Jack James. It's Maurice Henry who leads the class. He'll hand over to Hadley Simpson. They're looking to win the overall title today. Clios overall in the classification are in 11th downwards. I think Asher Silva may have had a problem in the Team Brit BMW. That's dropping down the timing screen, so the purple BMW may be in trouble. Or is it just a transponder? No, it's reappeared in 10th place now, so that's BMW just having trouble with its transponder, I think. There's the BMW number 38, the 1 Series. That's Bobby Trundley. Very successful GT racer, former karting man, sharing with Dom Shaw, one of Team Brit's BMWs. They're leading their class at the moment. That's Class 3. Second in Class 3 is the number 110 car. That's the BMW Z4 of Callum Bates, the Whitebridge run car. That's the car that confused me at the start because he changed his number. He was down on the entry list as number 721, but he's racing as number 110. 38 car catching Mark Jones in his Audi TT, the military green liveried car. It's the second of the TSR Performance Audis. Well, we're just over 10 minutes into this first of 2 races today for the Brick Car Trophy Championship. There's a second in it for the lead between Brian Bransom and Ben Green, BMW and Ginetta. They're well clear of Maurizio Cilio now in third place in the yellow Ginetta. He's nearly 9 seconds further back. Simon Major's Cupra, not a point scoring car, but he is there in 4th place. He's an invitation class runner. Anastasi is in 5th place in the black and yellow Ginetta. P6 behind them, Lee Goldsmith in the orange BMW. There's one of the Clios, that's number 14, Anton Spires. Now he's already been into the pits with a possible problem, so the boss of Spires Motorsport is back on track at the back of the field. He's running in 21st place. 22 cars scheduled to start, but we never saw Simon Mason and Chris Byerland, so we'll see if Ian down in the pits can find out what's happened to that car. Points leaders in Class 1. Well, there are the leaders. Brian Bransom continues to set the pace, and we can go down to Ian Waterhouse in pit lane.
Yeah, welcome, buddy. I'll pop down to the pits here, catch up with Harry Hickton, and I'm just trying to find his name on the start sheet. So I can't quite find it there, Harry. There's been a spelling mistake, hasn't there?
Yeah, well, so I'm stepping in for Sam Nezza this weekend with Jack James in the 96, and our other Clio, Stover number 1, shared with Reese and Harry Reynolds this year. They're not racing this weekend, so they've replaced my name for Sam Nezza. They've put Harry Reynolds. So they've left the first name, thought I'll be alright, it sounds the same, and then gone to write my surname, done the first letter and thought, nah, it's fine, we'll leave it as Reynolds for the rest of it. So yeah, I'm Harry Reynolds for this weekend.
Listen, I mean, you were out last week, of course, in a minute, now you're doing this. How much work do you do in the space of the week coming into it to adjust with your car?
Well, this was a really last minute thing. On Wednesday I found out, because obviously I've been coaching with the team all weekend. The car I'm racing today, it's been the main car I've been coaching all season, so it's good to end the season like that. But I only found out on Wednesday that Sam's doing a GT Cup this weekend, so he needed a driver. So I got a nice opportunity to do this weekend. So I've given them before. I've had a couple of laps.
Oh, look at this. Here we go. This is brilliant. Oh, look at this, great action here. That's the voice of Reese Lloyd there. We'll grab a chat with him, but going well so far, David, it looks like.
It definitely gets, just racing isn't really my thing, but when you're in the pit garage, it gets interesting.
Yes. But best of luck. Let's talk to Darren. Let's just go, stay with us if you can a second. Let's grab Reese there. Reese, this is going well, hey?
Yeah, it's just getting a bit more interesting now.
Yeah. Shame we're not seeing you behind the wheel though.
Not being really quite yet, but yes, getting a bit spicy, you know. Sorry, you want to do that?
Right, you're going to join us a bit later in race 2, aren't you? On a little bit of commentary. There you go. Welsh commentary. Sorry about that, everybody. But yeah, things getting spicy down here at Dragon Sport. Dave, back to you.
Thanks very much, Ian. Apologies for any choice language you may have heard down there, but it is getting a bit fired up in the Clio battle, and the 2 Dragon Sport cars have just gone past Tom Lee in the number 89 car we saw there. We saw the number 12 car driven by Matthew Hyde snaking its way into Murray's. It's now lost out to the 96. That's the car Harry Hickton will take over, the number 96, or Harry Reynolds as he's known this weekend. A little bit of contact there as the 89 back up the inside. This is fantastic. There's a bit of trim been knocked loose on the front of Tom Lee's number 89 car there as he goes back ahead of the 12 of Matthew Hyde. 96 currently being driven by Jack James. I can't believe Harry Hickton is now a driver coach. It doesn't seem 5 minutes since he started his racing career himself. Only a young gun, the leader of the Mini Challenge Trophy category this year. 3 Clios battling out. This is for second in the Clio class. Maurice Henry a bit further ahead of them in the number 88, which is where he needs to be, because that car looking to win the championship today. Clios swing their way through Brundle and Nelson. Brian Bransom still your overall leader by 1.7 seconds over Ben Green's Ginetta. First 2 Class 1 cars. Green the leading point scoring car, of course. Class 2 is being led by Rob Ellick, doing what he needs to do to keep in touch for the championship. Class 3 further back led by Bobby Trundley in the BMW 1 Series for Team Brits. Lock up there of the right rear wheel for the 96 Clio of Jack James. Great racing between the Clios here. Anton Spires, I can tell you, is back in the pit lane. The number 14 Clio not running as it should, sadly. Pit window doesn't open for another 4 minutes 20 seconds. Yes, certainly Larry Richmond on YouTube says lots of 3-wheel action. That's what we're seeing from the Clios. There is Rob Ellick, the TT, continuing that little bit of oil smoke still. It's not slowing him down though. Running in 9th place, leading Class 2 ahead of Asher Silver in the Team Brit BMW. That's the car that's having some transponder issues. Just under 7 seconds between the two of them. Third in Class 2 is Mark Jones, the other TT further back. Just say a big thank you to Claire Headley and Amy Palmer, who got me the starting driver details for this race. Normally it's Stephen Wood, who we spotted in the commentary box yesterday, the Britcar press officer, but he's absent today, Steve, and with good reason, because he is celebrating his 50th wedding anniversary this weekend. So many congratulations to Steve Wood and his wife Maureen, celebrating 50 years of marriage today. First Britcar event, we're told, that Steve has missed in over 20 years, but very good reason indeed as he celebrates this weekend. But who's going to be celebrating at the end of this race? We've got 3 minutes till the pit window opens, then it'll be everybody in as the TT comes up to lap the BMW 1 Series driven by Alan McCullough, number 79, running towards the tail of the field. Brian Bransom continuing to lead. He's only 1.5 seconds clear though of Ben Green, with Maurizio Cilio in 3rd place in his Ginetta, the yellow car. Marco Anastasi, his teammate, is up to 4th, and these are some of the runners a little further back. Simon Major in 5th in the Cupra. There's Lee Goldsmith, had a win in the wet here at Snetterton a couple of years ago in the Britcar Trophy. Lovely looking car, the E46 M3. Jamie Hayes, Seat Leon Supercopa is 7th. Then we've got Greg Saunders Cupra. Rob Ellick and Asher Silver round out the first 10. That's Mark Jones coming under fire from the Class 3 leader, which is Bobby Trundley, very talented GT racer in his BMW 1 Series. His first foray into car racing after graduating from karts was in a 1 Series. Second in Class 3 is one of the invitation cars, which is Callum Bates' BMW Z4. And behind him, Alex Turnbull's Ginetta G40. Clios are still swapping places further back, I can tell you. They're swapping every lap on my timing screen. If you want to follow the live timing of this race, incidentally, just go to TSL Timing, tsl-timing.com. Will we see Brian Bransom take another win? He tends to leave it right to the end of the pit window to make his stop. There's Callum Bates, the BMW Z4. Used to run in the Z Cars series. He's not far behind Bobby Trundley, though this is an invitation class car, Callum Bates, so he won't score points until he's Class 3. He's got the yellow sun strip on his windscreen. So the pit window opening shortly. Who's going to be our first caller? Lee Goldsmith, like I said, he was got past Simon Major up into 5th position. This race settling down. But these three aren't. The Clios are still fighting it out. It's now Jack James in second in the class ahead of Matthew Hyde, and there's the 89 driven by Tom Lee. It's fallen to fourth. Now Maurice Henry is nearly 10 seconds ahead of these three, leading the Clio category. And Jack James, I can tell you, is going to get the black and white flag. He's exceeded track limits, we presume, a couple of times, so he's going to get a warning flag. He does not want a penalty. The pit window will open any moment now. Yep, 30 minutes in, so the pit window is open. I suspect we'll see a few cars dive in because the leader's just coming through Nelson now. There is Brian Branson, who's led all the way so far in his BMW M3 from pole position. Winner yesterday in the Snetterton Saloons, would have won again in their previous race here had he not missed the pit window, which ironically was caused by him bringing out a safety car when he lost his rear bumper. I don't think Branson will come in this time. No, he won't. Ben Green shadowing him in the Ginetta that'll hand over to Steve Frizzle. I imagine Ben Green, as the pro in that team, will stay out a little longer as well. So who's going to be the first to call in to the pits? There's the Century Motorsport Ginetta in second place. Another black and white flag. That's to Matthew Hyde's Clio. Number 12. So the Clio's being a bit lively. Need to mind their P's and Q's. These two are now 15 seconds clear of Maurizio Cilio, so they are the class of the field, very much so. Of course, for race 2 later on, if you finish in the top 3 of your class, you have to stay in the pits for a few seconds longer. 15, 10 and 5 seconds. Class winner gets an extra 15 seconds. Ben Green locking up there at Agostini. Second in your class, you have a 10-second penalty for race 2 at your pit stop, and third is 5 seconds, just to make things a bit closer. Has anybody come in that time around? No, they haven't. Well, there's Maurizio Cilio, the number 47, the Edinburgh-based Italian, runs a sim racing company. Some real racing for him. He's had a fair few wins in this Ginetta. I remember last season he had a dominant double at Alton Park. He's 15 seconds back on Ben Green's Ginetta at the moment, and he's got Marco Anastasi, his teammates from Data Motorsport, in behind him there, the black and yellow Ginetta. The two business partners run third and fourth. We have our first pit callers. The number 71 Ginetta has come in. James Harrison will hand over to Steve. Jack James is in. Harry Hickton will take over. And the number 20, the 20th place, number 79 BMW, I should say, Alan McCullough has come in from Class 2 invitation. Dennis Story will take over from him. We have our first pit callers, but none of the leaders as yet. The two leaders have gone through, I can tell you. The gap is up by about a second on that last lap. Here are our pit callers. 96 Jack James. Left front tyre just being checked there. So Jack James out, and Harry Hickton will get in. Former junior saloon car star, son of David Hickton. And that's his teammates. I think that car's just had a bit of an off at the hairpin there, possibly. The number 12 Clio. Somebody had run wide. It was possibly that car, possibly Callum Bates' BMW. There's the leader, Brian Branson. The Harrisons swapping over in the number 71 Jetta. Steve Harrison will take over. And then James, I think he's scheduled to get into the 89 Clio when that comes in, so he's relaying two cars. Next to come in, Greg Saunders, the black Cupra. Number 34 is in. Leader's already been gobbling up back markers as well, I'm sure. So the leader's increased very slightly here for Brian Branson over the past lap. Don't forget, they only have 10 minutes to make their pit stops. They're already nearly halfway through the pit window, so they'll have, I think, 2 more laps potentially to come in. And there's a replay of, it was the number 12 Clio that went off coming out of Riches, and Matthew Hyde does a bit of grass tracking, manages to recover though, and keeps going. Over the line go the leaders, not coming in this time. The gap comes down again. Green closes back up to 1.22 seconds. Celio still third, 16 seconds further back. Leaders have lapped several runners. Matthew Hyde has now come in, just checking the Clio is okay, I think, after that off, and he'll hand over to Alex Neville. Mark Jones's Audi TT is into the pits as well, from third in Class 2. And the first of the leaders has come in. Marco Anastasi is in, I can tell you, with his Ginetta. Lee Goldsmith comes in as well in the BMW. So 2 of the top 5 have come in. Top 3 still out there. There's the Clio we just saw have an off. Matthew Hyde and Alex Neville's car. Alex getting in. See the team Dragon Sport just checking underneath the front of the car there, making sure it wasn't damaged when it went onto the grass. Dragon Sport by Amigo Motorsports, one-time saloon racing team. Now there's our Clio class leader and the championship leader overall. The number 88 car for Hyro Motorsports, Maurice Henry and Hadley Simpson. Simon Majors come in, Jamie Hayes as well. Luke Hayes will take over the Seat Leon. So our leading runners starting to come in now. Asher Silver's come in for Team Brit. She'll hand over to Caleb McDuff. In comes the number 89 Clio. Yeah, Tom Lee is going to hand over to James Harrison. James the man racing 2 cars in this race. Alex Turnbull's little Ginetta in as well. Someone's got the fan going to cool the car down, not using a leaf blower as most teams do now. How busy the pit lane is. The pits look like Piccadilly Circus, as Jackie Stewart famously once said in the 1970s in Formula One. So careful. Yes, the race leader is in as well. Look, there's Brian Branson. Maurizio Cilio is in as well with his Ginetta. So Ben Green has stayed out. I thought as the pro driver, Ben Green would stay out a bit longer than his rivals before handing over to Stephen Fresel. So most of the cars have now stopped. Who hasn't come in yet? Green we know is yet to stop. There he is, number 43. Rob Ellick's Audi TT has yet to stop. The Henry and Simpson Clio has yet to come in, so the championship contenders leaving it a little longer. Callum Bates' BMW hasn't come in yet either. I think they're the only 4 now that have yet to stop. Bobby Trundley hasn't come in yet either, the car shared with Dom Shaw, the BMW 1 Series. Those are the cars that have yet to come in. There is Brian Branson. Very much a freelance racer he is, races in anything that his BMW is eligible for. There's Mark Jones, he's been in, so has Lee Goldsmith. BMW gets past the Audi. Well, the other cars have only got 90 seconds to come in here. They're going to have to be quick about it. And there is the number 7 of Rob Ellick. He's yet to stop. Is he going to make it round in time to make the pit window? Because it's a long lap here at Snetterton. No trouble for Brian Branson. He heads back out. Ben Green has now come in. He goes into the pit lane as Brian Branson is leaving the pit lane. So in comes Ben Green. Stephen Fresel will take over. So Rob Ellick hasn't come in yet. Bobby Trundley for BMW 1 Series hasn't come in yet for Team Brit, and Callum Bates hasn't come in. There's the Cupra and the Seat. Number 114, the say out of Luke Hayes, chasing Greg Saunders. Alex Turnbull's little Ginetta G40 ahead of them. Then we've got to wait to see where everyone else slots back in after they've all made their stops. The order's a bit jumbled at the moment, so we'll wait till everybody has stopped. So at the moment, I think it's Bransom of the stoppers who has the lead, but we'll wait to see. He's 17 seconds ahead of Maurizio Silio, we know that. So we've got to wait to see where Stephen Frizzell and Ben Green slot back in when Steve's at the wheel. That's the number 71 Ginetta with Steve Harrison at the wheel. See the novice Tross on the back of that car. There's the Team Brit BMW now with Caleb McDuff on board, being taken over from Asher Silva. They've got Maurizio Silio behind them. Marco Anastasi just ahead of Silio there, so there may have been a switch between those two. Rob Ellick has now come in. I think he did just make the pit window there. The pit window has now closed, so it was pretty tight, I think. But everybody has now come in. I think they just managed to make it in. Rob Ellick, Bobby Trundley, and of course our Clio leader, Maurice Henry, handing over to Hadley Simpson. If anybody did miss the pit window, then we'll get notification if they get a penalty later on, of course. I think everybody made it in. So let's wait and see. Well, Brian Bransom is 17 seconds ahead of Maurizio Silio. It all depends on where Stephen Frizzell slots back in the number 43 Ginetta. In the meantime, now that everybody has safely made it in, as Mark Jones runs wide there in the Audi TT, nearly goes off at Nelson. Meanwhile, we'll hand down to Ian in pit lane.
Oh, I love it when it gets so busy down here. It's been very, very hectic indeed. But Anton Spires here, unfortunately, things haven't quite been going right for him. Let's find out if we can find out what the issue is. It's been in quite a few times. Sorry, mate, can I just jump in and find out what the issue is? Anton, you've been in the pits quite a while. What's the problem?
Yeah, water issue, I think, water temp issue, so we're probably going to cover that in a minute.
I hope you can get it sorted, mate. All right, at least get a few laps in. I hope you heard what the issue was. I didn't quite catch it. It was so loud down here. Let's take a quick walk around. We've got Team Brit here as well. Let's just stay with us a little bit, shall we? See if we can find somebody to talk to. Here's Asher. Let's grab a quick word of Asher if we can. She's just doing a little bit of debrief, but we're going to grab her anyway. She won't mind. Asher, can we just have a quick word? Is that all right? You've got to do these media. I'm really sorry. You've got to do these media duties. How was it out there? Was it hot?
It wasn't too bad, to be honest. It was really slippy.
Yeah.
From quality till now, it was a massive difference.
Oh, really?
So I was trying to tame the car around the slow speed corners, trying to get some sort of stability in the back. Thankfully, we've got that new wing, so that helps. But it was hard. It was hard.
It was hard. Well, you've got to do it again a little bit later. Well done, though. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Let's just quickly move out. Let's see what else is going on out here as well, shall we? Spires still, unfortunately, in the pits. I believe the pit window has now actually closed, so that is it. So we are not expecting any cars. If anybody comes in now, it means they've got a problem. We'll hang around. We'll catch up all the stories as they happen. But it's been a cracking race so far, hasn't it? So I'm going to hand back to Dave to take you through the rest of the race. Enjoy.
Okay, thanks, Ian. So Anton Spires, as we heard, the only car that's not currently running. Just had notification of a stop-go penalty for somebody. Let's check who that was. Number 79, that's the BMW 1 Series of No Pressure Racing. Pit stop infringement, they've got a 2-second stop-go penalty. That's the blue and silver number 79 BMW there, running towards the tail of the field. Alan McCullough having handed over to Dennis Story. So Brian Bransom leads then. Now where has Stephen Frizzell slotted back in? He's just over 5.5 seconds down, so Bransom has gained a couple of seconds in the pit stops. He still leads. Frizzell second. Anastasi is now third. He's jumped his teammate Maurizio Silio into third. I thought they changed around during the pit stops. Lee Goldsmith completing the top 5 at the moment in the BMW. It's confirmation the number 79, 2-second stop-go penalty for a too short pit stop. A bit of tape on the Team Brit BMW, I noticed. I think they had an off in qualifying We haven't had any damage during the race, so we had an off this morning. 15.5 minutes of the race to go. Greg Saunders up to 6th in his Cupra. Now, who's leading the classes? Class 2 is still Rob Ellick. The Clio class, that's being led by Hadley Simpson, driving the number 88 car. How far ahead of Harry Hickton is he? Just under 6 seconds. Well, there is Rob Ellick, and is that a bit of damage I see on his front splitter? Looked like that was rattling as he went onto the brakes for Riches. Have a look at the front lower part of the front splitter there as he goes into the hairpin. Is it catching on the ground? Very slightly, I think, but it won't slow Rob Ellick down too much, I hope. But he continues to lead the class. Comes into Palmer. Possibly just that front air dam catching on the tarmac there we saw as he came into Riches. There, you see it there, just bouncing on the tarmac. Class Clio is being led by Hadley Simpson, and Class 3, that's being led by the Trundley and Shaw BMW for Team Brit. The race settled back in after the pit stops, then the main change being for 3rd place between Anastasi and Celio, the 2 teammates. Lee Goldsmith next, then Saunders, the Hayes Seat Super Copa. 8th is Simon Major, he's dropped back a bit in his Cupra. Rob Ellick 9th, and then the Clio class leader rounding out the first 10. Still 20 cars running out of the 21 that took the start. Of course, Chris Bylan and Simon Mason did not start the race. There's the 89 Clio with James Harrison now on board. They're 3rd in the Clio class. A lap down behind, we saw there Maurizio Cilio's yellow Ginetta. So in the classes, it's in terms of point scorers, Green and Fresel do lead the point scoring cars in Class 1. Stephen Fresel not quite as quick as Ben Green, the pro driver, of course, and that car has now dropped back into 2nd place, but he's still there in P2. What's his gap to Anastasi? 2.8 seconds between the 2 Ginettas. Anastasi was quicker on the last lap, so he's probably going to take P2 fairly shortly. The black and yellow Ginetta, as we watch one of the Clios doing some 3-wheel dancing. That's our class leader, Hadley Simpson. Just behind our race leader, going very nicely indeed. They're going to pick up maximum points towards their championship bid. There is the number 12 Clio. That's the car now with Alex Neville on board. We saw him have an off earlier on when Matthew Hyde was at the wheel. And they are currently running 4th in the Clio class, in 15th overall. We've got just under 12 minutes of this race to go. Another 50-minute race coming up this afternoon, of course, the Brit Car Trophy Championship. There's our leader, Brian Branson. Had scheduled to share with Jazz Sapra, another freelance club racer, the man who races somewhere every weekend in his BMWs. Got a whole collection of BMWs of various types, but family commitments preventing Jazz from racing today. Jazz was out yesterday in the Snetterton Saloons race, but his lead battle with Brian Branson only lasted a lap, and then his car broke down, sadly. That was a short weekend for Jazz. As we say, busy with family commitments today, so not able to race. So Brian Branson driving solo. 2nd place there is the car started by Ben Green. He's gone wide onto the grass there at Oggies. Stephen Fresel is about to lose out, I think, to Marco Anastasi. No, that's Maurizio Cilio, sorry. Does that mean Anastasi's already gone through? I think it does. Apologies there. I always get those 2 Italian crew Ginettas mixed up. So I think Anastasi is up to P2. We'll take a look as they come towards Brundle in a moment. So Cilio goes for the inside. He goes through into what I think is P3. We just need to see a bit further ahead. Yes, there's Anastasi. So he is in P2. Anastasi up to third. So a mistake there from Stephen Frizzle at Oggies, and he drops to fourth. Marco Anastasi in second place now, as Brian Bransom continues to pull away in his M3. And off goes Mark Jones. Mark Jones in the Audi TT. That's at the exit of Agostini. He's just clipped the tyre wall there. He gets going again. Now Mark Jones was running down in 17th place, second in third rather in Class 2. There is Stephen Frizzle. Less than 10 minutes to go now. We can hand down to Ian in the pits, and he's talking to the championship leading Hyro Motorsport team.
Now the Clio's always put on a good fight, don't they? It's been great to see, and of course, as we said, it could be a very big day for this man over here, Maurice. I wonder if we could be rather rude. Sorry guys, I don't mean to, can I just take Maurice for a second? Is that all right? So far so good, Maurice, huh?
Yeah, no, it was a brilliant first stint for me. We had a really good start. Managed to build, like, I think it was a 10-second gap. So I was just like, you know, let me get my head down, try and put qualifying lap after qualifying lap. It was consistent. And yeah, I think we're in a good position now.
Can I ask, were you and Hadley, do you sort of before the race or a day before, do you sort of get together and talk tactics and work out certain scenarios? Like you qualified on pole, of course you didn't know that until this morning. Then does it change and think, right, this is what we're going to do, if something goes wrong, this is what we're going to do?
For me, I feel like you can't really plan in motorsport. Anything can happen on the first lap. I feel like when you're a good driver, it's about adapting to the situations around you. So for example, if we put it on pole position and I know I'll be starting the race, then I'll know that I've got to just basically find the best option. Sometimes it's the inside, sometimes it's the outside. But a good driver, I guess, I just adapt to whatever comes around. There's no really planning. The only planning we do is basically just pick up practice and you know, if I have a bit of a gap, I'll manage the tyres a bit. Just try and hand over the best car possible to Hadley.
Well, you've done a great job so far. 10 minutes to go. Take it home.
Thanks.
Cheers, Maurice. Good to see you again. Right, so Dave, there you go. Back to you in the closing stages.
Thanks very much, Ian. Good to hear from Maurice Henry there. There's the car he's sharing. Hadley Simpson at the wheel. They're running in 10th place overall, leading the Clio class by just under 6 seconds ahead of Harry Hickton, sharing with Jack James. Swings it through Wilson's hairpin. He's in among the Ginettas by the look of it at the moment. They're lapping the Clio class leader. Certainly a feature of endurance racing, the gulf in speed between the two classes. We see it at Le Mans 24 Hours, of course, the prototypes and the GT cars. There is Marco Anastasi in the background, Maurizio Cilio lapping the Clios. There was Harry Hickton. We just caught a glimpse of the Dragon Sport car. So about 6 seconds between the two of them. Hadley Simpson doing the job, keeping the car in the lead of the class, trying to get the maximum 30 points to try and take that championship. Branson still leads overall ahead of Anastasi and Cilio. Stephen Frizzle down to 4th place. Now, is Lee Goldsmith catching him? No, he's not at the moment. The BMW in 5th place. This is the leading BMW. Should have about 3 or 4 more laps to go. Greg Saunders in 6th place in his Cupra. Then 7th, we've got the Hayes family Seat Supercopa. Luke Hayes at the wheel. Simon Major 8th. Rob Ellick leading Class 2 in 9th. And 10th is the Clio, just seen, number 88. The leader of Class 3 is still Bobby Trundley and Dom Shaw in the Team Brits BMW 1 Series. There's our 2nd place car, Marco Anastasi, in the Datum Motorsports Ginetta. They've had so much success over the years. Had some good battles with SVG Motorsport as well, but of course Neil Wallace and Ian Astley have moved up to the British Endurance Championship with the BMW M4. We saw them take 2nd yesterday. And the car of Marco Anastasi was just delayed briefly there by a back marker, number 79 BMW. They're still 3rd, the second and third, the two Dayton Motorsport Ginettas. Maurizio Cilio in third. So the Ginettas could be the favourites for success in the second race, because Brian Bransom, of course, will have that extra success penalty at his pit stop. Anastasi is the current leading point scorer in Class 1, because Bransom's an invitation class car. Marco Anastasi currently 5th in the overall championship. And with Chris Biolan and Simon Mason having not started the race, Marco Anastasi is going to take the lead of the points in Class 1, barring any major disaster. There is the lovely looking number 79 BMW 1 Series, but they've not had the best of races, sadly, Story and McCullough. They picked up a stop-go penalty for being slightly short at their pit stop. The minimum pit stop time is 132 seconds, pit in to pit out, so 2 minutes 12 seconds in other words. Pit stop minimum time varies by circuit because of the different lengths of the pit lanes in Brit Car Endurance and Trophy. There's Lee Goldsmith, the orange number 10 BMW. He's in 5th place. 13 seconds behind Stephen Fresel. Is he closing in on the Ginetta? Trying to. Lost a few seconds on the last lap though. Thanks for all your comments. David Stobart says good luck to Lee Goldsmith from Dave and Colette. That's the car we're seeing on screen at the moment. Lee Goldsmith's number 10 BMW. And yes, well said, Andrew Miller-Swan on YouTube. Team Brit, fantastic what they do to help less able-bodied racers. They've helped so many over the years, looking to become the first all-disabled team of drivers to race at the Le Mans 24 Hours in years to come. Absolutely brilliant effort from them. Keeping an eye on the Clio battle as well. The gap hasn't come down. In fact, Hadley Simpson has pulled away a bit from Harry Hickton. It's about 6.2 seconds clear now. So through goes Lee Goldsmith. I think we've got just a couple of laps left now. And just the one retirement so far. Anton Speyer's Clio, unfortunately, we saw number 14 breaking down earlier on. Across the line goes Greg Saunders. There is the Cupra. Such a purposeful looking car, isn't it? The Cupra touring car run by Capture Motorsports. Sponsored by AMS Motorcycles. Runs wide there at the hairpin. Certainly in the closing stages now, this first of two 50-minute races today. It's Brian Bransom heading for the win. He's over 20 seconds clear now of Marco Anastasi. Marco will take the top point score though. Here comes one of the Clios. Now, which one is that? It's the number 12 car with Alex Neville aboard. That is a little further back in the Clio class. It's third in class. So when they've got the Hayes Cupra just ahead of Simon Major. Luke Hayes there, the Cupra and the Seat. Mark Jones behind them, had an off earlier on. This is the battle for 7th place. The Seat Leon, number 114, ahead of the Cupra, number 18 of Simon Major. Moving up on the outside, trying to lap the Clio of Alex Neville. 77, Mark Jones third in Class 2. Team Brit's BMW seconds. Rob Ellick still leading Class 2, and that's where he needs to be in terms of the championship. Simon Major weaving about on the tail of Luke Hayes. This is for position. This is for 7th place. They're both invitation class runners, so I don't think they'll pick up points. One minute left now for Brian Bransom before he takes the checkered flag and wins this race outright. His second race win of the weekend. There he is, coming out of Williams corner, so I think he's on his last lap now. 21 seconds clear of Marco Anastasi, nearly 22 seconds now. Well, BMW not headed throughout this race. Into Brundle he comes. Through Nelson. Well, Ben Green kept him honest in the early stages, but after the pit stops, Brian able to pull away. As Stephen Frizzell, Ben Green's partner, slipped back into 4th place. Behind his fellow Ginetta runners, lapping one of the Clios there through the final couple of corners. It looks like it is going to be checkered flag this time. Not sure. Will we get another lap out of this? 10 seconds on the clock as he passes the pit lane entrance. We might get one more lap out of this. We'll wait and see. It's been quite quick for Brian Branson there. No checkered flag out. He's going to cross the line. He goes to 0 just as he crosses the line. Now, Brian, you saw slowed there. He thought that was the last lap. I thought it was going to be the last lap, but no checkered flag, so Brian Branson's going to do another lap. The clock went to 0 just as he crossed the line. It's about the 3rd time that's happened this weekend. That's the problem with timed races, you see. You never know exactly when the checkered flag's going to come out. So Brian Branson goes on to his last lap. Branson down towards Agostini. So Class 2 is going to be won by Rob Ellick, barring any major disaster. Class 3 by Bobby Trundley and Dom Shaw's BMW 1 Series. And the Clios, looks like it is going to be Maurice Henry and Hadley Simpson. They're 7 seconds clear of Harry Hickton, who took over from Jack James. There's Rob Ellick in the Audi TT. He'll have one more lap to go when he gets to the line. Lead gap has come down a little. And it's down to 18.9 seconds now. That's because Brian Branson backed off, thinking he was on his last lap. One more to run. Here he comes. Into Nelson. It's the run through the bomb hole and Cora, and then the left flick at Murray's. And he's heading for his 2nd win of the weekend. He won the Uncle Luke Snetterton Saloons 45-minute race yesterday. He really is developing as an endurance driver, is Brian Branson. In the car that he should have shared with Jazz Sapra this weekend, but with Sapra elsewhere, he had to drive solo. Made light of it, though. Here he comes. He will see the checkered flag this time. Up the centre straight he comes. Brian Branson wins Brick Car Trophy Race 1 here at Snetterton by a handsome margin. The big winner on this occasion, though, in Class 1 is this man, Marco Anastasi, with Brian Branson an invitation class runner. It will be Anastasi who will be the top Class 1 point scorer. Weaves across the line and takes provisionally the points lead in Class 1 with 1 race to go this season. Third place will go to Maurizio Cilio, 5 seconds behind Anastasi. It'll be Stephen Frizzell and Ben Green home in 4th place. Here's Lee Goldsmith just behind them. He could catch Stephen Frizzell here if he gets a good run up to the line. I don't think he's quite going to get there. They're going to finish nose to tail, though. Yes, the Ginetta hangs on ahead of the BMW. And coming over behind them a lap down is Hadley Simpson. He wins the Clio class, took over from Maurice Henry, and they keep the overall lead in the championship. Subject to official confirmation, of course. Just checking they got the fastest lap in the Clio class. Yes, they did. Rest of the cars come home. There's Greg Saunders. The Cupra comes home 6th. Now, a bit of a battle for 7th, of course, between Luke Hayes and Simon Major. Who's going to come out on top in that? The older Seat Leon Super Copa or the Cupra touring car? Here they come towards the line. It's going to be Luke Hayes ahead of Simon Major. And the gap between those two at the line just under 1.5 seconds. We're told that Brian Branson crossed the line 2 seconds before the clock went to 0. Rob Ellick crosses the line in 9th place, so he wins Class 2, keeps his title challenge alive. We're going down to the last race between those two. Rob Ellick, number 7, the 88 Clio of Henry and Simpson. They are going to fight for the championship. There's the other Audi TT, Mark Jones, recovering from an off at Agostini. Across the line, become our final finisher. And then we'll bring you the provisional results of that first race of the day for the Britcar Trophy Championship. Brian Branson, the winner, by just under 20 seconds ahead of Marco Anastasi, who wins the Invitation Class 1 and the point-scoring Class 1 races there. Ahead of Cilio, Frizzle and Green, then Goldsmith, Saunders, the Hayes family ahead of Major. Class 2 is won by Rob Ellick in 9th place in the Audi TT. The Clio class, importantly, run by Henry and Simpson. So it's going to be, I think, the 88 against the number 7 for the championship in race 2. Next home, Harry Hickton and Jack James. Then we had Caleb McDuff and Asher Silver. The Harrison family, Ginetta, Hyde and Neville Clio. Behind them, Shaw and Trundley won Class 3 in the BMW 1 Series ahead of Callum Bates. The Harrison and Lee Clio, number 89, was 17th. Alex Turnbull's Ginetta was 18th. Mark Jones, 19th in his TT. Story and McCullough, the final finishers in the BMW 1 Series. Anton Spires, the only retirement from that race. Unfortunately, Chris Byerland and Simon Mason didn't take the start. Let's head down to Ian Waterhouse in Parc Ferme.
What a lineup. Looks unbelievable, doesn't it? Cracking race that as well. Marco is just handing in his SD card, so let's grab a quick word of him. He's going to come over and give Maurizio a bit of a handshake. That could really spice things up actually in Class 1 for the final race a little bit later as well. We've got both boys here, actually. I wonder if we can just grab... Guys, sorry, we're just jumping to have a quick word, but we've got both of you as well. It's... Maurizio, we'll start with you as we stood right next to you. Quite an eventful race, wasn't it? And then second half, sort of, perhaps things eased off a bit.
Just an idiot. I stole the engine at the pit stop. That's all it is.
Yeah,
never helps.
Oh, yeah, it's one of those things. You won't do it in race 2, will you?
I'll find out. I don't know.
In fact, actually, race 2, I know which garage we're off to. Marco, how was it for you?
Yeah, it was good fun. Had a good, nice scrap with Moger. With the Cooper earlier at the beginning of the race, and then well, the second half of the race I was just trying to keep Maurizio behind. He was stalking me. So.
I've never seen you smile so much after getting out of the car. You really enjoyed that?
Yeah, it was good. It was good fun. I like this track. I like this track a lot.
Good man. Well done. Congratulations. Right, Brian, the winner. And what a weekend it's been for Brian. Remember what we rehearsed, Brian? Are you ready?
Right, let's go.
Go. Woo! I've always wanted to get Brian jumping out of a car because you're so cool and calm normally. And of course, after yesterday's win, you picked up another win. How does this rank on all of the weekends you've been racing?
Yeah, it's really good. Obviously, not had Jazz for here today, which is a shame. Obviously, I miss him. But
do you really?
I do. Yeah, I do. And no, apart from that, it's been a good weekend. Obviously, he was here yesterday. I'm doing the both the Britcar races on my own today, but it's been all good.
Top man, do it again a little bit later. Have a bit of a rest, top man Brian. Really appreciate it. Right, so coming up next, we're going to have to move quickly because we've got the next race for the British Truck Racing Championship. We're going to see if we can find Pointy and get some interviews for you. We'll be with him very soon. Don't go far.
Yes, thanks, Ian. Well done to our Britcar drivers. Yippee, says Sally Branson in our YouTube comments. Really pleased that Brian has taken the win there. He'll go for his double a little bit later on. Thanks to everybody else who's been in touch via our YouTube feed as well. Do leave us a comment. Let us know if you're watching, who you're supporting here today. Next up, it is race 4 for the British Truck Racing Championship. The grid based on the second race yesterday with the top 8 reverse. That means that Michael Oliver, who was penalised to 8th in race 2 yesterday, got a 30-second penalty for repeated track limits breaches in lieu of a drive-through, will be on the pole for our next race. But there'll be a few slightly graunched machines, I would think, for this one. A lot of bodywork damage in the previous race. Michael Oliver lines up alongside Neil Yates in number 33. Second row, Stephen Powell in the 3, and David Smith won a drive earlier on for second place in the number 11. Row 3 is Tom O'Rourke alongside John Bowler, David Jenkins, and yesterday's second race winner Stuart Oliver on the 4th row. Then we've got our first 2 Division 2 trucks. John Powell on row 5 alongside number 41 Simon Cole. In the 6th row will be number 40 Archie Handy, and Ryan Smith, who missed that second race yesterday while replacing his engine, will go from the back of the grid. So he's got to come through all over again He won earlier on from the back by about 20 seconds. Can he do it again? Paul Rivette is on the grid sheet for this one. We know he won't be starting after his engine let go yesterday. So the trucks are in the assembly area, you can see there, behind our pace truck. It's going to be effectively half a rolling lap with the length of the circuit here at Snetterton. We can see there the recovery trucks as well, the RB DAF and the ITO pickup truck, which can help with lighter towing duties. Just waiting for the last couple of trucks to come into the assembly area. I can see David Jenkins on the move down there. It'll be a 15-minute race, the last race before our lunch break. One of our comments, could this finally be a race where Ryan doesn't win? Well, he didn't win yesterday because his engine went in the first race and he missed the second. Mega King says Flying Ryan going to do it again from the back. I reckon he is, you know. Saw how quick he was in the early race. He broke the lap record in qualifying yesterday on his way to taking the pole position. It was with a 2:22.563 average of nearly 75 miles an hour around the Snetterton 300 circuit. It is 40 years of British truck racing this year. The first event took place back in November 1984, the Truck Super Prix at Donington Park. Back then they were road-going trucks with a few celebrity guests involved. Barry Sheen, the bike legend, was there. Martin Brundle had a go. The Grimer brothers of hot rod racing fame. It was Tullio Gislotti of Italy who won that first race at Donington, which had one of the biggest crowds that Donington had ever known as well. And the rest, as they say, is history. The championship soon evolved from a British championship into a European championship, where we had the likes of Kurt Göransson, Mr. Sideways from Sweden, Hans van der Marwitz, Gerd Kuber, Richard Walker, the British hero. Still occasionally appears in cars with his son Jack Walker-Tully in historic racing these days. Steve Parish, another convert from the world of motorcycle racing, was a European champion. Slim Borgard, of course, who sadly passed away fairly recently, the great Swede, the former drummer turned racer. Competed in Formula One briefly as well. It was in trucks where he found his greatest success. Jokke Kallio, the ex-rallycross racing Finn. And many more great names besides. These days, Norbert Kiss of Hungary is the top name in European racing. And of course, in the last few years, the British Championship, it has been Ryan Smith all the way. Previously, David Jenkins, Stuart Oliver, Matt Summerfield were British Division 1 champions. Division 2, we've seen the likes of the Reed brothers, Simon and Craig, who later moved up to Division 1. They're racing on the continent this year, as is John Newell, the Yorkshireman. Jamie Anderson as well, the former rally driver. Big Ben says, come on Team Oliver. They've had a fair bit of repair work to do this weekend. 2 wins yesterday. Mega King also says, will the third race, being the last for this weekend, get messy? I think it already has in the race we had earlier on, unfortunately. They've done well to repair some of the bodywork on these trucks for this race. Big thanks to our volunteer marshals as always. Couldn't go racing without the Orange family. Staying fairly well back off their posts for this one. Of course, they have to be moved back for reasons of safety. Hi to Adam Richmond, he's supporting the Greenhouse Group DAF. The DAF out there, that's John Powell, our Division 2 dominator this weekend, number 6. Where's he starting on the grid for this one? He's on row 5. Craig says, can't wait to see the trucks at Le Mans. Yep, they're going to France to the Le Mans Bugatti circuit in a couple of weeks' time before the season finale in November on Bonfire Weekend at Brands Hatch. Sam Morse, he's supporting Cole Truck Sport. That's Archie Handy and Simon Cole in Division 2. As some of our marshals, you can see, have moved a little further back off their posts to a position of safety. If you'd like to become a marshal, get closer to the action, just have a look online for the British Motorsport Marshals Club or on the BARC website, barc.net, for all the news from the British Automobile Racing Club. You can find out how to join the Orange family on there. You can attend a taster day at events around the UK where you can find out everything about being a motorsport official. Hi to Stefano Spinello from Arizona, USA. Nice to see a few American viewers this weekend. Hi to Oscar, watching from Spain. And hi to Mark Reeves, says good luck to Simon Cole and Archie Handy. So here come the trucks then. Race number 4 for the big rigs. Taking a look to make sure everybody is there after a rather rough race earlier on. Yes, there's Stuart Oliver. The Oliver team have been able to repair. There's John Powell, Simon Cole and Archie Handy. Our 3 Division 2 trucks are all there. And there's Ryan Smith at the back. He's got to come through the field once again. So I think all 12 of them are there. Of course, we won't see Paul Rivette. He's out for the weekend after engine damage yesterday. And he may have to miss the trip to Le Mans as well. So his hopes of the Division 2 title are sadly over. It's between John Powell and Simon Cole there now. Michael Oliver on pole position. Then Neil Yates and Stephen Powell, the 2 white and red MANs, based virtually next door to Brands Hatch, the Neil Yates recovery team. It's David Jenkins, Tom O'Rourke. And a gap back to John Bowler. They'll close up, ready for the rolling start. There's Tom O'Rourke in the bonneted 86 truck, the International Navistar. Another name we've not seen in the British Championship this year is the heavy haulage boss from Yorkshire, Ricky Collett. He's been racing in Europe. Saw him out at the Convoy in the Park meeting at Donington in the non-championship races, won by Jamie Anderson. As the crowd settles in for another 15 minutes of the British Truck Racing Championship. About to get underway then. Go back to your comments after this race because we are about ready to rumble. Fair play to Team Oliver for repairing the front end damage to Stewart's truck after he hit the back of David Smith in the previous race. There's Simon Cole, the points leader in Division 2. Without even winning a race so far this season, but John Powell's closing that gap slowly but surely all the time. Ryan Smith in position at the back. Watch for him launching down the outside, I would suspect, at the start. It's Michael Oliver, a winner yesterday. Neil Yates alongside him, looking for his first Division 1 podium alongside him. Around 12,000 horsepower about to be unleashed here at Snetterton. 60 tons of race truck on the grid. Pace truck pulls into pit lane. The red lights are on the gantry. It's keeping their formation, keeping it steady. Ryan Smith looking for a gap to come through already. Here we go, the revs are up. and off they go. Down towards that first corner at Riches. Who's going to get the whole shot? It's Michael Oliver. Great start by Stephen Powell. Goes past his teammate up into second place. It looks like it's David Smith in fourth place. Kicking up a bit of dust on the inside. Ryan Smith's already got past about 5 trucks, so he got exactly the start he wanted. Up the inside, Stephen Powell has a look. John Bowler diving down the outside in the number 14. He's up to fourth. David Jenkins taking the outside run as well. Ryan Smith finds his way boxed by Stuart Oliver. They're all round the first couple of corners okay. There's Archie Handy in the ex-Paul McCumsky Volvo at the back. But it's Michael Oliver looking for his second win of the weekend. The Northumberland driver leads the way. Powell, Yates, then Bowler, David Smith, the top 5. Already up into about 7th place is Flying Ryan. Stuart Oliver blocking his progress at the moment, and Ryan Smith ahead of his championship rival David Jenkins as well. Bit of a lock-up there from David Smith. Saw he was having 1 or 2 braking issues earlier on. Tom O'Rourke didn't get the start he wanted. He's dropped back in the number 86 as they head through the infield loop for the first time. A spectacular sight they make here in the Norfolk countryside. Neil Yates under fire from John Bowler, then it's David Smith. That's the battle for third place. The first 2 able to get away slightly, Michael Oliver and Stephen Powell. I still remember a couple of years ago when Stephen Powell, the former Division 2 champion, took his first ever Division 1 win and celebrated like he just won the European Championship. There's Tom O'Rourke in the International, chasing Simon Cole, so he didn't get a great start, sadly. Michael Oliver from Stephen Powell. Here comes John Bowler attacking Neil Yates for third place. David Smith is 5th, Stuart Oliver 6th, and Ryan Smith got a flying start, but only able to get up to 7th so far. Give it time though. David Jenkins behind him. Incredible to think that those 3 drivers together there have 19 titles between them, and 21 if you count the 2 won by David Smith in Division 2, who's just ahead of them. 4 drivers with 21 British Championships, an incredible statistic. Stephen Powell, a former Division 2 champion as well. John Bowler trying to go around the outside of Neil Yates, trying to get the inside run for Riches, I think, down the straights. Michael Oliver from Stephen Powell across the line. Then a gap of about 3.5 seconds back to Yates, who wants his first podium in Division 1. Got shuffled wide in the closing stages in race 3 earlier on. Stuart Oliver still holding off Ryan Smith. He wants to keep his record of 10 titles. We know Ryan wants to match and possibly beat it. Neil Yates in third place. Traffic starting to build up. There's David Jenkins trying to get around Smith. Then a gap back to John Powell. There he is, leading Division 2 in the DAF. That's the Greenhouse Group truck. Michael Oliver continues to lead, and somebody onto the grass there further back. That was David Smith, and Ryan Smith's been forced onto the grass as they tried to avoid him. Oh, that was a bit dicey, but it's given Ryan Smith the inside look into Agostini, and he's going to take David Smith as well. Opportunist move there by Flying Ryan. He got forced onto the grass as others took avoiding action when David Smith came back on, I think, after he'd run wide. Well, Neil Yates is still in third place after that little schmozzle. Fourth place is John Bowler. Ryan Smith has gained 2 places. He's 5th ahead of David Smith. 7th, Stuart Oliver. David Jenkins still stuck at the back of this queue in 8th position. Here comes Flying Ryan. His next target is John Bowler, and his target is Neil Yates. Here they come. This is the third place fight. John Bowler covering from Flying Ryan. He knows he's a bit quicker in a straight line, but he can't get the line away there for Brundle and Nelson. David Smith is next in the number 11. First ever Division 1 podium for him, with 2nd place in this morning's race. They rumble their way towards Coram. Michael Oliver continues to lead, looking for win number 2 this weekend. Stephen Powell shadowing him in the Neil Yates Recovery and HGV Direct sponsored MAN. It's MAN's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at the moment. Was at the end of the previous lap. Now Ryan Smith moving the Daimler Freightliner up to 5th. It could be 4th here as he goes to the inside of John Bowler. Just about got the place away there as they head down towards Riches. Yes, he's through up into P4. 3 places gained on that previous lap for Ryan Smith. Then his next target is Neil Yates. John Bowler fighting back. He loves to try the outside line, going down into the hairpin. Neil Yates holds off Ryan Smith. This is allowing David Smith to close up a little. A little bit sideways there. That nearly caught out Ryan Smith as Neil Yates got the tail out. Ryan goes to the outside at Palmer. Trying to do a Matt Simpson here around the outside of Dale Gent earlier on. This time Neil Yates is the target though, and I think he's got ahead. Yes, he has. So now up into 3rd position. Relegates Neil Yates off the podium. Bowler next as Stuart Oliver continues to battle it out with David Smith and David Jenkins. A quiet race for the Digraph Transport MAN. Tom O'Rourke has pulled into the pits, I can tell you. I thought he had a problem after that slow start. So he's out of the race. So we're down to 11 running. John Powell still leads Division 2. Just under 4 seconds clear of Simon Cole. As kicking up the dust there, Neil Yates, bit wide out of Agostini. Chased by John Bowler, the man from Stockport in the number 14. Just one Division 1 win in his career at Thruxton last year. Michael Oliver leads. He's got the fastest lap of the race, 2:25.857. Stephen Powell just shadowing his every move at the front. They're well clear of Neil Yates and company in 3rd place. Ryan Smith up to 3rd now, so we'll start to see the gap come down, I would think. Past the GT Tyres trailer parked on the outside there. There goes Smith. Tom O'Rourke, I think, has rejoined from the pits, so maybe the problem has been rectified. This is the battle for 4th position. Neil Yates still under fire from John Bowler, David Smith, Stuart Oliver and David Jenkins. The lead gap has come down just over half a second. Stephen Powell just did, well, he briefly had the fastest lap of the race. Ryan Smith's just eclipsed it. He's done a 2:25.323. Powell did a 2:25.579. Neil Yates looking for his best result of the season. Just learning his way into truck racing, made his debut last year. And a good weekend for David Smith as well, the Division 2 champion over 10 years ago now. He's being chased by Stuart Oliver, missing the front bodywork off his truck, the MAN that was built by the team to replace the Volvo VNL after his crash at Thruxton earlier this year in qualifying. So resulted in the qualifying session at Thruxton being abandoned, and they lined up in championship order as John Bowler lunges at Neil Yates. Can he get alongside here on the run up towards Hamilton? No, he can't. See, they're bottled up behind Neil Yates now. Here comes David Smith. He's got a chunk missing from the front of his MAN as well. Archie Handy there in the background. He's in 11th place, 3rd in Division 2. A rumble of these huge engines as they head into the Bentley Straights. These engines 12 and 13 litres in size, all turbocharged. Still Neil Yates holding on to that 4th place with John Bowler on his tail. Michael Oliver still leading Stephen Powell, Ryan Smith closing them down. Closest battle is here for 4th. Here are the leaders, and now Stephen Powell has caught our race leader. Now, it was on the last lap here at Murray's in race 1 yesterday that Michael Oliver stole down the inside of Stephen Powell and pinched the win. I think Stephen Powell's got revenge in mind. There's just over 5 minutes to go, but they need to be mindful that Flying Ryan's closing up on them. There he is. Over the line they come. Another fastest lap for Ryan Smith, and he's halved the deficit, just over 3 seconds behind now Stephen Powell. Powell concentrating on attacking Michael Oliver for the lead in this 4th race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. He's going to have a look down the inside. No, he's not. Nearly contact between the two, and I thought he was going to clip the back of Michael Oliver there. Smith's closing on them. Now, where's Powell going to make his move? Is he going to do a Matt Simpson / Ryan Smith and go down the outside at Palmer? No, he's not. The 12 of Michael Oliver, the Northumberland driver, holds him off. Famous for his flamboyant celebrations, Michael Oliver, when he takes the win. But I think he might be about to lose his lead because Powell's up the inside into Agostini under braking. He goes through. Can he turn it back here on the exits? Yes, Stephen Powell takes the lead. They're coming up to lap Tom O'Rourke after he rejoined a couple of laps down from the pits. He moves aside, lets them through. And now Ryan Smith is right on the 2 leaders. Here comes the Dayglow yellow Daimler Freightliner. Stephen Powell leads, the number 3, the man from down in Kent. Ryan Smith from Nottinghamshire closing in on the 2 leaders. It's Tom O'Rourke struggling. He's going very slowly there in the International. Here they come down the Bentley Straight then. 3.5 minutes just over of this race still to go, so there'll be a couple more laps for Stephen Powell to try and hang on in front. When did we last see the number 3 take a win? It was back on season opening weekend at Easter at Brands Hatch. He had a couple of Division 1 wins, although one wasn't an overall because Paul Rivette got an overall win in race 4, the Division 2 driver. First time in many years that a Division 2 truck had beaten all the Division 1s, but Paul Rivette sadly out of the weekend with engine damage. Ryan Smith having a go now at Michael Oliver for 2nd place. 3 minutes to go. Can Stephen Powell hang on? Now, he's got to hope here that Michael Oliver gets preoccupied defending from Ryan Smith for 2nd place, and then Stephen can make his escape, which he's trying to do now. Coming up over the line. Looks like a penalty, yep. 15 seconds for exceeding track limits for John Bowler. So he's going to get a 15-second penalty. So your 3rd offence is 5 seconds, the 4th is 10 seconds. So repeated transgressions by John. And he's going to pick up a 15-second penalty as Ryan Smith goes to the inside on the Wilson's hairpin. He's going to go through into 2nd place. He's done it. Ryan Smith up to P2 from the back of the grid. Now, can he catch Stephen Powell? I don't think it'll take him long. Let's have a look at the lap times. Yeah, his last lap was about 1.5 seconds quicker than Stephen Powell. Up towards Agostini. You can see the gap coming down. It's not a question of if Ryan Smith is going to attack and try and take the lead, but when and where. He's within less than a truck length already. I reckon he'll get him on the Bentley Straight. 90 seconds of the race to go. Stephen Powell's lead under threat. He may not even wait for the Bentley Straight. He might have a look on the inside at Williams, Ryan Smith. Into the straight they come. Didn't quite get close enough at Williams' corner. Now down the Bentley Straight, and Ryan Smith already moving to the inside. Powell moves across. So Smith will move back to the outside. He's going to try and outfox the man from Kent. Side by side, Powell moves to defend. Keeps the lead in the Alco and Dines Recovery sponsored MAN. Through the bomb hole, up towards Coram. Smith a little bit sideways there onto the curb. Be 1 lap to go this time, I would think. 5-second penalty for David Smith for exceeding track limits, and John Bowler's penalty has increased. He's now got a drive-through penalty. I imagine that will be added on after the race if he doesn't get notification in time to take it during the race. There's quite a few penalties for both John Bowler and David Smith, but here comes Ryan Smith up against the pit wall. Down the straight, he's going to go for the inside, surely into Riches. No, you don't, says Stephen Powell. And Powell continues to defend his lead for all he's worth. pick up on penalties later on, because it's all about this lead battle, with Ryan Smith throwing everything but the kitchen sink at Stephen Powell here for the lead. They're on the last lap now, the clock is at 0. MAN against Daimler Freightliner, Kent against Nottinghamshire. Can Flying Ryan come through? The first 2 races at Donington, he went from last to second behind David Jenkins each time. He came through from the back to win in race 3 after no score yesterday. But is he going to have to settle for second this time? Michael Oliver looking on in third. They're way ahead of the rest, nearly 15 seconds clear of Stuart Oliver, who's 4th. Neil Yates still in P5, 6th is David Jenkins. Through Hamilton, still Stephen Powell soaking up the pressure from the 8-time British champion. Will it be 9 this year for Flying Ryan? Cuts to the inside on the run out of Williams. He's got the inside line this time. He's going through. He's done it. Well, he said a lap ago he might get him coming out of Williams. He's left it a lap later, but he's done it. Ryan Smith to the lead. And now down the straight, he'll get his foot down and try and pull away to prevent any retaliation from Stephen Powell, who's staying with him. Down towards Brundle. Smith takes the line. I think Stephen Powell's hope now is going to be to try and get alongside and do what Michael Oliver did to him in race 1 yesterday, try and get him into Murray's. But he may not be close enough, because the Daimler Freightliner, its engine replaced overnight. This is for the worldwide truck racing team who worked until 4 AM. And Ryan Smith has rewarded them amply, hasn't he? He won the 3rd race at Akansa. Or is he going to win this? I think he's got a penalty as well. Just coming up on the timing screen. We'll confirm in a second. They're coming up towards the line. The checkered flag is in sight. Ryan Smith takes the checkered flag, but he's got a track limits penalty as well. It just came up as they came through the last corner. Ryan Smith takes the checkered flag, but he has got a penalty. He's got a track limits penalty, so Stephen Powell will be the winner. There have been penalty boards everywhere in the last few laps. David Smith and John Bowler have got 15 seconds of penalties. I saw drive-through penalty come up for John Bowler as well. So the win goes to Stephen Powell, number 3. We can confirm that. Ahead of Michael Oliver, Ryan Smith drops to 3rd place. Well, bit confusing there with penalties flying around there in the closing stages for exceeding track limits. Division 2, meanwhile, has been won by John Powell. He comes over in provisionally in 8th place, because I think John Bowler has pulled into the pits on the last lap there. A bit of confusing in there. So John Powell has won Division 2. Second for Simon Cole in Division 2, and here comes Archie Handy, the number 40 in the Volvo, to finish 3rd in Division 2, sliding it through the final corner. That'll please the crowd. Yep, gets a round of applause for that. Okay, we'll try and bring you the provisional result then. Stephen Powell has won it because of that penalty for Ryan Smith, ahead of Michael Oliver by 2.3 seconds. And Ryan Smith got a 15-second penalty. So he had 2 offences there that were time penalties, 5 plus 10 for track limits. He goes down to 3rd. Stuart Oliver 4th, ahead of Neil Yates, then David Jenkins, David Smith 7th. David Smith got penalties as well. John Powell 8th, he wins Division 2. John Bowler is classified 9th with his penalties. Then Cole, Handy and Tom O'Rourke, who rejoined out of the pits after an early problem, completes the 12 finishers. So, a little bit of a confusing in there. Stephen Powell does pick up his first win since Easter weekend at Brands Hatch. We can head down into Parc Fermé.
Right then, my goodness, what a finish. I mean, sterling race from Ryan Smith, but with points, with time penalties given, Steve Powell taking the first place trophy. Steve, come over here. You've got to be happy with that result.
Yeah, really happy. A little bit disappointed, to be fair, because we had the pace on Ryan and I missed the gear coming out the sharp right before the back straight, so we got up the inside. And yeah, a little bit disappointed because I know he's got a different engine and usually he was going to get me anyway.
But then track limits for Ryan Smith as well has put him back quite far now.
Yeah,
well, there's 2 lots of 10 seconds.
Yeah, apparently so. It was really funny because I lost the gear, got in front, a bit frustrated. As soon as I come down the back straight, my boy said we had a 5-second penalty, he said stay close, so I did, and then it went 10-20. But a little bit disappointed, but no, I'm over the moon.
I was going to say he's a little bit disappointed, but he's over the moon with first place. I mean, what do you want? What do you want?
It's not disappointing missing the gear, my error.
Right.
That's the simple thing, and I think with the different engine he's got in him at the minute, I think we could have stayed in front, if I'm honest with you.
But you know what? Clean race, everyone.
Exactly that. Yeah. It was nice to get out of the front and get out of the way of all the carnage, to be honest with you. So I had a good race with Michael. 1-1. That's 1-1, yeah.
Yeah, so I believe you're now second, I think, if the time penalties are right. I've not looked at my phone, that's 30 seconds. You've got second.
Steve's had 5.
Steve's had 5, so we got back up again. I need to take this moment as well just to correct the slate that you actually got a 3rd place in the last race as well.
So that's coming. I've had a 1st.
Yeah.
A 2nd, and a 3rd.
Oh, for that. Oh, look at that. A full set now. You literally don't even have to bother racing next race.
I haven't got enough heads.
Not enough heads. You're going to have 2 bigger heads for the hat soon.
Oh, God, yeah.
Unbelievable. Very good. Right, so does that mean that who was in 4th? So that was Stuart Oliver in 4th, I believe, that would have now moved up to 3rd place, depending on the gap. So, yeah, so let's go and see if we can't find... I mean, it's one of those weekends, ladies and gentlemen, but nonetheless, I mean, Ryan, you know, first of all, sorry about the time penalties. These things happen.
Michael and Steve did a good job, but the inconsistency. I've got to be careful what I say.
Yes, be careful. Yeah, let's just say look into it.
The inconsistency of Arnie come over the radio said you've had 1 track limit warning. Now, I don't mean to be big-headed.
No.
I don't need to touch track limits.
Well, no, indeed.
And I haven't touched track limits.
Well, there was a time for contesting those in the last race. I literally just said to the guys at home, like, you know, we had about 3 different versions of the last race results. So, you know, obviously there's time to sort that out and have a look into it.
Because we're here to put a spectacle on. Right,
which you definitely did.
If everyone's being treated the same, yes, I understand it. We've not touched anybody all weekend, probably because we haven't had an engine.
You've had two.
Bodywork's just gone. Somebody's bodywork's just gone through my windscreen. But no, I'm not taking anything away from Steve or Michael. Our way they drove. But I think at one point we were 7 seconds behind them. I could have sat in 3rd, minding my own business, and just drove it home. People pay a lot of money to come.
Well, I would say we enjoyed to see the push.
A lot of people come and pay a lot of money to watch racing, and I owe it to them to put a good spectacle on. And when you do, and you close up to front 2, and you pass both at front 2, mysteriously get a 20 second.
Oh no! Well, I'll leave it with you. All right, yeah, better leave it with you. Right, let's go and find out who is currently in 3rd position. Currently in 3rd place, until, you know, for a bit. So, how do you feel to be 3rd place for a bit?
For a bit?
For a bit, wow.
Oh, of course, I never thought I missed their objection and complaint.
But you don't know. I mean, so we've ended up with Steve, then Michael, then you. So Ryan ended up with track limit penalties, so he's behind you effectively. So well done.
Thank you very much. I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah.
I know. Well, obviously the race before was a total.
Yeah.
Not disaster,
but it was a bump. Yeah. But we're okay.
We're okay. We're all good.
Back out.
Good, that's right. Yeah.
Possible trophy. Possible.
Everything's possible.
For now.
So we'll see what happens, and fingers crossed we'll have some more. I could do with another trophy.
Okay, very good. Right, let's just quickly speak then to someone over here in Div 2. Simon Cole. Simon, How's it felt starting to join us up on the podium now? It's a certain nice improvement to the way we do things, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a better format. That it's surprised nobody thought of that earlier in the season.
Yeah, weird. I just kind of went with it, to be honest. But yeah, fair play. I've got to give Gordon Snell, Championship Manager, a shout out. I believe it was his brainchild, so all credit to him, really. And it feels better, looks better. I think the spectators enjoy it as well.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's here. So yeah, it's a good plus to what we've been doing. Yeah.
It really gives you that kind of gratification of being up there, doesn't it? Especially for young Archie. How do you think he's getting on, having that experience of being up there?
Yeah, and he's improving. I can see my rear view mirror, my cameras. He's great off the start already. He just needs the equipment now to go to work with. I think he'd be a force to be reckoned with over the years.
So when's he having your truck then, Simon?
Oh, he's going to bypass this and go.
Go something better.
Yeah, he's going to bypass this and go something better, I would have thought.
That's what we like to investment in the future. Right, Si, thank you very much. Well, let's just in case, because you don't really get to see these things up close very often, let's have a quick walk around, shall we? So let's have a look at the difference between a 26. 8, the old one's the 8, the 26 is the newer one. So confusing. I know it's German, so it makes more sense to them probably. But there we go. So this is the D28. Yeah, you've got the lovely chrome rocker covers there, huge turbo. I only deal with toilet pipes 4 inches wide, but they have exhausts and boost pipes that are of that diameter, which is just massive. I mean, you can see what you can fit down a 4-inch toilet pipe. So God knows how much air you can get into an engine with one of those bad boys. Ian, hello Ian.
Hello mate.
How are you?
Right?
I was just talking about my day job.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, your 4-inch pipes. Nice.
What a race. I mean, John and I were walking over here to Parc Fermé, and literally we saw them go past, and it was Steve Powell, Ryan Smith, and then we carried on a few more steps, and in the next corner we saw them zigzagging back again, and there it is, Ryan Smith for Steve Powell.
Well, the race was great, and I'll tell you something, there's a theme today, because we had it in the pickups as well. The race winner getting time penalties and dropping back, so we had exactly the same with Matt Simpson in the pickups. Dale Gent ended up winning the race after coming over the line in second place. We've just seen it here. Is it going to continue? You never know.
You just don't know.
You cannot take it as anything yet. So
I mean, in the defence of the stewards, I mean, truck limits have been mentioned at pretty much every meeting this season so far. You know, they are of course starting to filter through, and this is what's happening. So you know, I mean, it shouldn't be a surprise, should it?
No, and I think it's going to continue as well.
We've got to look after the grass, man. You know, we've got to think of the lawnmower's job. Of
course, yeah. We don't want to destroy, you know, Jonathan Palmer's pride and joy here, do we? So
I mean, we're trying. I mean, and not just our races, the championships as a whole are trying so hard nowadays to look after the greener part of the planet. You know, I mean, our championship's sponsored by HBO biodiesel, which not a lot of people still know about. All the fuel provided for the trucks is biodiesel, which is, we're trying our best, we're doing bits, you see. But yes, it's all about trying to look after the planet on track and off track.
We do what you can, kind of, because it's probably quite difficult to be overly green with British Truck Racing Championship.
Well, you've got to stay away from the grass. That is a good start.
It is.
Right, I'm going to hand over to you.
Yeah, I will let everybody know what's coming up. Thank you. Well, thank you, sir. Well, thank you, Pointy. More action coming up later for the British Truck Racing Championship still. We've got the first of 2 races coming up next, actually, for the Hyundai Coupe Cup. We are in a lunch break now, so if you're wondering why you're not seeing any cars on track, that is why. So don't worry, you're not missing anything at all. Next race should get underway about 1:45, so half an hour or so. So the lunch break's going to be a little bit shorter. So just stick around, go get yourself a nice bit of lunch, but make sure you do come back. We will be in the assembly area next to catch up with the drivers from the Coupe Cup, and then of course we've still got more action from the pickups to bring you. We've got another Brit Car Trophy Championship race to bring you. We've got another pickup race, and of course more truck racing action, and 2 more MG owners races as well. Still a lot of wall-to-wall racing, so we've got about another 8 races or so to go. So plenty of action. The sun is shining. It's a beautiful day here at Snetterton. We've had some wonderful racing this weekend, and it's not over yet. I'm going to hand back, and next time you see me, we'll be live down at assembly just before the start of the Coupe Cup race. I'll see you soon.
Thanks to Ian and Pointy. Yes, we are now in our lunch break here at Snetterton. We'll be on lunch for just under half an hour before we get the Hyundai Coupe Cup out for our next race this afternoon. That's followed by the second race of the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. Quick hello to a few of our commenters. Hello to, I mentioned Andrew Miller-Swan. Also Elena Wirauska, hope I pronounced that correctly, and Alistair Darrant. They're all volunteer marshals around the UK. Day off for them today, keeping an eye on the stream. So thank you to you for your services around the UK. Hi to Sean Taylor. Seen him on Convoy in the Park, among other things, with his show trucks in the past. Sean, good to see you keeping an eye on things. And hello to Carl Brownsell as well. Of course, Carl's daughter Holly, famous for her cycling efforts in aid of the motor neurone disease campaign last season, supported by Jock Borthwick, being a Scottish truck racer. Hopefully we'll see Jock back out in the British Championship next year. So hi to Carl, Melissa and Holly. Good to see you keeping an eye on the stream as always. So I'm going to take a quick lunch break myself now. We'll be back on air in just under half an hour's time, and hopefully back with Ian when he picks up the OT Publishing Coupe Cup ahead of the first of their 2 races this afternoon. We'll be back with you just before 1:45.
Yes, I mean, just like that, we've come down to the assembly area, and it's the first time this weekend we're going to see the Hyundai Coupe Cup, and this is getting quite spicy as well, this championship. We're going to go over here because Dan Munro, the number 41, he can actually pick up the championship win this weekend. There is still another round to go. This is the penultimate event of the season. We go to Castle Combe on the 5th of October. Dan, can we come and have a quick chat if we can, please? We need to have a talk, because if I'm looking at my maths correctly, you can win the championship today. Is that possible?
So technically, yeah, it's going to be a tall order, of course. Yeah. But so if I either win both races, or I win one and Mark doesn't win the other, then we're in.
Okay, right. I think I've got. That's not too. That's quite possible.
It's doable.
I mean, Mark's on pole, but
Mark is on pole. The plan is to get a blinding start and get hit by the first corner. Bit ambitious, but could happen maybe.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just got to drive the wheels off the car and hope for the best.
Now let's talk about you, because I don't know how old you are, but you look about 12. Mind you, everybody does who's under the age of 30 these days to me. What have you done in your career to get to this point?
So been racing for about 10 years now. So I've been doing a lot of karting.
Yeah.
I did the Snetterton Junior Winter Series and the scholarship back in 2022. I've been racing with, I don't know if you've heard of them, championship called Club 100. Yeah, been racing, doing lots of Club 100. Was 2-time junior champion. Racing at places like Daytona, Milton Keynes, Rye House, all of that, going across country. But yeah,
so you've got quite a bit of experience then already.
The racing experience is there. We're still in the cars a bit, but racing experience is there.
Am I right in thinking here at Snetterton now you have tested here before?
So yeah, we tested here at the start of the year just to get a grip on the car, but it was pouring with rain that day, so we're still doing a little bit of learning, but halfway there.
Halfway there. Dan, thank you. Best of luck, mate, of course, this weekend. And of course, there is still another round to go. Where is Mark? He's over there. A little bit earlier, Mark was getting hugs off this lady, but didn't offer me a hug. Did you, Mark? I'll bring it up. Mark, it's your job to stop him today, isn't it? And you're in prime position to do that.
Yeah, I mean, qualifying went well. So, good start to the day. I haven't raced it before either, so... But yeah, no, I've got to grips with the track, so... Yeah, looking forward to it. Need a win.
My director just asked me, going, did you go to Festival of Speed by any chance?
I did, yes. Yeah.
How long were you there for? Did you go?
Just for one day.
Just for one day. What did you make of it?
Yeah, it's a great day out. Yeah, always go every year if I can. Love it, it's a good day out.
Fantastic. Presenters were pretty good there as well. Thanks, Mark. Good luck today as well. Luca, right, come here. Right, come over to your car, because I've got a little story to say. So this morning, right, these guys qualified, what was it, 9:30 this morning roughly? You guys were out for qualifying?
Yes,
wasn't it? About 9:30.
Yes.
So there I was this morning, about 8 AM, pootling up the A11. And who comes steaming past me in the outside lane in a Volvo with this on the trailer? But you, leaving it a bit late, weren't we?
Yes, we like it a bit risky, you know what I mean? But we were just testing the car in a different way because we couldn't test on Friday, so we were testing it.
It was on the back of a trailer, so you just tested the aerodynamics.
Yes, we were watching the flow. Yeah, we were a little bit late this morning, but you know we had to scrutinize still because we couldn't yesterday.
Yeah.
So it was a bit of a rush, but we made it. We survived. Yeah.
Now look, this season, not quite what you were hoping for, of course, from the highs of last season, but there's some talented guys here, isn't there?
Yeah, there's some very quick people that arrived this year, and I'm very happy to be able to race with them. We are on new suspensions this year, which made a huge difference from how I used to drive last year and how we set up the car. We're just getting the hang of it now, although the results are going a bit backward. But yeah, it hasn't been our season. I still had an amazing amount of time and fun overtakes and moves. Still memorable for me, the 5 wide at church at Thruxton. That was a great one. So yeah, a couple of quick people. I'm personally supporting Mark because we had a couple of scraps last year, and I'm really happy.
Not physical. But
no, not physical. We were very close to each other last year on track. So I'm sort of cheering for him because I would like to see another of my teammates winning. But Danny's been doing well all season. It would be nice to have a fresh rookie winning the series again, just to teach Uncle Wayne and the others that the youngsters can still do it.
Well, Wayne, at the minute, if you're watching, Wayne, hello. I know you're by a pool somewhere, exotic, drinking cocktails and pina coladas or whatnot. So you'd rather be here, wouldn't you, Luca? Come on.
He's just there because he needs to make the rest of the family happy. I'm pretty sure he's thinking about us right now and have a drink for us too. You know what I mean? So enjoy. But
Luca, I just want to talk about the car. We mentioned this last year actually, but of course, new year, new stream. everybody's signed us. Who are these people who've signed it? Are they just sort of random fans, or do some people mean something to you?
It's a mixture of everything. Usually I ask my family and friends and more close people to me to sign the helmet.
Well, I was going to put that there, because don't look at all of the words.
no, unfortunately not. But as I said, there's plenty of kids that just like the car, the appearance of the car, and they ask me if they can come and fiddle with it, and I always let them. There's plenty of marshals that signed the car this year, plenty of random people that just like to come and join and sign the car. The rain has done a little bit of
a little bit of damage.
Erasing this year, but yeah, that's my thing. I like to be able to give back to the motorsport community, somehow making these people feel like they're with me in the car.
We always do, Lee. You're always smiling. It was always nice to come down and talk to you, mate.
It's nice to talk
look, best of luck for the race. Yeah, I'll see you after.
Thank you
and
so
much. Of course,
much.
you've got another race later. I want to talk to this man as well, Max. Let's have a quick chat, because third rookie, by the way, first round at Brands Hatch, wasn't it? It was Brands Hatch, because we spoke there, and already you're on the pace.
Well, it's been a bit of a journey to get here. Even Friday, when we were testing, we've blown an engine, an entire bottom end. So Alex and a few of the other guys at Kersley managed to get a brand new engine into the car, and it seemed to. It's going well so far this morning.
At least you didn't leave it as late as Luca, though, steaming past the A11 at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, funnily enough.
Well, were you quite late as well?
No, actually, it wasn't, because I was just down the road in the hotel. But when I pulled up this morning, I saw Luca flying around a roundabout.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, he got here though. He got in. Look, Max, what a start to your Coupe Cup career it's been already. Best of luck for the race, and we might be chatting on the podium a little bit later. You never know. Fingers crossed indeed. Let's keep going down, shall we? And we've got quite a bit of time. This race is due to get underway at 1:45. We might go a minute or two early, because the lunch break is for the marshals. And can I just say, in that live chat, let's give a little bit of love to the marshals. Sometimes it feels a bit cliche to say, but it really does mean we can go racing, because you can't go racing without them. So, and they don't get paid either. They're doing it off their own back. So thank you so much. Let's just jump in here with the guys, find out how the seasons have been going. How are we doing? All right.
Hello there.
Seasons. How's it been for you?
Up and down.
Yeah.
Yes. Good fun.
What's been a highlight for you this year then?
This year, I haven't really had one. Last year, I was second and third here last year.
Oh, okay, so you like this place, and you
sort of, yeah.
We'll find out this afternoon, won't we?
We go from second and third to the next round to being almost last. So.
Okay. Right, well, look, we'll forget about that. Don't worry. Yeah, don't worry. Go smash it.
It's all about
not literally.
Fun. That's it.
Yes. Well, that's what we like, isn't it? Which has actually been your favourite meeting this season? Because I know you've still got. It's Castle Combe still got to go to.
Yeah.
Haven't you? So, but other than of course coming to Snetterton, we haven't raced yet. But where else have you enjoyed going?
All of them. They've all been good. Brands is good. We've been lucky this year that every race has been dry. Thruxton was a little bit damp.
Yeah.
Thruxton was good because trucks are there, so it's a big crowd.
Yes. Yeah. What's that like actually? Like when you're driving around? Like, do you? I know once you get into the race mode, is it just you don't notice it?
You don't notice it.
No.
But
after you do, when you come to Parc Ferme,
it's quite good fun.
Fantastic. Well, look, best of luck for the race. Really appreciate you talking to us. Let's keep moving around, shall we, and have a look at these cars, because they are pretty special, aren't they? I've got a bit of a soft spot for these cars. Let's go have a quick chat over here, shall we, with the number 9 car. Jump in, and this man here has had a busy time of it this weekend. I'm pretty certain I saw you out yesterday.
Yeah, we had a great few practice laps tomorrow with Uncle Luke's and the Snetterton Saloons. It was very good. Some rocket ships out there though.
There is here at their sharp end as well, isn't there?
Look at the boys at the front. Those were the days when I was down there. But
well, yesterday's race, the Snetterton, that was like a 40-minute race. So actually, you might have a little bit of an advantage over the people.
Well, that's what they've been saying. Yeah, shh, don't tell them all I was here. That's the thing. But yeah, it was good to get that in.
What have you made of your season?
It's been good, yeah. I've done a few other things, but I love the coupe base, so that's good. It's just a great series.
What other things have you been doing?
I race Formula Junior and the Formula Junior series, and I've got back into the MR2s, racing the Mark 1.
I do like them.
They're really, really good, that's been fun. But all three very different cars, you know.
Yeah.
But this old girl is the most forgiving.
It's
the most forgiving, you can take
Why is it so good then, racing in a coupe car?
Well, it's so affordable, a good bunch of lads, and it's just a great camaraderie in the paddock, you know, and it's like a family now, I suppose.
Top man. Look, thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Of course, we're going to be focused on you quite a bit because you're the Snetterton expert here this weekend. So I won't tell anyone. Let's just jump over here, shall we? Have a quick chat as well. We've still got, look, I love this, by the way, look, old Sylvester. Where did the idea for that come from?
Oh, my surname, eh? Yeah, no, yeah, it came from my surname.
Yeah.
And it's always been a big thing. Every family member's got it tattooed on them.
So is that why you've got the yellow as well? It's like the Tweety Pie yellow.
It was kind of the car I got given.
Oh, it was the yellow already.
Yeah, so
it would have been a better story if you said no.
It would have been, but it did add up together with it because I did have a Tweety Pie on there somewhere, but I think the sun destroyed it.
No, I've seen it. I have seen it. It's there.
It's been destroyed now.
You can make it out of shape. Maybe we need time to get a new one.
No problem. Yeah.
Right. Good. Well, good luck for the race. You guys have been told to get in. Let's just get ourselves to the front, shall we? Remember, still a lot coming up throughout the course of the day. This is the first of 2 Coupe Cup races. The drivers have been told to get in the car, so we are going to be going racing very, very shortly. So just stay with us a little bit longer whilst I remind you what else we've got coming up. Of course, 2 Coupe Cup races. We've still got 2 MG Owners Cup races. We've got another pickup truck race to bring you. I believe we've got another truck race, just one more truck race I think to bring you as well, and the Britcar Trophy Championship as well. How you doing there, John? There, it's good to see him. Very nice indeed. My back of my head's a bit wet now. It's very nice. Don't forget, please do hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well at Bark TV and at the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube channel. All the pictures, as I always say this, we've got cameramen dotted all over the place. We've got somebody down at the corner over there. They spend hours, literally 8, 10, 11 hours a day out at the circuit to bring you these pictures. And sometimes as well, there's certain circuits we go to, certainly we were at Croft last week, and once you get into the infield, you're stuck there. You're literally stuck there all day, so they have to find a porta cabin or something to go to the toilet. So a big thank you to the team. Please hit like, please hit that subscribe button, and the live chat's open as well. I know Dave is giving shout outs, so if you've got a friend or family member here today, or you just want to show a bit of support for the drivers, please do put that comment in. The drivers do go back and watch the stream as well, so they will see your comments. Right, it is almost time to go racing. There is Mark on pole position, Dan Munro. He just said there, didn't he, if he wins both races, he essentially wins the championship here with 1 round to spare. That will take place at the 5th of October at Castle Combe, but it could be settled today. The gate is open, the engines are about to fire up. We are going racing here at Snetterton for the Hyundai Coupe Cup. I'm going to hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Well, thanks very much indeed, Ian. You timed that well, just as I was finishing my lunch break there, as we get ready for the first of 2 races for the OT Publishing Hyundai Coupe Cup. It is technically a series, not a championship, so there's no points awarded on this first of 2 races. Qualifying took place, as we heard, this morning, and this will be a 15-minute race for the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres. We caught a glimpse of the championship of the series founder, John Winter, during that session in the assembly area. Founded the series back in 2013. Well, the 2 men who have pretty much divided up the wins between them so far this year on the front row. Mark Ridout's car number 2, alongside Dan Munro in the number 41. Second row, Max Papworth. Changed engines yesterday in his car, number 97, the ex-Carter. Great to see him well up there in 3rd, alongside Luca Staccini and Zanello on row 2. Row 3, number 12, Matthew Watson, and 10 is Ben Wilkinson. I know Ben was struggling to get the budget together to race this weekend, so good to see he's there. 4th row, 51, Paul Lorry, and 43, Adam Jones. Completing the top 10, a more experienced name in this series, the number 5, Michael Evans, alongside 78, Jacob Sylvester. Eddie O'Kane, the Irishman, number 9, alongside 26, Roger Owens on row 6. Row 7, number 18, Ian Brunning, and number 8 of Gary Hobbs. And row 8, 46, Mark Worsley, and Spencer Hirons in 65. 16 cars out there in total for this 15-minute race in identical as possible 2-litre Hyundai Coupes from all 3 generations of Hyundai's Coupe, aimed at the newcomer to car racing. Quite a few karting graduates out there, as we've seen. Dan Munro, the ex-Ginetta Junior and kart racer, had 2 wins a couple of weeks ago at Brands Hatch, holding off Mark Ridout each time. So I suspect it's going to be those 2, plus Luca Staccini, probably battling for the win here. There they are on the grid. It is Mark Ridout, the orange car on pole. Black and white of Dan Munro alongside him. Seen the signed car, literally, of Luca Staccini in the assembly area alongside the black machine of Max Papworth. Matt Watson is in the purple car. Ben Wilkinson in white and blue. His father Peter used to race in a Peugeot 306, mainly down at Brands Hatch in years gone by. Look out for Michael Evans, the yellow and purple car, the Cadbury's Caramel car, as I call it. And Paul Lorry just ahead of him in white, purple, orange and turquoise. Very fetching colour scheme for the XMR2 racer. Used to race alongside John Winter, the founder of this series. Now over 10 years since the first Hyundai Coupes took to the track. There were just 4 of them in the first ever Hyundai Coupe races. Took place at Rockingham back in 2013. They ran mixed in with the MR2 racing series. Likes of Simon Miles and Adam Shale were out there. John Winter raced in that first race. I think he was the first Hyundai home. First of 2 races this afternoon. They have one meeting to go in October at Castle Combe in Wiltshire, as we've heard. Matthew Watson, the purple car. There's Wilkinson behind him. Paul Lorry. Roger Owens, that's Adam Jones, sorry, number 43 in the silver and black car. Roger Owens in the similarly coloured car further back, number 26. Good to have Adam Jones back. Had a couple of wins at Silverstone a few years ago. Spencer Hirons at the back, that's the Generation 3 Coupe. The only modifications needed, the safety equipment such as the roll cages and so on. Safety harnesses, they're kept as standard as possible. The Hyundai Coupes, to keep things level. The results down to the skills of the driver. You can even arrive and drive hire one of these cars, some teams offer. They head round on their green flag lap. Michael Evans and Jacob Sylvester, the yellow cars there. Eddie O'Kane, the O'Kane Irish Foods car. He got some extra practice in yesterday. He was in the Snetterton Saloons race. The 45-minute pit stop race finished at the back of the field, but all good practice for today. Shout-outs coming in. Max Coates is still watching. He says good luck to Dan Munro. Quick hello to Matty Evans Racing as well. He was here for the Brit car race earlier on, I think. Matty Evans. He's competed in a variety of endurance series over the years, including GT Cup and various events in Lamborghinis and BMWs. Matty, based in the West Midlands. Do keep your comments coming in. Dean Rapp also says good luck to Dan Munro. He's certainly got plenty of support here. Be a standing start for this one. Not sure why Lucas Staccini has his hand in the air there. Is he waving the rest of the grid to close the gap up so he doesn't have to sit for too long? We've dropped away a bit there. Past the timekeeper's office on the left of the circuit there, with the Snetterton landmarker, the red phone box next to it. I assume that's in years gone by, in the pre-internet days, how reporters phone through to Autosport and so on. Getting the reports in for the week's magazines. Spencer Hirons will be the last man to line up. And the marshal will signal all is well from the back of the grid with the green flag. Then the red lights will come on once the 5-second board has been displayed. So the revs begin to rise then. The OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres. Red lights come on. Mark Ridout and Dan Munro on the front row of the grid. Here they go. Decent start by Matthew Watson up the inside there in the purple number 12. Everybody's away cleanly. Now, has Mark Ridout got the advantage from pole position over Dan Munro into the first corner? I think he just about has the orange car on the inside. Ridout's got the lead. Watson up into third place from the third row of the grid. Luca Staccini's caught on the outside. Max Papworth in there from third on the grid is down to fourth. Bit of a lock-up there for Munro and the 41 car. Ben Wilkinson on the inside in the number 10. And we're all making it round the hairpin okay so far. Roger Owens running a little bit wide there in the 26 car alongside the 46, which is Mark Worsley, the green machine. It's Mark Ridout who has the lead ahead of Dan Munro. Papworth is in third place. He's got ahead of Matt Watson coming out of the hairpin, side by side. That's Gary Hobbs, the yellow car there, number 8, alongside the 43 of Adam Jones. Dan Munro to the inside as they come into Agostini. Is he going to take the lead under braking? They're side by side on the entry. Everybody round okay so far. A bit of a lock-up there for Roger Owens. It is Dan Munro that has taken the lead this first race for the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres here at Snetterton. The black and white machine has the lead. Luca Staccini getting through into fourth place now ahead of Matt Watson. Watson's car looking a bit unsettled there as they go into Agostini ahead of Wilkinson. Lorry behind him. Paul Lorry in the number 51 car. Into the back straight they go then. The Kersley Motorsport Run car of Dan Munro has the lead. Alex Kersley, of course, a regular winner in this series over the years. Now looking after, as well as his cars in this series, his son Harvey's junior saloon car racing. Down the Bentley straights. Out of the slipstream comes Mark Ridout trying to get around the outside. He won't get through there. Dan Munro just holding the lead. Max Papworth up there in third, looking for his first podium. Only his second weekend in the series. Fourth place, Luca Staccini, the Italian. Out of the bomb hole up towards Coram. The gap back to fifth place. And Matt Watson's dropping back. He's down to seventh now behind Wilkinson and Lorry. Two leaders nose to tail. These two have never been more than a few feet apart, I don't think, on track all season in 2024, Munro and Ridout. Do they come to complete the opening lap? Well, Matthew Watson got a great start, was up into third place briefly, but now he's dropped back down to seventh. He's got Eddie O'Kane just behind him as they come over the line, as Dan Munro holds the inside line ahead of Mark Ridout. The gap was less than 0.2 of a second at the line. All 16 cars around the first lap A-OK. Into the hairpin for the second time. Papworth trying to get up the outside. Here comes Staccini on the inside in the number 218 car. The man from Perugia. It's still Max Papworth in another of the Kersley Motorsport Run cars who holds that third place. Wilkinson fifth, then side by side for sixth with Matthew Watson in the pink liveried car fighting back. Is it pink or purple? Hard to say. Chasing Paul Lorry for sixth. Papworth holding third place on the inside from Staccini in the 218s. A lock up there from Eddie O'Kane just behind Matthew Watson. The O'Kane Irish Foods car being chased by Michael Evans, number 5, then Ian Brunning. Adam Jones, a fairly quiet return to the series for him. He's been a race winner in the past. Through Oggies go the leaders up towards the right at Williams, then into the Bentley straight for the second time. And Paul Lorry up the inside there, got a bit out of shape at Oggies. Did he miss a gear there? Seemed to slow. He's got Matthew Watson on his tail. Then it is O'Kane. He's chased by Evans and Ian Brunning. They round out the top 10 at the moment. And getting onto the grass there in the background, Mark Worsley, the number 46. I believe he was going to spin it there. Just about holds on to the green machine. Spencer Hirons and Roger Owens were behind him as Dan Munro continues to set the pace in this first race for the OT Publishing Coupe Cup here at Snetterton. Toyo tyres squealing as they come through. Nelson running wide there. Adam Jones, the number 43. Not to be confused with the XBTCC driver of the same name. Through towards Coram. A lock up there, big lock up from Max Papworth. He's pushing hard to try and stay ahead of Luca Staccini and go after the leaders. Across the line they come at 1/3 distance, and it is Munro who leads from by 0.28 of a second ahead of Ridouts. Papworth in third, Staccini's in the fastest lap, 2:27.332. Now is Mark Ridout going to try and attack for the lead as they come down towards the hairpin? This is a repeat of Brands Hatch. They've picked up where they left off, with Ridout all over the back of Dan Munro all the time. And now Papworth under fire from Staccini. 72 miles an hour average around the Snetterton 300 circuits. He's going for the inside there at Palmer. They're side by side. Up towards Agostini. Now, has Staccini got that third place? Well, have the inside line into Agostini. Can he make the move stick? Up the inside goes the Italian, and he certainly can. Luca Staccini in the signatured car up into third place. Get back to Wilkinson next in the order, then it's Paul Lorry. Trying to fight back is Max Papworth. Gets a slightly better exit there from Williams onto the Bentley straights. So they've split into pairs here. Munro and Ridout at the front, then Papworth and Staccini fighting for third place. Staccini having taken the place, coming through towards Agostini. Through the bomb hole they go. Max Papworth looking for his first podium. It's only his third race in the Coupe Cup, and moved up from karting. This series marketed as the ideal first step into saloon car racing. Gap back to Wilkinson in fifth, then Paul Lorry, Matthew Watson, Eddie O'Kane, Michael Evans and Ian Brunning. That was your top 10 at the end of the previous lap. I think Watson has got ahead of Lorry this time through. Yes, he has. Into the hairpin. Just over 7 minutes of the race to go, so already past half distance in this first race of the day for the Coupe Cup. Munro with a new fastest lap, 2:26.175. Staying ahead of Mark Ridout. There's Ben Wilkinson a bit further back in P5. He's nearly 4 seconds behind the top four, though. The Bezo Motorsports Hyundai Coupe. You can follow Bezo Motorsport on social media. Matthew Watson next, then it's Paul Lorry. There's Eddie O'Kane, the white and maroon car. Then Michael Evans, the number 5. Ian Brunning ahead of Adam Jones. So the wipers going on Jones' car there for a moment. It's not raining here at Snetterton, is it? Gary Hobbs coming under fire from the 78. That's Jacob Sylvester, complete with Sylvester the cat on the bonnet. Through towards Hamilton they come. Behind these two are Worsley, Roger Owens and Spencer Hirons at the back of the field. Jacob Sylvester tries to get the cut back, and he's helped there because Hobbs goes wide, gets a wheel on the grass, and Jacob Sylvester goes through and up into 12th position. Just over half a second in it for the lead. There is Michael Evans. Followed his father Alan into the Coupe Cup. Alan used to race the red and gold Alan Man Racing lookalike Coupe. Still Dan Munro ahead of Mark Ridout. The gap was around half a second. Let's see what it is across the line this time. Well, Ridout's getting closer. It won't be half a second. It's down to less than 2/10 because Ridout's just done new fastest lap, 2:25.719. Is he going to attack into the hairpin, I wonder, in the KJS Body Shop sponsored orange coupe? Mark Ridout from Wimborne in the southwest. Dan Munro from Luton in Bedfordshire, and the Luton man holds the inside line through the hairpin. Just keeps the lead in the Kersley Motorsport car. Leaving it tight to the inside. What can Mark Ridout do here to try and unseat Dan Munro from the lead? Was beaten twice by Munro at Brands Hatch last time out. Up the inside, Ridout pulls out to have a look. Down the inside, very close there into Agostini. But Munro moves across. You're not getting past me without a fight, he says. Mark Ridout moves back across to try and take the inside line for the right-hander. The right-hander that's Oggies and Williams. Something fallen off underneath Mark Ridout's car. Just a bit of trim, I think, just hanging loose, or possibly a little bit of debris picked up in the front bumper. At the inside, oh, it's a bit more of a robust move this time from Mark Ridout. Nearly onto the grass there down the inside. This is not Rallycross, this is the Hyundai Coupe Cup. Ridout alongside. He's got to get the move done before the end of the straight because Munro's going to be on the inside line for the left-hander. And Lucas Daccini says, OK, if you're going to battle each other, I'll try and pass both of you. Munro keeps his lead. Ridout didn't get the move done by the end of the straight, so Munro did have the inside line for Brundle. Great race developing between these three now. Daccini, I don't think, has had a win this year, so he'll be hungry. Typical passionate Italian racing driver. Ridout with the fastest lap of 2:25.719. Less than 3 minutes to go now, so they'll get a couple more laps out of this. The black and white warning flag is out for car number 2. That's Mark Ridout, so he's been given a warning for driving standards there. Possibly for that lunge into Williams' corner, so he needs to be careful here. He does not want to risk a penalty. We seem to have lost Max Papworth for the further back, the black number 97 car. He's not come through on that lap, so we think we've lost the young gun somewhere. Meanwhile, we keep an eye on our lead battle with Mark Ridout all over the back of Dan Munro. He moves to the inside, to the outside. Driving these things like a couple of carts here. Most of these drivers making the moves up from karting over the last few years. Mark Worsley has pulled into the pits, I can tell you, in the number 46. We saw him nearly have a spin earlier on coming out of Williams' corner. We don't know where Max Papworth is, unfortunately. We'll have a look for any yellow flags out on circuit, see if he's stopped somewhere. 3 leaders still line astern. Daccini just looking on from 3rd place. These 3 nearly 7 seconds clear of Ben Wilkinson, who's now up to P4. Looking for his best results in only his 2nd weekend in the category. Through Williams' corner, no lunging from Mark Ridout this time. Down towards the bridge once again on Bentley Straight. He'll be coming round to start their final lap this time. Again, dodging about there, Mark Ridout to try and take the lead. Which side's he going to go? He's not going to get the chance, he's not close enough. Out of Nelson up towards the bomb hole. Right on the limit there, you can hear the tyres squealing, the Toyo tyres. Daccini just over half a second further back, so less than a second covers the top 3. They come round to start their last lap this time. There's a battle further back. This is Roger Owens and the number 8. He just got past Gary Hobbs in the number 8 car. Leaders into their final lap now. They'll have seen the last lap signal. That's the signal for Mark Ridout to attack, and attack as hard as he can on the back of Dan Munro. Goes to the outside into the hairpin. He could set the car up for the inside for Palmer, the left-hander, if he plays his cards right. No, he bobs back in behind. He's not going to get round the outside on the hairpin to get the line he needs. Still your leader is Dan Munro, an absorbing contest, just as we saw at Brands Hatch between these two. But one false move, if they trip over each other, Luca Staccini is ready to take the lead from them. Final lap of the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres here at Snetterton. Race number 1, trying to go around the outside is Mark Ridout. He's up alongside Dan Munro. It's been an impressive move if he can pull it off. Goes a bit wide over the curbs. I don't think he's going to get round there. He keeps his foot in though, up alongside Dan Munro, up towards Hamilton for the left-hander. Dan Munro has the line in the number 41 and he keeps the lead. Must be getting a little bit tense in there though, with Mark Ridout having tried every trick in the book to get past him. Luca Staccini now closing up, so he gets a wheel onto the grass there. I thought Ridout was going to get a run on the inside into Williams, but no. 41 car takes the line. They could go 3 wide here into Brundle if Staccini is ready to take the risk. You can see Munro moving to the inside to inhibit any attack from Mark Ridout. Good defensive work by Dan Munro. Is he going to hang on for another victory? 3 leaders line astern. This is great stuff. Through the bomb hole for the last time, up towards the right-hander at Coram. Now, are we going to see Mark Ridout zap him into the last corner? Is he going to surprise Dan Munro, or is he going to slipstream him on the straight maybe? Here they come, up towards Murray's corner. Munro defends the line, he's locked up a little. This could give Ridout the momentum he needs if he can get in the slipstream. He could pull out on the run to the line and snatch the victory. This is going to be close, they could finish side by side. Here comes Mark Ridout. He's in the slipstream, so is Staccini. The checkered flag is inside, and Munro has just held it. Terrific finish. 0.141 of a second, the winning margin for Dan Munro ahead of Mark Ridout, and Staccini was right behind them as well. The top 3 covered by 3/4 of a second. Matthew Watson comes in 4th. He got ahead of Ben Wilkinson. Paul Lorry 6th, then O'Kane, Michael Evans, Adam Jones and Ian Brunning round out the top 10. Then it was Jacob Sylvester. Then a gap back to, it should be Roger Owens home next. Apologies for not really picking up on the battles further down the top 10, but that was such an absorbing lead battle we couldn't look away from it. Owens comes home 12th, Gary Hobbs is 13th. Spencer Hirons will be the final finisher, I think. Yes, here he comes out of the final corner. He finishes 14th. We lost Max Papworth there, unfortunately. We didn't see where he went. And Mark Worsley pulled into the pits. Provisional result then, very close indeed. Dan Munro takes his latest victory over Mark Ridout by 0.141 of a second. Luca Staccini a further just over half a second back. They were nearly 10 seconds clear of Matthew Watson in 4th place, who yo-yoed up and down the top 10. Ben Wilkinson a fine 5th ahead of Paul Lorry and Eddie O'Kane. Much more experienced names behind young Ben there. Michael Evans 8th ahead of Adam Jones. A quiet race for him on his return to the series. Ian Brunning completing the top 10. Then Sylvester, Owens, Hobbs and Hirons were the final finishers. Max Papworth and Mark Worsley were non-finishers. Let's head down to Parc Fermé with Ian.
Oh, I love it. 0.7 of a second is the difference between the top 3. Dan, you weathered some heavy pressure there, didn't you?
Yeah, that was a brilliant race. Yeah. Oh, jeez.
I saw you and Mark side by side coming down Agostini.
Oh.
You know, but you knew you were going to stick it, right?
We were side by side more times than I can remember. I was a little bit nervous when he's about half a car length in front of me, and I got a little bit nervous, but just managed to hold on. It was very close race, and it was a brilliant race to be in.
I got to say, it looked very respectful between you two as well out there.
Yeah, it was. We had I mean, you know, this race, I had a couple little nibbles here and there with each other, but nothing major.
Yeah, but these cars are made for that, aren't they?
They are absolute tanks. They're brilliant.
Dan, one step closer to the championship, mate. Congratulations, well done. Let's have a quick chat with Mark. And Mark, boy oh boy, I know it's not quite the result you wanted, but you put on a show for us there.
Yeah, I mean, he defended well, to be fair. Plenty of times I was sort of up alongside and nearly had the job done, and he just managed to do what he needed to stay in front, so he did a good job, to be fair.
We're looking forward to you guys going at it again a little bit later. Is there anything that you think there was a little chink in the armour you think you might be able to exploit next time?
Not really. He did do a lot wrong, to be fair.
Great race between you two. Congratulations, well done. We're going to grab a word with Luca in a second. Let's just move around a little bit, shall we? He's just having a quick chat. He came in third place, didn't he, Luca? Actually, it looks like Luca might have had a knock or two. Look at that. I'm sure that's not supposed to be like that. That's what we love about racing, isn't it? These Hyundai Coupes, they can take a little bit of a battering as well. Now, actually in assembly, Wayne Rocket, we mentioned he's on holiday. As soon as we'd got off air, I had some pictures sent from Wayne Rocket. He sent me some pictures. He is enjoying himself on holiday. So Wayne, if you're watching, I hope you're having a lovely time, mate. You are missed, of course. And I know he's just messaged Dave Goddard as well. So there you go. He's having a good time. I'm just having a look at some of these on here. Go for it. It says. I've got to be careful what I read, because there was one or two words on the front that I couldn't possibly repeat, so I won't do that. Luca, congratulations, mate, third place. That was a great result. Nice, yeah. Well, I've had a few and I'm a bit damp now anyway, so never mind. How was it?
It was good. It was good. It's nice to, as I was saying before, to finally find my feet a little bit again after a very intense season. Yeah. I was with the pack. Terrible start as usual, but for the people that like me, they know that I am terrible.
Yeah, I know, do for show.
Hey, otherwise it would be simple, you know, you start from first win. No, we need to put some spectacle for the people at home. But no, jokes aside, I was with the pack. I managed to, after I overtook Max Papworth, there were a couple of very good battles with him. So I got past him, and there were a couple of occasions where I could have sent a move. But I thought to myself, I already had my fair share of fun last year. These guys here are fighting for the championship, so it would be weird to have a random Italian to get the scene again. So I said, I'm going to mind my business just for this race, and we'll see what happens.
Well, you were hanging in there, 0.7 of a second between you three over the line. That just goes to show how close it was. And I actually think maybe a couple more laps, because it looked at one point like you not dropped back, but you just a little bit. And then it looked like, right, last couple of laps, I'm going to try and pressure them into a mistake. Is that what you're trying to, rather than actually making a lunge, were you trying to think, look, if I can get their mirrors full of me, they might put a wheel out?
I honestly just minded my business for this one, because I was like, as I said, there were plenty of occasions where after I caught up with the pack that I were like, all right, I want to send it here. But then here at the last corners, I was trying to stay a bit on my end, because you never know what happens. If they crash themselves out of the race and I'm in P1, that's perfect. But you know, it's 3 wide in certain areas. You don't want to interfere too much with a championship. So as I said, next race, if there's a proper gap for me, I'm not gonna be this polite anymore, let's say.
Yes, that's what we like to hear. Let's turn number 3 into a 1, shall we? Yeah. Okay, well done, mate. Congratulations, thank you so much for talking to us. Next race is they're actually on track already, so time to go racing for the MG owners. So I'm going to hand back to Dave to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, race 2 coming up for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club. Must say hello to Wayne Rocket, messaging us from his holiday in Cyprus. Should be here at Snetterton, Rocket Man. Points out that Ben Wilkinson and Matthew Watson are in his old cars that he won the series in. One from 2019 and one from 2022. Racing drivers never really retire, Mr. Rocket. We'll see you back out soon, and Johnny as well. Thanks for getting in touch from your break in Cyprus. We'll give you the grid shortly for our next race, the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. Reads like this. It's again an all McDermott front row, because this grid's set by the second fastest time for each driver from the qualifying session this morning. Not this morning, yesterday afternoon, I should say, the qualifying session was. So the McDermott's on the front row, Steve ahead of his son Jake once again. Second row, Melinda Golhar and Tony Wigley. Josh Addison, who failed to finish earlier on, is on row 3 alongside Andy Priest. Then Jimmy Work and Riley Price on row 4. Henry Sharp now taking the wheel of the number 85 car. He qualified in session, so I think he's going to start. Yes, he'll start from row 5 alongside Luke Boniface, taking over from Ed Sharp in the 85 car. Row 6, 55 G Warner and number 3 Adrian Olsen. On row 7 we've got number 76, which is Darren Leonard. He's in the ZS Saloon alongside the first of the Class A cars. That's David Amphlett. He needs a class win here to keep his championship hopes alive. Number 1, Will Sharp, starts alongside 11 of Chris Millard. Then 172, Bob Fisher, and number 18, Jack Chapman, round out the grid. We didn't see Jack Chapman, the man from Essex, in race 1, so he has to start from the back of the grid this time. I think he missed qualifying and missed the first race, so he comes out for the first time here. We caught up with some of the drivers a short time ago. Cars on their green flag lap very shortly.
Yes, hello everybody, welcome back to the assembly area. Almost time to go racing for the second race of the day for the MG owners. Remember, they do have a third race. That's the final race coming up later this afternoon. That's the rerun, essentially. They had a race at Cadwell which was cancelled, so they're going to bolt it onto this one. Somebody we didn't get a chance to speak to after our session was Andy, so we're just sorry, I'm going to be really rude here. Sorry, Matt, I'm going to be really rude and jump in and steal Andy, if that's alright. Andy, let's get the red carpet out if we could for Andy here. Andy, we didn't get a chance to catch up after race 1, so apologies about that, but how was it for you?
Yeah, it's good. I got a nice long interview with the racetrack, so no, it was fine.
No, but come on, this one's better.
Well, you shouldn't be this last time, so you know.
Andy, I'll never do that to you. How's your season going?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a mixed bag to a degree, but I've had some luck, I've had some bad luck, and yeah, it's mega close now between myself, Jake and Riley as well, so you know, anything can happen still. We've still got 2 races left. Jake's looking really strong this weekend.
He is, isn't he?
Yeah, he's quick round here.
So ran away with it with Steve.
Yeah, exactly. So I just couldn't keep with them. I've only been here once before, so I've got, you know, I'll get my excuse with that one.
That's page 42, I think.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I went a lot quicker than I did in quali, so I was definitely quicker this morning. So see,
you're going to be even quicker this race. Yeah,
we'll try. We'll try. See how it goes.
Andy, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck, mate. Hope to see you top 3 a little bit later as well. Right, time is ticking. Almost time to go racing, and for the MG owners, second race of the day here at Snetterton. Dave, over to you.
Thanks, Ian. The cars on their green flag lap then just coming down the Bentley straights. Steve McDermott on pole, looking to win the overall championship once again. Can David Amphlett stop him? Not if Will Sharp will have any say here in his MGB. Looking towards the back of the grid there, I can't see number 18 Jack Chapman, so he may not be there after all. We've just got the 4 MGBs towards the back of the grid. There is Amphlett, the black car. Will Sharp in the red car with the black stripe. Number 11 is Chris Millard. Bob Fisher at the back in the 172. It's the sharp end of the grid, the McDermott family. 1 and 2 on the grid once again. Great to see Jake racing with his dad, and very successfully as well this season. Jake McDermott 4th in the Class Z points. The best finish he's had is a 2nd behind Steve at Mallory Park earlier this year. Had a couple of seconds at Mallory Park, in fact. Winners so far this year. Andy Priest had a couple of wins at Brands Hatch at the season opener. Steve McDermott won the only race at Cadwell Park. As you mentioned, the second one was postponed due to heavy rain. That takes place at the end of today's programme instead. Steve McDermott then won both races at Mallory Park, both at Castle Combe, but had an accident at Thruxton. And it was Jonathan Candler on his return to the series and Rob Addison, Josh Addison's father, who took the wins on that occasion. And then Steve was back to winning ways in the 2 races at Donington. Starts alongside Jake. In terms of Class A, Lewis Saunders has had 4 wins this year. He's not here this weekend. Will Sharp had a win at Cadwell Park. David Amphlett won both at Mallory. At Thruxton it was Will Sharp won both, and then Jim Bainham won both at Donington, the great MG racing veteran. He's not here this weekend, the great Jim Bainham. He may well be here off track, but not racing this weekend, sadly. Waiting for the red lights to go on then. 20 minutes for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. Just awaiting the all clear from the marshals at the back. But one of our marshals coming back onto the grid, I've just noticed there. Is somebody lined up in the wrong place, possibly? Yeah, they're just getting the MGBs into line at the back. Now we noticed a few tactics from the Sharp family towards the back. A bit of sharp practice, you might say, in race number 1 at the head of the Classic division. The red lights have come on then, ready for race number 2, and away they go. Good start by Andy Priest there from a bit further back among the ZRs, but it's the McDermitts who lead towards the first corner. A better start this time by Maninder Golhar. He goes through with the front row and having a look up the inside. Andy Priest trying to get past Riley Price, who's made another rapid getaway from the outside. He's up to 4th. Maninder Golhar, of course, earlier on got a lot of wheel spin and dropped back, but he's going for 2nd place here on the inside of Jake McDermott. He'll go through into the hairpin. And Jake McDermott up there on the outside already, throwing it around the outside is Henry Sharp in the green number 85 car. Gets over the curbs there, but it is Steve McDermott who has held his lead in this great swarm of ZRs at the front of the field. I suppose if they were classic MGs, they'd be a swarm of bees. But anyway, it's the ZRs at the sharp end of the pack, and out in front it is Steve McDermott from Maninder Golhar in 2nd place. Jake McDermott 3rd. Another great start by Riley Price up to 4th ahead of Andy Priest. Bit of place swapping there in the midfield. That's Luke Boniface up the inside, just clips the side of Josh Addison. A little bit of bodywork damage there, but they've kept it going. That's Adrian Olsen in behind on the black and yellow number 3 car. Draws alongside Boniface, trying to go around the outside. He won't get round there into Hamilton corner. Well, a rather frantic start there for the ZRs. We'll keep an eye towards Class A as well. Maninder Golhar with a much better start this time in the number 29 car, as they stream their way onto the Bentley straight for the first time. Now, who's leading Class A for the Classic machines? We'll have a look back in a moment as they come down the straight. I think it's Will Sharp at the front of the Classics. Yes, it is. It's on the tail of Darren Leonard there. Bit of a lock-up there for Maninder Golhar. This could allow Jake McDermott to attack. Steve McDermott starting to check out at the front of the field in his ZR. Riley Price 4th, then it's Priest 5th, and looks like Tony Wigley in 6th place. Finished 3rd on the road in race 1, but was penalised to 4th for exceeding track limits, so he'll want to get his first podium in the championship here. Henry Sharp having a good run up there in the number 85 car, shared with Eddie, who was out in that car in race 1. They come through to complete lap number 1. Somebody kicking up the dust there coming out of Murray's. McDermott leads by 1.7 seconds over Maninder Golhar. The Golhar family, as we mentioned, have been racing since the days of the Maestros. I did have a message from Anthony Bate earlier on as well, saying he's still got his MG Maestro, hoping to be out with that car next year. So they're still out there. Jake McDermott in 3rd place. Josh Addison hasn't come through, so maybe that knock he got from Luke Boniface has damaged his car. So he hasn't come through on that lap, unfortunately. So maybe he has retired. 58 is Tony Wigley, challenging for 5th position. Getting the tighter line there, Jake McDermott trying to attack for 2nd place on the back of Golhar. They come down towards Agostini. I think the safety car is being scrambled for the first time this weekend. Yes, safety car boards and yellow flags, so the safety car is coming out. First safety car we've had this weekend. I would assume the only car that's not come through is Josh Addison. There he is. He stopped on the exit of Murray's. I saw dust being kicked up there. We didn't see who it was, so that must have been what happened. Josh Addison's had a moment there. He stopped on the edge of the track, so the safety car brought out to allow his car to be safely removed. Bit of a disastrous weekend for Josh. Great shame for one of the young guns of the championship. Comes from Bury St Edmunds in Suffolk, so on one of his local circuits this weekend. There is the safety car. That will pick up the race leader. It's former BMW racer Evelyn Buanik driving the safety car this weekend, as she often does around the UK. Used to race in the Kumho BMW Championship for many years, Evelyn. Well, there's our Class A leader, number 1, Will Sharp. If he wins the class here, if he beats David Amphlett, that could spell the end of Ampflett's championship hopes, and could hand the overall championship to Steve McDermott if he wins the race. Darren Leonard behind him, the only MG ZS in the race. I remember Harjinder Bambre used to race one of those, and it was diesel powered as well. The yellow flag out, the safety car has picked up the race leader. Hopefully, as it's a fairly long lap here, we'll do just the one lap while Josh Addison's car is cleared. We didn't see what's happened to him, unfortunately. And then we can get back to green flag racing. There's still 14 minutes on the clock. McDermott from Maninder Golhar. It's the best result Maninder's had this year. He had a second place behind Rob Addison at Thruxton. He was third. No, he was second in both races, sorry, at Thruxton. One behind Jonathan Candler, the returnee. Thruxton circuit where Maninder has always shone. Can he get a win here? There's the pickup truck in position to tow Josh Addison's car. Possibly just straight back across into the pit lane there to get it out of the way. And there's Henry Sharp, the 85. Used to race a Porsche 924 several years ago. Ah, that might be what's happened to Josh Addison. Jimmy Work, I've noticed, is towards the back of the field. They must have tangled coming through Murray's. Jimmy Work is normally up towards the front of the field. Just keeping it steady through Oggies and Williams, keeping their tyres warm, these Toyo tyres. There's David Amphlett. He needs to get a move on to try and challenge Will Sharp. There's Chris Millard, third of the MGBs in the number 11. Lights are still on atop the safety car at the moment. Are we going to do another lap, I wonder? There's the 85, the Sharp family car. The other Sharp family car, there it is, lurking behind Adrian Olsen. Now I can hear revs just beginning to rise, so have the lights gone out atop the safety car? There's Bob Fisher at the back, the 172. It looks like we are going racing again, yes, because Steve McDermott starting to back the field up, ready for a restart, and he'll try and anticipate it here. So well done to the marshals and the recovery crew. They've got Josh Addison's car off the track and the safety car pulling into pit lane. Time to go racing once again with just under 11.5 minutes of this Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship race to go. The green flag waves and we are back underway. Down towards Rich's corner. There you go then, Steve McDermott from Maninder Golhar. Jake McDermott in third place. Those three ahead of Riley Price, Andy Preece. Sixth is Tony Wigley. Then Henry Sharp up to 7th place from the 5th row of the grid. Boniface Olsen and Will Sharp, the Class A leader, rounds out the top 10. They swing their way through the hairpin. All away cleanly on this restart. There's Luke Boniface, the grey car. Will Sharp's got ahead of the 76 car, which is Darren Leonard's MG ZS. The ZS trying to fight back though. Just about any MG you like you can race in this championship. Will Sharp trying to put distance between himself and David Amphlett because, of course, the Class A championship's still open going into this weekend. But Leonard fights back. The more modern machine pulls back ahead. Behind them, Jimmy Work in the 82 car. And then the other three MGBs of Millard, Fisher and... just Millard and Fisher. We haven't got the other classic MGs this weekend. No Mark Rihorski, no Gary Puxty, no Lewis Saunders, of course. He's had 4 wins this year. He won both at Brands Hatch at the season opener, had 2 wins at Castle Combe in the class as well. Quick hello to his dad, Ralph Saunders, who's looking on. Jimmy Work attacking Will Sharp. Now, Will would probably be okay with letting the ZR get by him there. They're running in different classes. Yes, he almost lets him go through there. He knows the ZR is much quicker. He's got his own class battles to fight. There's a nice little train developing there for 4th place. Price, Priest and Wigley. And Inda Golhar coming under fire now from Jake McDermott as well. There's the fight for 4th. Didn't have the best qualifying, Riley Price, the number 17, the man from Leicester, but made a good start up into 4th place. And that lurid pink and blue livery. Chased by Andy Priest. 2 wins to his name this year at Brands Hatch. 2nd in the Z-Class points. Behind Priest, we've got Tony Wigley, the newcomer to the championship. It's battle for 2nd now. Golhar under fire from Jake McDermott, who wants to make it a family 1-2 again. Down towards the hairpin. He's going to try and go around the outside and get the car set up for the left at Palmer's. Doesn't quite get the nose down the inside of Golhar. Now tries again, jinks across. All the time they are losing time to Steve McDermott. This is all playing into his hands. He can take another win here. And this will put him on course for another championship title. Riley Price still 4th. You can see the right front of Golhar's car taped together after a bit of contact earlier on. Andy Priest, the 87, still holding 5th place, chased by Tony Wigley. Henry Sharp staying with them in the 85 car. Race leader has done the fastest lap of the race, 2:20.141. Tony Wigley closing up on Andy Priest for 5th position. Still got 7.5 minutes of this race to go. Henry Sharp in the green machine in the background there, he's 7th. The leaders swing their way through out of Nelson towards the bomb hole. Luke Boniface still in 8th, and a gap back to Adrian Olsen. It's Leonard rounding out the top 10. So Leonard and Jimmy Work have got past Will Sharp. But in the classic class, he's near enough 4.5 seconds clear of David Amphlett. Oh, running wide there, Meninda Golhar in 3rd place. Jake McDermott has got through while we were watching the battles a little bit further back, so a change for 2nd there. It is once again a family 1-2. Things spreading out just a little now, Price, Priest and Wigley together. Now, is Jake McDermott going to try and act as tail gunner for his father again here? Prevent Meninda Golhar from attacking them. Fourth place fight comes through Palmer. Riley Price, he's yet to pick up a win this year. The best he's had is a couple of 3rd places at Brands Hatch and Thruxton. There is Will Sharp, class winner at Cadwell Park and twice at Thruxton. David Amplit had only taken 2 class wins this year, both at Mallory Park. Through consistency leads the championship because Will Sharp, mainly because Will Sharp only picked up 1 point at the Donington Park weekend. There's Amplit in the background, frantically trying to catch his MGB rival. The gap between the two of them last time through, yes, 4.5 seconds between Sharp and Amplit. Oh, Will Sharp's gone wide, he's onto the grass. Good save. Very easy to spin there if you run wide at Hamilton. Bit of rally crossing there for Will Sharp. That's going to allow David Amplit to close in a little for the lead of the class. Doesn't want to lose his concentration, Will Sharp, the reigning champion. Most likely outgoing champion, because it's looking good for Steve McDermott to take the title overall back to the ZR class. He's won it a couple of times before. Certainly a good day for orange and black cars, isn't it? Because we've got Will Sharp in the orange and black, orange MGB with the black stripes. And in orange and black out in front is Steve McDermott. Well, here are the leaders coming into the hairpin. McDermott from McDermott. Senior ahead of junior. Golhar in third. Further back, Riley Price still holding on to 4th place. League gap is over 4.5 seconds now, so Steve has well and truly pulled away. Andy Priest is not finished yet. He wants to try and consolidate second in the points in the MGZR category, ahead of Riley Price and Jake McDermott. I think Jake is up to third now, in fact, after race 1, because there were only 3 points in it between himself and Riley Price, so he may have gone ahead of the number 17. All to be confirmed officially after the meeting, of course, points-wise. Less than 3 minutes to go now. It's looking good for Steve McDermott. Now, if he wins this race and wins the ZR category, and David Amplit does not, I think that will, provisionally anyway, confirm Steve McDermott as the champion for this year. We'll have to check that down in Parc Ferme. One race to go, of course, later on, which won't feature all the cars here today, as it's the cars that were competing at Cadwell earlier this year when the meeting was abandoned. They're coming round to start what will be his last lap now. Steve McDermott from Buckingham is heading provisionally for the championship. There's Bob Fisher towards the back of the field in his MGB. The man from London. Beautiful looking car that one is. Number plates and all. I wonder if he drives it on the road to the events. A few racers still do. McDermott into the hairpin for the final time. Is it going to be a family 1-2 to celebrate what is provisionally going to be the championship title for the ZR? Was beaten by Will Sharp in the overall classification last year. It's almost beyond reach of David Amplit, I would say now. And the MGB is going to have their own scrap for their class title further back. Up towards Oggies for the last time. up towards Williams for what will be the final time. Increasing his lead all the time over son Jake in second place. Maninder Golhar is still third. And Price, Priest and Wigley still nose to tail, a second covering those three. And here's the MGB battle, and well, it may not be all done and dusted yet, because look at the way David Amphlett is going. He's caught Will Sharp. There's a bit of damage to David Amphlett's bonnet there. Have they had some contact, these two, out of our view? Because Ampflett's all over the back of the number one. He's reeled in Will Sharp. Whether that grassy moment has damaged something on Will's car, I can't see anything hanging off except for that little bit on the bumper. That's been there since the start of the race. But meanwhile, here comes Steve McDermott. He's done what he can. We'll have to wait to see what happens with the two MGBs, but it's going to be a win for the second time today for Steve McDermott. He takes the victory, wins the ZR category. Jake McDermott makes it a family 1-2. It's going to be Maninder Golhar, who's dropped back a bit, but he will take third place. And now we've got to wait to see the MGBs come in. Riley Price will hang on for fourth, and David Ampflett's got through. Ampflett's through into the lead of Class A now. This could change things. Yeah, Will Sharp's got a problem. I think he's dropped away quite a bit there. Why is the 85 car slowing down? Well, we saw some, as I called it, sharp practice in race one. They're not trying something again, I hope. David Amphlett with Will Sharp alongside him. Oh, look at this. Oh, and he's well, that's out of order in my opinion. Did you see there the 85 car? Amphlett back up the inside. Well, we can only speculate on what was going on there, but David Amphlett is not going to be happy there. Will Sharp is back through. And that looked to me, my opinion only, that the 85 car slowed down in front of David Amphlett. He's back up the inside. They finished side by side. Did he get him back again? Yes, he got it on the line. What an extraordinary finish. David Amphlett has won the class by 0.096 of a second. Well, it looked to me there, just from my eyes, that the 85 car was deliberately trying to slow things down. But David Amphlett managed to fight back and got ahead of Will Sharp. He's taken the class win ahead of Will Sharp. Well, the record will show that David Amphlett got the class win. He hunted down Will Sharp there on the last bend, and we mustn't speculate too much, of course, as to what was going on there. But David Amphlett did manage to get through on the run to the line and has won Class A by 0.096 of a second. Chris Millard third. Just waiting for the last couple of finishers to come in. Bob Fisher crosses the line. Okay, the provisional result then as follows. Steve McDermott takes his second win of the day by just under 6 seconds, with his son Jake in second place. Maninder Golhar is third, ahead of Riley Price, then Andy Priest and Tony Wigley. Those three nose to tail for the whole race long. Luke Boniface comes through for 7th position, ahead of Adrian Olsen, then Darren Leonard and Jimmy Work, recovering after that tangle with Josh Addison, completing the top 10. Class A is won by David Amphlett, ahead of William Sharp, with Chris Millard in third and Rob Fisher completing the finishers. Let's head down to Ian Waterhouse in Park Fermé.
Yeah, great racing. Things a little bit controversial maybe at the end there as well. But I was chatting to Steve there, and he said, what a way to finish. He's just beaten his own lap record as well, Steve. Well done. What was your lap record before?
On paper, it's 2:19.7, but I actually done a 2:19.5 last year, but it never got written in. But now it's a 2:19.4. Nice. And a predicted 17.6, which is unheard of. So
that is remarkable. But surely now that's wrapped up the title, is it? Not confirmed, but we think.
Yeah, I think it's a done deal. So yeah, the next one's just for fun.
The next one's just for fun. Are we going to see you next year?
I'm not too sure. My other car, I think you've seen me in. I've developed that for the 750 hot hatch. I've done a race meeting with it. I was around 5th, 6th, half a second off the pace. Few mods. I'm looking to do that.
You can do that one.
I'm thinking, yeah, give myself something to chase.
Maybe, Steve, it's time to hand over the baton to Jake here.
No one better to do it to.
Jake, that was a good race. Did things get a little bit bumpy near the end?
Yeah, I mean, first the hairpin's always quite tricky. First time, and I was round the outside of Mahinda. He had a wicked start, but we were side by side going round, and I got tapped. I went sideways, and I found myself behind him. Then the safety car, and when the safety car come out, I was neck and neck with him. So then obviously I had to back off because I don't want more time penalties. So and then I was just waiting for my opportunity, and it come, and I just stuffed it down the inside, and it worked.
Well, you know, we've got one more race to go, right? And your dad's pretty much wrapped everything up, so you can get a bit more aggressive with him, right?
Yeah, well, he's starting behind me in the replay race. I'm third, I think, and I think he's the row behind. So, and this next one's going to be who's second and who's third in the Z. So, I'm currently second now after these two. So,
all to go for, Jake.
It's one more race.
Good luck, mate. Good luck, buddy. Great to see you. Thank you. Oh, you're very, very. Of course you can.
Can I just say some thank yous?
Please do.
I want to thank Unit 9 Milton Keynes, OTD Studios, JKS Courier Services. I want to thank everyone back at home for watching. I want to shout out all the Sullivans, Sarah, Dean, Jodine, Kian. I want to shout out everyone. Thanks for making it all feasible and doable. And
top man, top man. We need more shout outs. Well done, mate. Good stuff. Where's Herman Indy? He's over there. Let's go have a quick chat with him there, because things got exciting there, didn't they? That was an exciting couple of moments for you. How was it?
Yeah, it was a good race. I enjoyed it. I'm happy to end the weekend on a high. He had a bit of a bump in qualifying, but managed to repair that last night, and had a bad start in the first race, so I don't want to think about that. But the second race was better. Yeah, good start. I was really happy with that, and I was having a good race with Jake, but he just got a bit of a run on me. I made a little mistake and he got a run, and it's not about rubbing his racing always, so we didn't touch, so it was a clean move, and he got me, and the better man came second.
Top man. Well, look, you've got to do it one last dance later this afternoon.
Oh no, I don't actually.
You're not doing it?
I'll be at home having my dinner with my little girl and my wife. And hello, Raj. So I have to do that. Hello, Avni. Hello, baby. So thank you very much. Cheers.
Well, I won't see you later, mate, but thanks for coming along this season. Really do appreciate it. Right, so next race, they're already there. Pickup trucks, they're on track. They're about to get going for the formation laps. I'm going to hand over to commentator Dave to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Well, thanks very much, Ian. Now let's take a look back at the final lap of that previous race and see if we can see what happened. David Amphlett and Will Sharp fighting for the Class A win. David Amphlett has got through, but then look ahead of them and you will see the green ZR driven by Henry Sharp. That was up in 7th place at one point. It dropped back very dramatically down the order. You can see he's very slow out of Nelson. Amphlett had the lead with Sharp trying to fight. I thought Sharp had a problem at first. He's right on the tail there as they come out of the bomb hole. Now watch the 85, the green car ahead of them. As they come through Coram, and he suddenly slows there in front of David Amphlett. Well, I don't want to be too controversial in what I say here, but in my eyes that looked as if that was a deliberate move there coming out of Coram. Will Sharp leads the class. You could see David Amphlett shaking his fist as they came over the line there. But then Will Sharp, I don't know whether he slowed and allowed David Amphlett back through, or whether David just got the run alongside him. But the result shows David Amphlett did win at Class A. Anyway, the pickup trucks are on track. Now in race 2 we had a couple of penalties for some contact. Alan Cooper was penalised down to 7th, and Chris Brockhurst penalised down to 12th place for causing a collision. So the grid for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship is based on the aggregate results of the 2 races we had earlier on. This is effectively a final for them. The other 2 were 2 heats. And then the top 6 are reversed again from the aggregate result. So it'll be Chris Brockhurst, number 89, on the pole, alongside 44 of Ryan Hadfield. Row 2, 72 Alan Cooper and 68 Eric Bolton. Row 3, number 83 Dale Gent and number 30 Matt Simpson are 2 winners of the 2 heats effectively. The 4th row, 42 Jonathan Hadfield and 93 Michael Smith. 5th row, 65 Mark Willis and 84 of Matt Moore. And row 6 will be number 5 Dan Fisher and 52 James Goldstraw. Chris Land, number 77, I think is a non-starter. Well, they're formed up 2 by 2. And the 2 trucks to watch are on row number 3. 83 Dale Gent in the grey truck, and in the white and blue truck, number 30 Matt Simpson. Simpson going for his 9th win of the season. Dale Gent's going for what I think will be his 5th. Chris Brockhurst on the pole. Began his career down at Ringwood Raceway in Hampshire in their hot rods, before moving through the hot rod ranks and then onto the circuits with the Intermark Silhouettes. Ryan Hadfield recently took his first pickup truck racing win. Starts alongside in the yellow truck. This will be a 9-lap race this time. James Goldstraw at the back along with Dan Fisher. Mark Willis, who led the points coming into this round, a long way back. It'll be Gent and Simpson closing in on him. Here they come. Closed up in 2x2 formation. Pace car about to pull into pit road. I want to go fast, it says on the back of James Goldstraw's truck. We are about to go fast. The red lights are on. 12 pickup trucks out there for their 3rd and final race of the weekend. Let's go racing. The red lights go out and down towards Riches they go for the first time. Good start by Brockhurst, chased by Alan Cooper in the 72, who's made a good getaway. So has Dale Gent, nearly clips the back of Cooper into the first corner. They're all round Riches okay. Up towards the hairpin. Cooper gets it sideways. It takes time for the tyres to warm up, of course. Chris Brockhurst in the 89 truck has the lead. Matt Simpson, nearly into the back of Alan Cooper. Eric Bolton being forced out wide by Dale Gent, who gets clipped in turn by Jonathan Hadfield in the pink at number 42. They're all round the hairpin okay for the first time. Brockhurst from Ryan Hadfield, Cooper, Simpson, Bolton. Dale Gent down to 6, didn't get the best of first corners. Then it's Michael Smith, the number 93. As they start to sort themselves out, Ryan Hadfield going for the lead on the inside. He's locked up, bang into the side of Chris Brockhurst, and round goes Hadfield. There was no way he was going to get the truck stopped there. Round he goes, he'll rejoin at the back. And James, there's another tangle. Goldstraw, Matthew Moore and Dan Fisher. Fisher's got damage to the back of his truck. Well, after all that, it's Alan Cooper that's come out in the lead in the 72. Simpson's up to 2nd. Well, Matt Simpson always seems to be able to find the gap when there's mayhem around. He slips through the middle of it all, doesn't he? Chris Brockhurst has rejoined in 3rd. A lock-up there from Mark Willis. He's not had the best of weekends. So it's Cooper, Simpson, Brockhurst, then it's Gent, Eric Bolton in the 68, the dark purple truck, and then Jonathan Hadfield. Ryan Hadfield's got going again. We just see him in the background there, rejoined after that spin. Now, has everybody else got going after that schmozzle down at Agostini? Alan Cooper, 1 win to his name this year at Brands Hatch in the 3rd race there. That was after Matt Simpson got tipped into a spin on the first lap and raced from the back through to 5th. Eric Bolton bouncing over the curbs on the outside of the bomb hole. Oh, what a frantic first lap from our pickup truck racers. Matt Simpson looking for his 2nd win of the weekend, his 9th of the season, on the tail of Alan Cooper. They come through to complete the first lap then. Chris Brockhurst in 3rd place, chased hard by Dale Gent, having a look on the outside, side by side for the lead. Simpson trying to get around the outside into Rich's corner. He keeps his foot in. Said about his hot rod racing prowess means he knows how to use the outside line. He's done this many times at places like Hensford and Ipswich, Birmingham Wheels and so on. But Alan Cooper holds the inside line and he holds the lead. Dale Gent is up into 3rd place in the number 83. He's got ahead of Chris Brockhurst. As Simpson's the inside, they're going to Palmer. He's going through, takes the lead. Well, the run around the outside into the hairpin set him up perfectly for the left-hander at Palmer, and Simpson leads in the number 30. Brockhurst down to 4th, down to 5th now behind Eric Bolton, having a go back up the inside. Then Jonathan Hadfield. Mark Willis is 7th. 6 of them in a slight breakaway now, though. The first 3 breaking away just a little. Simpson, Cooper and Dale Gents. Terrific action from these 2-litre rear-wheel drive pickups. Certainly have a shock if your local builder turned up in one of these pickup trucks, wouldn't you? Down the straight they come. Simpson leads. Can Dale Gent get through for 2nd place? He's having a look as they go down towards Brundle. He's got the inside line. Through he goes. No problem for Dale Gent up into 2nd place. Flash of flame from Eric Bolton's exhaust pipe as they come through Nelson. Dan Fisher has pulled into the pits. He had some damage after that first bend, first lap tangle at Agostini. So it looks like Fisher's out of it. Down to 11 trucks running. Swing their way through Corham. The very bright liveried ex-Rhys Jones truck of Jonathan Hadfield. It's only 20 years since the Hadfield brothers' father, Rob Hadfield, started his career at Buxton Raceway in the Rookie Bangers before going on to hot rod racing. That's how the dynasty started. Fastest lap of the race recorded by Dale Gent, 206.613. Certainly clouding over here at Snetterton. Let's have a replay of Agostini on the first lap then. Ryan Hadfield up the inside. There was no way he was going to get the truck stopped without barging into the side of Chris Brockhurst. Hadfield spun out, and then further back, Dan Fisher got collected in that little melee just out of our sight to the left there. Also involved in that was Matthew Moore and James Goldstraw. I think Fisher got sideways, and then you can see the damage to the rear of his truck. He's in the pits, out of the race. Here are your leaders. The 2 earlier winners. We said it wouldn't take long for them to forge their way through to the front of the field. Simpson ahead of Gents. Alan Cooper holding P3, ahead of Bolton and Brockhurst. Going with them is the number 42 of Jonathan Hadfield, the truck that took Rhys Jones to 2 titles. Dale Gent is getting closer. Look at this for 3rd place. Alan Cooper's under fire. He made a bit of a mistake there, I think, coming out of Nelson. And Eric Bolton is on the attack, and so is Chris Brockhurst, the pole sitter in this race. Got knocked wide in that contact with Ryan Hadfield, who's still going in 9th place. Cooper runs a bit wide this time. He's trying a little bit too hard. He's under pressure here from Bolton, Brockhurst and Hadfield. Mark Willis 7th, 8th is Michael Smith. Then Ryan Hadfield and James Goldstraw round out the top 10. Matthew Moore got going again. He's a little further behind in 11th place. Side by side, there's Ryan Hadfield recovering. Goes round the outside of Michael Smith into Riches. How long is there to go? We're on lap 4 now, this 9-lap race for the pickups. The only races this weekend done on number of laps rather than time. Does make it easier to estimate when the checkered flag will come out. At the inside, Jonathan Hadfield there attacking Chris Brockhurst. He goes through. Meanwhile, Eric Bolton's already gone through up into 3rd place ahead of Alan Cooper. So chop and change in this battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Hadfield takes Chris Brockhurst up into 5th position at Agostini. Now going for Cooper, whose machine doesn't seem to be handling as well as the others. down the Bentley straights. This group are a couple of seconds off these two, Simpson and Gent. Simpson with a new fastest lap, 2:05.482. These two lapping at the moment a couple of seconds quicker than those behind them. They're in the 2:05s, the third place fight in the 2:07s. Simpson and Gent still nose to tail. Simpson, of course, came home in front of the second race. We've got a track limits penalty allowing Dale Gent to take the win. But in a way, they were both winners for that stirring side-by-side battle. Are they going to go side-by-side again? Is Dale Gent going to get into the lead here? Eric Bolton in third place in the purple machine. Then it's Cooper, Hadfield side-by-side with Brockhurst. Pickups really have been some of the stars of the weekend here at Snetterton. Hadfield up the inside, holds that fifth place. Chris Brockhurst started on pole position for this race, so was not wide at Agostini on the first lap and lost his lead. Still Willis 7th, Ryan Hadfield 8th, Michael Smith down to 9th. Goldstraw and Matthew Moore rounding out the 11 runners. Dan Fisher a retirement after that early contact. It's not been a happy weekend for Dan. Lead gap was just under 0.2 of a second at the line. They've pulled away, as we said, 2 seconds a lap quicker. They have pulled away by over 2 seconds on that last lap from Eric Bolton in third. Alan Cooper trying to win his third place back. Here comes the third place fight down the straights. Alan Cooper going with Eric Bolton. Is that a little bit of smoke off the rear tyre there of Bolton? Did he lock up a little? Maybe feeling the pressure very slightly. Bolton kicks up a bit of dust there on the exit of Nelson. Battle for fifth is between Hadfield and Brockhurst. There's a small gap opening up between the two pairs here. Look, you can see Hadfield's dropped back a bit. So effectively splitting into 3 duos at the front of the field now. How far apart are Willis and Ryan Hadfield? 3.8 seconds. Michael Smith has dropped back to 9th. Fairly quiet weekend for the former champion, the man from the northeast. Brockhurst round the outside. Is he going to retake 5th place? Yes, he is. Good move by the 89, Chris Brockhurst. Still, Alan Cooper can't get up onto terms with Eric Bolton. Again, we see the rear wheel lock up. Are Bolton's tyres or brakes starting to go off a little here? They're dropping back from Simpson and Gents. There's Brockhurst still in P5 ahead of Jonathan Hadfield. He was running well yesterday in the first race, got tipped into a spin. Yes, Bolton, you can see the little bit of smoke. It's not much off his tyres as he brakes into the corners, sliding a little. Hadfield's dropped back from Chris Brockhurst, so whether he's made a mistake, I'm not sure. Maybe his truck's starting to go off a little. Still Cooper all over the tail of Eric Bolton for 3rd place. Matt Simpson still leading from Dale Gent. Down the straight, further back we can see Willis ahead of Ryan Hadfield, Michael Smith, Matthew Moore 10th, he's got ahead of James Goldstraw. So the back of the pack is closing up again as well now. Ryan Hadfield spun on the first lap, missed his braking point and bounced off Chris Brockhurst while they were fighting for the lead. Willis up on the curb, so is Hadfield, so is Michael Smith. Certainly has been a quiet weekend for Smith. The number 93 comes from Hartlepool. Mark Willis, is he going to lose his points lead? this weekend. We'll have to let Sonny and Barbara Howard, the series bosses, do their calculations. Tricky point system used by the Pickup Truck Racing Championship, along the lines of the old NASCAR system. Well, the leaders are into their 7th lap of 9 now. Still Simpson from Gent by just over half a second. They're 7 seconds clear of Eric Bolton, who's still in 3rd, holding off everything Alan Cooper can throw at him. Mark Willis has been reeled in by Ryan Hadfield. A lock-up from Willis. He's been having braking issues all weekend. He's been locking up everywhere. Just can't get the setup right on the 65. Here comes Ryan Hadfield in the 44. The inside as they come into Agostini. He's surely got him this time. This time he's got the braking point correct as well. P7 for Ryan Hadfield. Now, bit of a slide there for Michael Smith. I was about to say, can he catch these two and overhaul them? Matthew Moore still 10th ahead of James Goldstraw. Well, here's our leader. Matt Simpson will have 2 laps to go this time, but still not getting any peace at all from Dale Gent. Through the bomb hole. Up towards Coram, and the gap is starting to increase now, I think, for Matt Simpson over his great rival Dale Gent. One driver in the comments who couldn't be with us this weekend, Russell Smith, number 25. Hopefully we'll see him back out for the finale. Across the line goes the 3rd place battle. Still Eric Bolton clinging on to 3rd place in the purple machine. Still Alan Cooper can't find a way past. There's Brockhurst closing up on them as well. We're on the penultimate lap now. Nearly 9 seconds down on the leaders, these two. Cooper to the inside. No, can't get the line away. Brockhurst starting to have a go at Alan Cooper now. Down towards Agostini for the 8th time. Jonathan Hadfield just keeping a watching brief from 6th. Cooper gets the slightly better exit there, but again can't get the line away to take 3rd. Dale Gent might be getting ready for an attack back, and Cooper meanwhile clips the back of Bolton. You see the flash of flame again there. Cooper's going for it into Oggies there. Up the inside, can he get the line away for Williams? He's got the inside, but Bolton's got the speed and just holds him off. I was about to say that Dale Gent had just done the quickest 2nd sector of the race so far. So he might be getting ready for an attack on Simpson, but no, he's not close enough as we pick them up again. Over the curb there at the bomb hole. Up towards the long right-hander at Coram. Going round to start the final lap this time. The last lap board will be the signal for 83. Dale Gent to go on the attack one last time. He will not want to have to settle for 2nd here. These two trying to close on Mark Willis in the championship. There's a black and white flag that has gone out there. It's the number 44, that's Ryan Hadfield. Further back in the order. Possible track limits warning. Still Eric Bolton hanging on, and Jonathan Hadfield's got back ahead of Brockhurst. They've dropped back a little from these two. Brockhurst was up with Cooper, so whether he's had a moment somewhere, I am not sure. His lap time wasn't really any slower, maybe a second or so. Brockhurst back up the inside of Jonathan Hadfield now into the hairpin and retakes 5th place. Now he may have had just a very brief off at some point, just made a slight mistake. But he's back into 5th ahead of Jonathan Hadfield now. Can Alan Cooper steal 3rd? Well, not if he clips the grass like that, chasing Eric Bolton. Ryan Hadfield in 7th. We know he's got a warning for track limits. Mark Willis has dropped back incidentally to 10th place, so whether he's still having handling problems. Eric Bolton on for a podium. If he can just hold back Alan Cooper for half a lap more. This goes out a little wide through there. Yes, Cooper a bit too wide. I think Bolton will try and pull away down the Bentley straights. Down the straight they go. Brockhurst trying to close in on them. But it's going to be a win for Matt Simpson, surely, for the second time this weekend. Out of the bomb hole. He's safely clear of Dale Gent now. And he's going to close that gap in the championship. He was left behind slightly when he missed the round at Thruxton. But he's made up for it here. He took the win in Heat 1. He's going to win race 3 up towards the checkered flag. Win number 9 of the season for Matt Simpson in the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. Finishes just over a second clear of Dale Gents. Now is Eric Bolton going to hold on to take P3 ahead of Alan Cooper? Is Cooper going to get him in the last couple of corners? The answer is no. Eric Bolton holds on for 3rd. Brockhurst is 5th. Hadfield drops back again into 6th place. And 7th is going to be Ryan Hadfield. 8th place is Michael Smith, just ahead of Matthew Moore. Goldstraw is 10th. Problems in the closing stages for Mark Willis. He drops to the back of the field. Well, that will put a big dent in Mark Willis's title hopes, I would think. Gents and Simpson certainly gaining ground on him. Provisional result then, Matthew Simpson wins race 3 for the pickups this weekend, gets the fastest lap as well, by just over a second ahead of Dale Jensen. Well done, Eric Bolton, holding off Alan Cooper all the way for 3rd. Chris Brockhurst in 5th. He and Jonathan Hadfield swapped places a few times. Ryan Hadfield 7th, and Michael Smith, Matthew Moore, James Goldstraw, the rather hobbled Mark Willis down in 11th, and of course Dan Fisher was a non-finisher. That concludes the action from the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. A big thank you to them indeed. And we shall hand down shortly to Ian Waterhouse in Parc Fermé.
Yeah, welcome to Parc Fermé, everybody. I'm trying to get the dramatic showing waving of the first board there, but I'm having to kick it. But I'll tell you something, more great racing between Dale Gent and Matt Simpson. This time, though, Matt Simpson does hold on to the win. No time penalty. You may remember in the last race, he was handed a 5-second time penalty, which ended up handing Dale Gent the win. Not this time. Eric Bolton, 3rd place. What a great drive from him as well. He'll be absolutely delighted with that. But for Matt Simpson, this weekend, it's been a pair of wins and a 2nd place. And I think that one meant quite a lot, did it, Matt?
Just after that last one, we just sort of put it to bed and we've got to try and move on, haven't we? But truck was mega, to be fair. We sort of tweaked it again for the last one, so yeah, it's just getting better and better. And I'd like a big thank you to Dave and Carol Longhurst, really.
I bet you're pretty disappointed we can't carry on and do another race later, right?
Yeah, we're on a roll, aren't we, now? It's sort of, yeah, we're, truck's just best it's felt all year. And obviously seeing Dale in the mirrors, like, he kept me honest.
I was going to say a word on the race between you and Dale today, because it's been superb, hasn't it?
Listen, you know, we've all got great respect for each other. You know, we race each other hard, but we race each other to the white line. Yeah. And that's all you can ask for.
Top man. Matt, great weekend for you, mate. Well done, buddy. Yeah, good stuff. Let's grab a quick word with Dale this time, because Dale, you got the win last time. He got the better of you that time, but you two are so close, aren't you?
I think well, I've lost the gear knob off the start of the race. That fell off.
Oh my word, you had to spend the whole race. Yeah. And it's like solid metal as well.
So yeah, it was starting to get a bit warm through there a bit. But fair play to Matt. It was a good race, blind race, good clean race. I think we might have pushed it a bit too hard there. She just started going off towards the end a little bit, so he started to get away, and I was a little bit frustrated. But yeah, we take the 2nd. That's good go.
If I was you, I'd get the book out, the excuses book, and say that gear knob cost you 10th a lap. Well done, Dale. Thanks. Great to see you again. Eric's up here as well. I think we've got quick time to grab Eric. Eric, can we have a quick chat if we can, buddy? Yeah. I heard that, not again. But this is the problem, when you finish on a podium you have to do these things. But cracking race from.
Yeah, it was good, yeah.
You had Alan for company there, right?
Yeah, made it exciting, didn't it?
What does this weekend mean to you? Because you had a couple of P3s.
Yeah, we had two thirds and a fourth, didn't we? So yeah, good load of points, I guess.
It certainly is. Look, it's great to see you again. Thanks for talking to us. I promise you don't have to talk to me again today. All right, that's it. And that is actually it this weekend for the pickup truck racing. But that's not it, though, for the live action. We've got our second Brit Car Trophy Championship race coming up. 50 minutes of intense action. And it's a race in which the title will be decided. Yes, we will be very shortly, in about an hour, crowning our 2024 Brit Car Trophy Champion winner. And with that in mind, actually, I'm going to have to get myself off because the cars are about to make their way out on track, and we will go down to the start-finish straight and grab some of the drivers for the start of the race. Dave, back to you.
Yes, thanks, Ian. It is time for our second 50-minute pit stop race of the day for the Brit Car Trophy Championship. The grid based on the results of the earlier race, which means that in pole position, of course, will be Brian Bransom in his BMW. Alongside him, Marco Anastasi in the Ginetta. Second row, 47, Maurizio Cilio. And number 43, Steve Fresel will start that car this time, because if one driver starts the first race, they swap over for the second race. Row 3, Lee Goldsmith, number 10 in the BMW, and 34, Greg Saunders, Cupra. On the fourth row, the Hayes family, Luke will go first this time. Jamie will take over, alongside Simon Majors, Cupra. Get your teeth in, Dave. Row 5, Rob Ellick in the Audi TT, and alongside him, the other man who could win the title, the number 88 Clio. The other car that could win the title, it will be Hadley Simpson, who starts this time. Maurice Henry will take over. So if they both win their class, but of course they will have extra seconds to serve at their pit stops. So we'll wait and see how things work out. We'll get updates from down in pit lane as the race goes on. Row 6 on the grid, Harry Hickton starts number 96 Clio. Jack James will take over. Caleb McDuff will start for Team Brit. Asher Silver will take over. Row 7, the Harrisons in their Ginetta, the number 71. Steve Harrison will start. And number 12, Clio, alongside them. Alex Neville will start that car. Row 8 will be the number 38, started by Dom Shaw. Bobby Trungley will take over the BMW 1 Series. Callum Bates' BMW Z4 starts alongside. Row 9 is the Harrison and Lee Renault Clio. It will be James Harrison to start this time. Alex Turnbull's Ginetta G40 alongside. Row 10 will be Mark Jones' Audi TT and the No Pressure Racing BMW. It will be started this time by Dennis Story. And on the final row of the grid will be Anton Spires, assuming his Clio is repaired, and the number 23 Sim Dynamics car. Chris Byallen and Simon Mason, I believe they have changed car for this race, and it will be a different Cupra that Sim Dynamics are out on track with. We'll have to confirm if that car is there. But I believe the info we got through from Britcar is that they have changed car. It'll be Simon Mason to start if they do make it out. So look for the number 23 car. See if they have changed car. See when the grid is formed up, because it will be at the back. They're not coming out in grid order at the moment. They're just coming out to line up on the grid, where Ian will talk to them very shortly. So it's the number 88 and the number 7 are the cars to watch out for. The Clio and the Audi TT. See who will win this title. There's Greg Saunders' Cupra. He'll line up on the third row of the grid. Give us a wave, Ian. Just checking our camera on the start-finish line is working there. Checking the pit stop times as well. Brian Bransom has an extra 15 minutes to serve because he won Class 1. Marco Anastasi an extra 10. Maurizio Celio an extra 5. In Class 2, Rob Ellick will serve an extra 15 seconds. McDuff and Silver an extra 10. And Mark Jones an extra 5. Let's head down to Ian on the grid because the cars are about to arrive.
Yes, hello everybody. Here we are on the start-finish line at Snetterton for one final time in 2024 for the Brickcart Trophy Championship. Now, if you look behind me up at the sky, we've got blue skies. Looks very nice, doesn't it? No threat of rain. In fact, we're not forecast any rain here at Snetterton until about 6 o'clock this evening. However, if we just turn around and look at the sky literally just behind us, now either we're about to be invaded by aliens or it is going to rain, and it's going to rain soon. It might even be in the next 50 minutes. That could have huge ramifications on this race, because this is the race that the title will be decided. Now, I have been trying to do all the maths and figure it out, so when I couldn't do that, I actually just went and asked somebody, and the person I went to ask about what needs to be done for Maurice Henry and Hadley Simpson to win the title, this car here, the number 88, Max very kindly told me. So we're going to ask Max again to explain what needs to happen in this race for these guys to wrap up the title.
Well, put it simply, we need to win. And Hadley's more than capable of doing that. We've won a lot of races this year.
Yeah.
He's clearly well media trained. He's rolled down the window.
Yeah,
if you have a chat to him.
I'm going to pretend I'm not going to interview him.
Yeah, no, you can't take a mick out of him like that. No, we need to win. I think if we were second and had fastest lap, it would be very, very, well, it'd be tight, it'd be level. So our focus is on trying to win this. We're obviously starting from the front. We know we've got the pace to be able to do it.
You do ever had a success penalty as well?
Yeah, we've done it. We did it here at the start of the season. We did it at the last round. So no reason we can't again.
Top man. Well, let's find out from the driver, the man who's got to do it. Hadley, this could be a very big race for you guys, but you're a confident young man. You know what you're doing. You're not feeling any nerves, are you?
We've done it all year, to be honest. I do put a lot of pressure on myself at times, so this is nothing different. It's good training. You know, this is what grassroots are about. This is what development is about. I've been put on the pressure where I've got to win this race for the title. So, what more pressure could you need?
Not only that, the guy you've got to, you're going toe-to-toe with for the championship, he's right next to you there as well, Rob Ellick. Look, best of luck. Really appreciate you talking to us. Let's just go over, because here he is. This is the car. They're in different classes, by the way, everybody. If we just, before I get run over here by Saunders, they are in different classes, of course. Clio class over here, class 2 here. But let's just grab a quick word, shall we, with Rob and find out how he's feeling, because he's probably got a good chance to win the race. Rob, a lot of work to do in this race, but you can still wrap up the title, can't you?
Yeah, I think we've still got a chance. It's not in our hands, but we just got to do what we can do and hope the Dragon Sport boys do us a favour, really.
Look, good man, we better get off the circuit. Best of luck, mate. It's great to see you. Yeah, you take care. So there you go. How ironic is that? How fortunate is that, actually? The two cars for the outright title are alongside each other. As I said, they are different classes, so the Audi will obviously steam ahead. But it is time for us to get off the circuit. It's time to go racing. We will be in the pits, as always. There is a 50-minute race. There is a mandatory pit stop. It's going to be full of action. It's going to be exciting. And in about 50 minutes, the title is going to be decided here at Snetterton for the 2024 Brickcart Trophy Championship. I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the action. Enjoy, everyone.
Okay, ready to rock and roll then. The rolling start will be underway very shortly. Brian Bransom on pole with Marco Anastasi's Ginetta alongside, but it's row 5 where we are focusing on. The number 7 TSR Audi of Rob Ellick and the number 88 Hyro Motorsport Clio of Hadley Simpson and Maurice Henry. You've heard from Hyro Motorsport's Max Coates. The number 88 Clio has to win the class in order to take the title. Anything lower than that, we'll have to see what Rob Ellick does. Second with a fastest lap point will do. 88 Clio, I think, starts with, just double checking the pit stop times. I think they have extra time to serve. Yes, they have an extra 15 seconds at their pit stop. So we'll have to see how it works out and check with the maths after this race, because those of you who are regular viewers of BRC TV will know what my mental arithmetic is like. Almost non-existent. The cars finished in the top 3 of their class in the previous race. They have those extra seconds to serve as the grid moves away. Let's just see if Simon Mason is there at the back. I think he is. Yes, there's the Cupra. Come out in another car after problems earlier on. They failed to start the first race, so they can't win the overall title now, I don't think. Off they go then on their final rolling lap of the season. Tension begins to mount. We find out who will be the Brit Car Trophy champion. It was Dragon Sports Clio of Reece Lloyd that won it last year, along with Harry Reynolds. Reece on the sidelines, just keeping the team going this weekend. Is the championship going to go to a Clio again this year? Will it be that black Audi TT of Rob Ellick? Previously raced a Golf in the championship. There's the Cupra towards the back. Simon Mason will hand over to Chris Byerland, the ex-Lotus racer. Brian Bransom on the pole in the BMW, looking for 3 wins this weekend in 3 of our endurance races. The Uncle Luke Snetterton Saloons winner yesterday. There's the BMWs in Class 3, the 1 Series and the Z4. Let's hope any drops of rain stay away. Last thing we want is everybody skating off in a deluge. There are the championship contenders, the black Audi TT, the white and red Clio starting together. Here we go then. Last few cars forming up 2 by 2. There's the second Audi of Mark Jones, the military green one. Brian Bransom and Marco Anastasi on the front row of what should be a 22-car grid for this 50-minute race. Maurizio Cilio and Stephen Frizzle on the second row in their Ginettas, then Lee Goldsmith in the orange BMW, Greg Saunders in the Cupra. 50 minutes, mandatory pit stop between 20 and 30 minutes. Final race of the Brit Car Trophy Championship season. The pace car is into pit lane. Just keeping it steady at the moment. Here we go. Revs just beginning to rise a little. Oh yes, I'm looking forward to this one. The red light's still on at the moment. The lights are out and they're underway. The Cupra already barging its way through as I expected from the back. Who's going to get the lead? It's Bransom ahead of Anastasi. Cilio in third. Good start by Lee Goldsmith trying to get up the inside, but he's cut off by the 43 Ginetta as they head out towards Wilson's hairpin for the first time. Brian Bransom leads the way. What a great sight they make as they charge into the hairpin for the first time. The Cupra moving up on the outside, that's Simon Major, and there's a tangle there. That's the number 114 Cupra, Greg Saunders involved, and Rob Ellick's in the middle of it. Now, is that the 88 Clio that's gone in there as well? Rob Ellick's involved. That's one of the high-row Clios. Is it the 88 or the 89? Are both our championship contenders involved there? Now, we'll have to wait and work out. There's the 89. I think that is the 88 of Hadley Simpson that's gone in there. Is he still going? Let's look back towards the rear of the field. Both the championship contenders were involved there. Rob Ellick's still going, I can tell you that. The Audi has got going again. We need to look towards the back of the field here to see if the 88 has escaped without any damage. I think that's the 88 car there of Hadley Simpson. Yes, he's still going, and it looks okay. He's already charging past the Team Brit BMW. That is Hadley Simpson. Makes his way up the inside. We'll see where they come out at the end of the lap. There's Greg Saunders. He was involved in there. Rob Ellick is behind the 88 Clio. But it's their position within their class that matters. Rob Ellick, I think they've escaped without any major damage. The car that got spun around was the 114, which is the Hayes family Seat Leon. So now leading the Clio class, it is Dragon Sports with the number 96 car of Harry Hickton. That's what the 88 car needs to get ahead of. Those Clios there. Now, how far behind is he? We'll see at the end of the lap. Okay, drama there on the opening lap. Both the championship contenders involved. Over the line they come to complete lap number 1 with Brian Bransom in the lead and Anastasi, Cilio, Simon Major's Cupra is up into 4th place. It's Lee Goldsmith in the BMW. Stephen Frizzle is down into 6th position. And Caleb McDuff leading class 2 in the BMW for Team Brit. Goldsmith has got ahead of... I was about to say Goldsmith has got ahead of Simon Major, but that's Simon Mason. He's up to 6th from the back of the grid in 1 lap. He's gained 16 places. That's phenomenal. There, look, the 2 Cupras are there. Similar liveries, but there is the 23 of Mason, and he's flashing Goldsmith out of the way. Up the inside, he'll take 5th place. He knows his car is the quicker, the touring car, spec car. But Simon Mason, I know he was helped by that tangle at the hairpin. He's blitzed through the field here. The way he's going, he'll be out in the outright lead in a couple of laps. Rob Ellick is down in 18th place and 3rd in Class 2. What about the Clio? 4th in the Clio class in 17th. Well, that certainly puts a cat amongst the pigeons. Can they recover everything? They've got those pit stop penalties to serve as well. You have to do some number crunching at the end of the race, I think. The way things stand at the moment. There is Simon Mason in the Piranha Motorsports number 23 Cupra. Oh, damage to Rob Ellick, look at that. Sparks off the rear bumper, he has damaged the Audi. And that could be the end of his title hopes. He's trying to limp it back to the pits for a repair, but there's a firework display under the back of the Audi TT. The TSR performance car of Rob Ellick, I think that might be race over. Now hopefully he can make it back to the pits and make repairs, but is the rear suspension bent? It looked like it was crabbing a bit there as it comes down. Hopefully for him that's just bodywork damage. He's going to have to come in, he'll be flagged in if he doesn't come in. Look at that, you can see it dragging underneath. Now hopefully for him that is just superficial, but let's have a close look. Is it the exhaust that's dragging there? Whether it's the exhaust pipe or whether if it's suspension, then I would say that is terminal. If it's the exhaust, they may be able to replace it. Rob Ellick, he's coming in. Hopefully Ian can be down there to give us an update on Rob Ellick's Audi, the TSR performance car. The 114 Seat Leon has come in as well. That got damaged as a result of that collision at the hairpin. And the Team Brit BMW was involved as well. Look at the front end of the 68 of Caleb McDuff. The bonnet folded up. So he was involved there as well. Maybe it was him who went into the back of the 114 car. So high drama in this title deciding race early on. Your leader is Brian Branson by 2.7 seconds over Marco Anastasi and Maurizio Cilio in the Ginettas. Simon Mason is now up to 5th. He's got ahead of Goldsmith. We saw that at Agostini. Well, there's the number 38 BMW. That's only third in class this time. Dom Shaw in the Team Brit BMW. There is Rob Ellick's Audi. Now they're going to have to look underneath. It was the left rear of the Audi. Whether it was just debris they've been able to pull out. I think they're sending him back out, so maybe it was just superficial damage there. Maybe it was a bit of bodywork that was caught underneath. Or was it just the end of the exhaust pipe? We just saw a bit of metal being taken back in there. Ian will investigate, I'm sure. But they seem to have removed the offending piece of either exhaust or bodywork, whatever it was. Let's have a look in the pit garage. Yes, there's a piece of the bumper that had come adrift. And a piece of what looks like the exhaust. Ian can possibly tell us more.
Race. Rob Ellick, you can see, look at this, absolutely bent to pieces, the back bumper's off as well. Now this has huge ramifications for the championship as well. Don't forget, going toe to toe with Hadley Simpson and Maurice Henry. Basically Rob Ellick had to win the race. This is really going to hamper that now, so it's still race on. He's back out on track, but damage, huge drama at the start of this race. Dave, back to you.
Well, there is the Audi back on track then. Looks like he's lost part of the exhaust pipe and the rear bumper. We saw that in the garage. He's going again. It's a lightweight Audi TT now. And he is a lap down because he's behind Lee Goldsmith there, so he's lost a lap as a result of that. And, of course, he's still got to take the mandatory pit stop later on. So it's all playing into the hands of the Hyro Motorsports Renault Clio of Hadley Simpson and Maurice Henry. There's Marco Anastasi, number 14. He's in second place, but over 4 seconds down now on that flying BMW of Brian Branson. They'll have to rely on Brian not overcoming his pit stop penalty, I think, for winning the first race. He'll have to serve an extra 15 seconds. Anastasi an extra 10. Maurizio Cilio an extra 5. Through the final corner at Murray's. Two Ginettas nose to tail. There's the BMW ahead of them. The gap was 4.38 seconds. New fastest lap for Branson, 2:03.456. 5.5 seconds now his lead, so he's pulling away. Simon Major has pulled into the pits in his Cupra from 4th place. So Major has pulled in. So that gives Byerlin and Mason 4th place in their Cupra. Goldsmith up to 5th. Stephen Frizzle is 6th. The Class 2 leader, Caleb McDuff, is 7th. So Simon Major, that was before the pit window, so he's clearly got a problem. And well, look at the way Simon Mason's going. He's caught 3rd place now. What's his lap time compared with Branson? He's lapping in the low 204s, Branson in the mid 203s, so he's certainly going to catch the Ginettas here, Chris Byerlin, but he may not catch Branson. Branson, though, is an invitation class runner. Byerlin and Mason, they could be the highest point scorers in Class 1 by the end of this lap, and don't forget they started from the very back of the grid. Damage to the 68 BMW, but they're still leading Class 2 in the hands of Caleb McDuff. Caleb McDuff, only in his teens, the Welshman, the UK's only deaf racing driver, we believe. Sharing with Asher Silva. Catching one of the Ginettas, which does a bit of ploughing there. Stephen Frizzle, so that's for 6th overall. 10 minutes of the race gone, or 10.5. The leading Clio is 8th, that of Harry Hickton, ahead of Alex Neville. That's the 2 Dragon Sport cars. Greg Saunders down to 10th. He got involved in that first lap mess at the hairpin. And the Harrison and Lee Clio is 11th, and 4th in that class is Hadley Simpson in the car share with Maurice Henry. So they're 4th in class at the moment. They have got to recover here. Hadley Simpson is lapping quicker than the two Clios ahead, not quite as quick as Harry Higton. Keeping my eye towards the Clios on the timing screen while we watch Stephen Fresel being reeled in by Caleb McDuff's BMW. Now Rob Ellick is still going. Is he still on the lead lap? Yes, he is. Anton Spires comes in again. His Clio still giving trouble. It's Rob Ellick showing on the same lap as the few ahead of him. We'll wait to see if he is on the lead lap, though, when Brian Branson next comes over the line. Here are the Clios. This is Harry Higton, the mini challenge star. He's done some classic touring car racing in an Opel as well this year. Very much a saloon car star of the future. He leads his teammates, the number 12 Clio of Alex Neville. But what can Hyro Motorsport do to fight back? Harrison and Lee car is in third place, driven by James Harrison at the moment. The 88 is trying to catch these three up. He knows he's got the pit stop penalty as well. Harry Higton, the car with the blue mirrors, the number 12 of Alex Neville and Matthew Hyde with the red mirrors. It's hard to tell these two apart. Pit window doesn't open for about another 7 minutes. There's the 89 car in third place, James Harrison in the background. Rob Ellick is on the lead lap in 19th place, but he's 24 seconds down on the next car ahead of him. There's our leader, Brian Branson. 6 laps completed. He leads by 7 3/4 seconds over Marco Anastasi now. Let's head down to the pits with Ian Waterhouse. Oh, we've got a car stop. That's Stephen Fresel. Stephen Fresel has stopped. He was 6th. Let's head down to pit lane.
Yeah, buddy, I'm just down outside Team Brit. You can see actually just gearing up, just having a little team meeting before the pit stops happen, and this man Bobby is about to go out on track. Bobby trying to lead. Oh, it's great to see you again, mate. It's nice that you're about to head on out. I didn't see you earlier. How did it go for you?
Yeah, we came first in our class, battling the 77 car quite a bit.
Yeah.
Staying on my life in, but it was a good little tussle.
I think you're currently second in class, but actually technically it's first because the leader in class is an invitation. So, and I think you've wrapped up the title, have you, for this class?
I'm not too sure. As you know, I've only been in and out of the car a fair bit, but Dom seems to have picked up a great pace. It's the best he's driven so far.
Yeah.
But you know, it's fantastic, and yeah, hopefully we get it wrapped up. Obviously the club leader is an invitational, but we're still going to push for the win, obviously.
Absolutely. In fact, Bobby, I think you're going to have to go in a second. I think you're getting up to get yourself ready. So best of luck. We're about to have a number of pit stops down here in the Snetterton pit lane. It's going to get very, very busy very soon. I've just seen the number 18 car is out through a drive shaft failure as well. But like I said, pit stops are happening. It's going to get very busy. I'll see you soon. Dave, back to you.
Where is number 38 car? That's the car that Bobby Trundley is going to take over from Dom Shaw fairly shortly when the pit window opens in less than 5 minutes' time. There's drive shaft failure mentioned there by Ian. I think he said that was the car of Simon Major. One of our potential front runners in Class 1 is out. And a change for third. Simon Mason has moved up into third behind this car, Marco Anastasi. We saw just before we went down to pit lane that Stephen Fresel had a spin as well in his Ginetta. So Simon Mason closing in the Sim Dynamics Cupra. That's their backup car. He's closing on Marco Anastasi for second. We'll have to wait and see if he can catch Brian Bransom's seemingly unstoppable BMW. Keeping our eye back towards the classes. Where is the 88 car? Still fourth in the Clio class. Stephen Frizzle is just ahead of them now because he spun down to 11th place, lost 5 places, sharing with Ben Green. A 23 car that has blitzed through this field. Transponder isn't working. That's because it probably hasn't got one, because it's the backup car. They didn't get a chance to change it over. Maurizio Cilio down to 4th. Goldsmith's BMW is 5th. Caleb McDuff now up to 6th with that spin for Stephen Frizzle's BMW. Ginetta, rather. What about the classes? Class 2, that's being led by the Team Brit BMW, and Callum Bates' BMW Z4 is leading Class 3. The Clio's by Harry Hickton. He's in 8th overall. 2 Dragon Sport cars ahead of James Harrison. What can Hadley Simpson do here? Can he catch the Clio's ahead of him? Black and white warning flag shown to Mark Jones in number 77, the Audi TT, for a transgression somewhere. Caleb McDuff up towards the hairpin. Sitting in 6th place at the moment, putting in a fine performance here, young Caleb McDuff. Asher Silver to take over. Just a couple of minutes now until that pit window opens. Tension mounting for our championship contenders. The Story and McCullough BMW 1 Series has come in, but that's before the pit window has opened. So maybe they've got a problem, the number 79. That's allowed Rob Ellick up into 18th place, still 3rd in Class 2 though. Needs to win the class. Greg Saunders, number 34. He's in 7th position. Ahead of the Clio's by about 13 seconds. Behind Caleb McDuff by a bigger margin. There is Harry Hickton in the number 96, continuing to lead the Clio class. His teammate in 2nd. Number 12, Alex Neville. They're 8th and 9th overall, separated by 2 seconds. Further 2.3 back is Harrison. They're around 6 seconds clear of Simpson. There's Simpson in the background trying to chase down the 3 Clios. The Ginetta in between the 3 of them. Hadley Simpson trying to reel this group in. Trying to take the title. Hadley Simpson and Maurice Henry have had a brilliant season in the Hyro Motorsports Clio. We'll have to go to the calculators, I think, at the end of this race to work out who has taken the title. That sky is definitely darkening. There's Rob Ellick still going. Push on, you've got to push on as much as he can. The pit window has just opened. Let's head down and see who Ian's found in the pit lane just as the pit window opens up.
Yeah, welcome down to the garages, everybody. Lee Goldsmith's just pulled in, had to cut the engine because the car didn't sound too good. Let's see if we can just grab a quick word with him. Lee, do you know what the issue is?
I think it's engine. I'm not sure. It just started making a bit of a strange noise. I thought it was a flat tyre at first, but
yeah, it's definitely not a flat tyre. I can tell you that. I mean, yeah, it didn't sound too healthy coming in. How was it going for you up to that point?
Well, it was going okay.
Yeah, it's engine.
It's engine, right. Look, well, there you go, yeah, there you go. That's it. So it looks like Lee Goldsmith's race is done. He's going to be out of the race. Engine failure. What a shame that is. Dave, back to you.
That's bitter luck for Lee Goldsmith. Engine failure for the BMW. He was running well up in the top 5 there. He's out of the race. So starting to make the stops then, the car of Dom Shaw has come in, Bobby Trundley will take over there, and the leader has come in as well. Brian Bransom has pitted, so pitting early this time at the start of the window instead of leaving it till towards the end as he normally does. So Marco Anastasi has taken the lead in the Ginetta. Brian Bransom's got those extra seconds to serve as well. Marco Anastasi has taken the lead from Simon Mason, less than a second between the two of those though. So I imagine Simon Mason could be about to take the lead in the Cupra from the back of the grid. Siglio is third, then McDuff up to fourth, the Class 2 leader, as we watch Mark Jones being pursued by the number 71. The Ginetta driven by Steve Harrison. These two are fighting for 12th overall. Jones is second in Class 2. Harrison 7th in Class 1, but they're invitation runners. The Hyde and Neville Clio has come in. That's the second car in the Clio category. Stephen Frizzle has come in to hand over to Ben Green, the pro driver. And the Harrison and Lee Clio is in as well, the Hyro Motorsport car. So that means that temporarily Henry and Simpson are up to second in the Clio class, behind Hickton and James. Harry Hickton at the wheel there. That sky getting worse. Please don't rain. Rob Ellick is back in for his mandatory stop, the number 7. Was that an omen? As one of our cameras got a rain cover on it there. I hope it's not about to rain. There's Alex Turnbull, the little Ginetta G40. Runs like clockwork, that car. He's 15th at the moment. Second in Class 3 behind Callum Bates' BMW Z4. This is the battle for 12th between Jones and Harrison. Siglio has come through in second. I think that's because Simon Mason has come in. Yes, there's the Cupra in the pits. Sim Dynamics Racing with Jabba Sports running this Cupra touring car. So it's Ginetta's 1 and 2 on track now, and Caleb Duff in the BMW is up to third. Driver change will take place. Chris Bayalan will take over. Brian Bransom's rejoined, he's down to about 11th place. And of course plenty of cars have yet to stop. There's Callum Bates, yet to stop, but he leads Class 3, the number 110. There goes Maurizio Silio in second place. He laps Callum Bates. Here comes the leading Clio. Harry Hickton has yet to stop. Hickton probably the quicker driver of the duo along with Jack James, so they're probably going to leave Harry out a little longer, but he's got less than 5 minutes to make his stop now. Only a 10-minute pit window in these 50-minute races. Wait to see where everybody's going to cycle through, as always, in their pit stops, where they're going to re-emerge. I think Brian Branson will still have his lead. Whether that's those extra seconds will make any difference, though, we'll wait and see when Anastasi and Silio have made their pit stops. Got a glimpse there of the 88 car. Now this is where Hadley Simpson can try and close in. He's just under 10 seconds down on the number 96 of Harry Higton. There behind him the number 12, which is now driven by Matthew Hyde. That car has stopped. So 2 Clios have come in, the other 2 haven't. And one's come in and not come out again, which was Anton Spires after 4 laps. Greg Saunders has come into the pits in the Cupra. Into the pits comes our championship leader. So the 88 is in. Maurice Henry will take over. This stop needs to be absolutely spot on from the Hyro Motorsport team. There's the 79 car going back out. Now that car pitted before the pit window opened. No, it's been in for a second time, sorry. So they pitted once early on. They've just been in again for their mandatory stop. That's Alan McCullough at the wheel. The leader has come in, and in fact the 2 leaders, the 2 Ginettas of Anastasi and Celio, have come in at the same time. They're pouring in now. Mark Jones is in the Audi TT. So far there's only 4 cars that haven't come in. That's Harry Higton in the Clio, Caleb McDuff's BMW, the Harrison Ginetta, and Callum Bates' BMW Z4. There's Caleb McDuff. He should come in this time with only a couple of minutes left on the clock. Yes, he pits. Asher Silva will take over. Now, Harry Higton hasn't been in yet. There we see the tail of Marco Anastasi's car. Steve Harrison hasn't been in yet to allow James to take over. Jack James will take over the number 96 car. He has to come in this time, else he'll miss the pit window, because there's only about 90 seconds left before it closes. So Harry Higton has got to come in this time in the 96 car. Let's hope he remembers. Yes, in he comes. There's 2 more cars to come in. Steve Harrison and Callum Bates, the Ginetta and the BMW Z4. We have to come in this time. Ben Green, I can tell you, has done the fastest lap of the race, number 43, 2:02.978. Half a second quicker than Brian Bransom's time. Looking down the order, Bransom, I think, has still got the lead after the stops. There's the Team Brit BMW. You can see that damage from early on in the race. There's the 2 Ginettas and Cilio ahead of Anastasi as they rejoin. That'll be the difference made by the extra seconds. As Harrison comes in, the only car that has now not come into the pits is Callum Bates' BMW Z4. He's only got 30 seconds to make it in. There he is, he's going to do it. So everybody has made their stops within time. And now we've got to wait to see where everyone slots back in. Especially those Ginettas, and we've got to keep an eye on the Clios as well to see where the 88 slots back in relation to its class rivals. Oh, this is tense. So the pit window has now closed in this Brit Car Trophy Championship finale for 2024. A bit of a slide there for Maurizio Cilio on his out lap, just warming the tyres back up. He's got his teammate Marco Anastasi behind him, the 2 Dayton Motorsports Ginettas. I think we can head down to Ian Waterhouse in the pits. He's at Jabbersport talking with Simon Mason.
qualifiers so far today. Let's go move on and just double checking. Can you actually hear me? Can we hear us? Simon, just double checking to make sure we got some audio here. If we do. It's not quite been how you wanted it to be today, is it? The gearbox from qualifying, and then of course, you know, a bit of an issue there as well.
Well, yeah, because we came into this race with a 21-point championship lead in Class 1, and of course, after not being able to do that race, we're like a point behind or something. So we needed to get onto them, which we did, but we didn't have, because we've had to change cars and everything. So the gearbox was toast. Yeah. We've had to change the transponder. For whatever reason, the one that was on the car wasn't recognising up there, so we had to put a different transponder on, which has meant a longer pit stop. So now we've gone back again. So we're now back to losing the championship.
Can I give you a bit of hope, Simon? I'll get reports that it might start to rain very soon.
Well, it's good for us when we're on the right tyres, and Chris is really good in the wet, and that car is good in the wet. But I think it's going to be too little, too late.
Never know. Never give up, Simon. Never give up. Never give up.
That's what we're at in this race. And after the first one, we were ready to go home. But
yeah, well, look, thanks for talking to us. I hope you never know. Just keep that smile, Simon. Keep that smile. All right, so take back to you.
Well, some great work by Sim Dynamics and Java Sport, but it may not be enough for the Class 1 Championship for Chris Bylan and Simon Mason, because Dayton Motorsport are now running 1 and 2. The pit stop penalties managed to sort things out, with Maurizio Cilio now leading by 1.5 seconds over teammate Marco Anastasi, and the extra 15 seconds putting Brian Bransom down to third. Now they've all cycled through on their outlaps. We can see where they are. It's Ginetta's 1 and 2. Bylan and Mason are in 4th place behind Brian Bransom, but they're quite a way down the road, nearly 30 seconds behind the BMW. Ben Green in that Ginetta is 7th. He's got the fastest lap of the race. Now, what about the Clios? Clios are led by Harry Hickton and Jack James. They're still on their outlap, so we've got to see where they slot back in. They were the last of the Clios to pit. Maurice Henry is 3rd in the class, behind Matthew Hyde, but he's quite a way behind him. We'll see as they come over the line this time. They're just crossing the start-finish line in a moment. We'll see what the time gap is between the two of them. It's 13.5 seconds between Maurice Henry and Matthew Hyde. There are the two Dragon Sport Clios. So Jack James is still in the lead of the class, but only just. So basically from here, Maurice Henry has got to go like a bat out of hell to try and catch these two. Let's look for him in the background, see if we can see him as they come down towards Agostini. Clio's with the blue sun strips. No, he's not yet into sight. We know Rob Ellick has hit trouble. He's down in 3rd in class as well. So I think if it stays the way it is, the Clio will still win the championship. The Clio has also got the fastest lap in its class, 2:10.581. There is the 88 car of Maurice Henry trying to catch the two Clios ahead from Dragon Sport. 13.5 seconds he's got to close down. So the two contenders are both 3rd in their classes, so I think, looking at the points chart for a moment, that will be enough to give Henry and Simpson the title. We'll confirm that after the race if it finishes like this. So the overall classification, Cilio from Anastasi, the two Ginettas. Bransom down to 3rd because of his pit stop penalty. 4th is Bylan and Mason in the Cupra. Greg Saunders' Cupra is 5th. 6th, Caleb McDuff and Asher Silver. They lead Class 2. 7th, Steve Fresland, Ben Green. They're also Class 1. They sit in 7th place. 8th place for the car we're just looking at, Harry Hickton and Jack James. 9th, Matthew Hyde and Alex Neville, and 10th, Henry and Simpson. That's your top 10. 3 Clios in there. Plenty of overlapping going on. There's Greg Saunders lapping Alex Turnbull's Ginetta. 18 cars still running out of the 22 that started. Of course, Luke and Jamie Hayes, Seat Leon knocked out on the first lap by contact. Simon Major retired after 3 laps. Anton Spires also out. And we lost Lee Goldsmith with engine failure. There are the leaders, the 2 Ginettas. They've had their fair share of wins this year. Now separated by just 1.3 seconds. Cilio ahead of Anastasi. Minutes to go. You can see there the grey coloured graphics on our timing tower there, the Clios. You can see Henry still in 3rd place behind Matthew Hyde. Jack James in the car started by Harry Hickson leads the class. There are the leaders. Now is the gap coming down between Hyde and Henry? 12.4 seconds. So he's bringing it down slowly by about I would say about a second a lap, but you're not going to get 12 laps of Snetterton in the time allowed. It's such a long circuit, so he could close to within about 6 seconds. Maurice Henry. It won't be enough to win the class. We'll have to go to the calculators afterwards to find out who has taken the title. Rob Ellick is still 3rd in his class, the number 7. '96 of Jack James continues to lead his teammates. Did I see a little bit of gleam on the tarmac in the headlights there as they came down the Bentley straights? There's a bit of debris there as well. We didn't see where that had come from. That might be a clue. Look at the 89 Clio. There's a chunk bitten out of its front bumper. That's the 89. James Harrison and Tom Lee. It's Tom Lee on board. There are the leaders. Cilio from Anastasi. I think that's the 88 Clio that's just been lapped. So they're running 10th. The gap is coming down by about a second a lap. It's down to 11 seconds to Hyde and Neville now. That's the number 12 car. Through to the back straight they go. So coming into the final 10 minutes of the race fairly shortly. Clio's run nose to tail. So the 89 Clio is passed by Ben Green, who's in 6th position. He's got the fastest lap of the race, 2:02.978 in the Ginetta. There's Rob Ellick, he's still going. You could see him there just ahead of the 68 BMW. Possibly a bit of contact there between the 38 of Bobby Trungley, the 77 of Mark Jones coming out of Agostini there. That's a battle for 14th place. That was for position. Another bit of bodywork goes flying there at Nelson. Is that Clio falling apart, or is it just me? Or was it one of the corner markers somebody's hit? Well, the 2 Dragon Sport Clios in formation at the front of the class. But with Rob Ellick having been delayed there, he's 3rd in his category. Henry third of the Clios. I think that will be enough for Hyro Motorsport, but we'll confirm after the race. Leader coming up to lap the 2 Clios. There is Maurizio Silio, the Italian in the Dayton Motorsport Ginetta. He's 1.4 seconds ahead of teammate and fellow countryman Marco Anastasi. They've had a great year this year, Dayton Motorsport. There's Anastasi. Brian Branson still there in third. Now, is he closing these 2 down? Yes, he is. He's got the gap down to 5 seconds now, so there's still a contest for the overall win here. Brian Branson could catch the Ginetti, especially if they take their time lapping the back markers. There's the BMW in the background. They're nearly 40 seconds clear of Chris Byerlan in the Cupra. 3-wheeling Clios as they come round Coram. Eight minutes to go. Marco Anastasi chasing Siglio, but here comes the cavalry. Brian Branson charging back after that extra seconds at his pit stop. What's the gap as he comes over the line this time? Yeah, he's gained nearly 2 more seconds. 3.2 seconds behind Anastasi now. Keep an eye on the Clios as well. There's the 89 car. That's the Harrison and Lee car. Tom Lee at the wheel. The gap was down to less than 10 seconds between Maurice Henry and Matthew Hyde. Just waiting for them to come through. There's Rob Ellick, who's still going. Branson has caught the Clios. He's down the inside. He's going to take one of them, the number 12. And Rob Ellick is back up to... Now, this is interesting. Rob Ellick has got back up to second in Class 2. And he's got the quicker lap time than Caleb McDuff and Asher Silver. 2:06. No, 2:05.676. What's the BMW doing? 2:07.322. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to go to the calculators for the overall title at the end of this one, because Ellick is second in class now, and I think he's got the quickest lap in Class 2. As for the Clios, Henry and Simpson are still only third. Have they got fastest lap? Yes, they have. So Rob Ellick is still in this. There's Mark Jones ahead of the 38 BMW, who's scrapping over 14th place. There's damage to Mark Jones's car there. Look, the right-hand side. Well, we had an off earlier on in race 1 towards the end of the race, but I don't think it did that much damage. Well, there is Ellick. He's not out of this yet, depending on what the Clios do. What's the gap? Maurice Henry is 8.6 seconds behind Matthew Hyde, and Mark Jones has spun in the 77. That's the second Audi. Now his teammate Rob Ellick is back to second in the class. There's first and second in the Clio category. Where is Maurice Henry? There he is in the background. We just caught a glimpse of him. Can he chase the Dragon Sport pair down? Harry Hickton started the 96 car. Jack James took over. He leads the class. Ahead of Matthew Hyde in the number 12. 4.5 minutes to go. Here come the leaders, and Brian Bransom's almost caught the Ginettas. There's so much going on here. Brian Branson cuts his way through BMWs everywhere. Oh, kicks a bit of debris out of the way there. I hope he didn't puncture there, Brian Branson. He's nearly caught the two leaders. Somebody's kicked up some dust there on the outside of Murray's. Didn't see who that was. Cilio continues to lead Anastasi. The Ginettas coming up over the line. I think there'll be just 2 more laps out of this. There's the BMW. How far behind is he now? Branson less than a second. He's almost caught Marco Anastasi. Now, he's got 2 more laps to attack. I don't think, in terms of the Clios, I don't think Maurice Henry is going to be able to rise above 3rd in class. Rob Ellick is 2nd in class, and in terms of best lap, he has got the quickest lap, I think, in class 2. As we come towards the end of the race, I think Ian Waterhouse can give us an update on the championship situation as it's unfolding, as Branson attacks Anastasi for 2nd. We'll keep an eye on this for now, because Brian Branson is getting ready to take 2nd place from Marco Anastasi. He may run out of time to catch Maurizio Cilio. There's Maurizio Cilio. Does he know Brian Branson is closing? This is how the pit stop penalties can even things up, you see. It's worked perfectly, hasn't it? Anastasi now defending from Branson. That BMW is lapping much quicker. New fastest lap for Ben Green in 5th place in the Ginetta. Branson had a look there into Brundles, but Anastasi holds him off. Lead gap is just over 3 seconds. There's the yellow Ginetta. Where's Branson going to make his move? He's going to have a look at the bomb hole. Goes for the inside. Anastasi doesn't give way. Holds that 2nd place. Less than 2 minutes to go now. They'll be coming round to start their final lap. The last lap of the season. There's the leader up ahead, Maurizio Cilio. Side by side, I think Branson's going to get it going into Riches in any moment. They were side by side across the line. Oh, it's tense here. Yes, Branson has got ahead through Riches. As they lap Mark Jones is rather hobbled Audi. And we can quickly head down to Ian for an update on the championship situation.
Yeah, hello everybody, welcome to the pits, and things are getting quite dramatic at the front of the grid, aren't they? But further back down, I'm outside High Road Motorsport, very nervous High Road Motorsport, because they're in the mix for the championship. Hadley Simpson's here as well, and Hadley, where do we think we are at the minute in the race for the title?
I think we're tied.
Wow.
I think we're tied on points, and I don't know what happens after that.
Because Rob's currently running 2nd in class 2, you're 3rd in the Clio class, so if Maurice can find a way to get 1 more position, that will clinch it for you, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, he can, but we're on the last lap now, and he's nowhere near, so...
I think he's about 8 seconds on 6.5.
Yeah, so it's a disappointing way if we lose it like this, like an unavoidable incident on lap 1 with the championship rivals. So if this is how we go out, I'll be really disappointed. But overall, we've learned a lot this year. We've done really well. We won in class, so
you never know, Hadley. You never know. Anything can happen. Well, thank you for talking to us. I really do appreciate it. So that's the situation with regards to the championship. It looked like it could end up a tie, and it might. Little birdie tells me it might go back to win count back. So we'll get everything confirmed for you later. But at some point today, we will be able to officially confirm your champion. Who it's going to be, we're not sure. Dave, back to you.
Perfect timing, Ian, thanks, because the race winner is coming out of the final corner now. The team is mounting the pit wall. The Dayton Motorsport Ginetta on Maurizio Cilio comes in to take the final race win of the season. Brian Branson comes over in 2nd, separated by just 2.28 seconds at the line. We will await the class winners to come over the line. Marco Anastasi has taken 3rd. Here come the Clios. Now, where is Maurice Henry? There he is, the 88. He's not going to catch the Dragon Sport cars. They're going to finish 1st and 2nd in class. They're going to come home 8th and 9th overall, a lap down. Harry Hickton and Jack James win it ahead of Hyde and Neville. Henry and Simpson take 3rd in class. but I think they take the fastest lap point, and here comes Rob Ellick in the Audi TT, and he is going to finish, I think, second in Class 2. We'll await them to cross the line. Ben Green got ahead of Chris Byland there late on to take 4th place. The Ginetta ahead of the Cupra. 6th is going to be Greg Saunders. The class win in Class 2 will go to Caleb McDuff and Asher Silver's BMW, but the Audi TT of Rob Ellick comes in for 2nd in Class 2, and I think we'll get the fastest lap as well, so I think we have a tie on points. We're going to have to go to the officials down in Parc Ferme to help us determine who's won the title. There's the Class 2 winner. Asher Silver brings the BMW home. But I think we have a tie on points between Maurice Henry and Hadley Simpson in the Hyro Motorsports Clio, Rob Ellick, who was driven with Mark Jones, and Craig Fleming in the TSR Performance Audi TT. There was 1 point between them going into today, and I think they are level on points. We're going to have to wait and confirm with Britcar officials as to who has taken the title. Class 3 is won by Team Brit as well, so a double class win for them to round out the season. The number 89 car incidentally took the flag in the pits. Harrison and Lee, they had a drive-through penalty for track limits, number 89, so it all went a bit wrong for Hyro Motorsport. Okay, so we await confirmation then on who has taken the Britcar Trophy Championship. The race results: Maurizio Silio, the winner in the Ginetta for Dayton Motorsport, just ahead of Brian Branson. Couldn't quite have the time to catch him. If there'd been one more lap there, he would have won, I'm sure. Marco Anastasi 3rd. McDuff and Silver win Class 2, and Shaw and Trundy Class 3, both for Team Brit. The Clio class goes to Hickton and James. Henry and Simpson 3rd in Class Clio. Rob Ellick 2nd in Class 2. And we'll see what that means for the championship. They're going to have to get the calculators out. We'll hand down to Ian to see who's going to be champion.
Well, who is the Britcar champion? We don't know yet. What we do know is that Maurizio Silio was the race winner. So let's go have a quick chat with him, because he did have to contest a charge in Brian Branson, though. Although I do understand he had a couple of issues with the gearbox late in that. But Maurizio, that's more like it, isn't it?
Yeah.
You had to deal with a charge in Brian as well.
I know. It was terrifying looking at the mirror. I'm glad we finished.
I'm going to say glad to finish. I don't suppose you were looking at the clouds as we were going past, getting a little bit worried at all?
Yeah, very much so, yes.
Fantastic. How does it feel to round out the season with a win?
Good, yeah. Exactly what I needed. Probably not enough for the championship, but better than nothing.
I know it's quite enough, but you never know. Don't take it from me anyway. My maths is terrible. Congratulations on the win. Marco, top 2, well done. 2nd place, must be delighted.
Third.
Third. Sorry, apologies. Third, yes.
Yeah, almost 2nd, but there was no way keeping Brian behind.
He's quick, isn't he? He did tell me gearbox might have been going a bit wobbly, so you never know. A few more laps might have done it. But
yeah. Oh well.
What have you made of your season?
It was fun. Lots of podiums. It's lots of close fought battles. It was quite good. I enjoyed it.
Good man.
So it's just a shame it's over now.
It's quite early to finish, like middle of September, isn't it?
It's a bit earlier to finish, compared to last year. But I mean, looking forward to the next one, and onwards and upwards, I guess.
Okay, thanks for coming out to play this year. Appreciate it. Great stuff indeed. Where's Brian? Let's grab Brian over here. Brian, come on, let's have another chat. We need to have a little dance. Almost a clean sweep for you this weekend, not quite, but a P2, not too bad. And you said you had the gearbox was getting a bit wobbly near the end.
Yeah, that was a bit of a nightmare changing gear. Went to select, it was difficult to select 3rd gear, so in some of the corners that was a bit of a nightmare, but yeah, managed to sort of battle it out until the end. Obviously I had the success penalty from first race and a little bit more to deal with, which gave me a certain workout, to say the least, but yeah, I'm happy with 2nd, and I think everyone's had a good race. So
I think this weekend that's 2 wins and a second. You've got to be happy with that, haven't you?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Mega. And plus I'm going home with a car in one piece, so yeah, all good.
Perfect weekend. Brian, thank you so much for talking to us. Really appreciate that. Right, more racing action coming up. In fact, it's the final race of the week for the British Truck Racing Championship. I said it before, actually, at the start of the race. I was very concerned about rain. It held off, but if you just pop the cameras up there, this looks pretty dire, doesn't it? I think we are going to get the downpour sooner rather than later. Will it happen during the next race? About to find out. Dave, over to you.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, we will confirm as soon as we can who has won the Britcar Trophy Championship title. It will, of course, be officially ratified to come. The calculators will be out for the next few minutes, I'm sure. It's our final truck race of the day. Next up, then, the British Truck Racing Championship. This grid based on the results of race 3 earlier on this morning. A very lively race it was. Top 8 reversed again. John Powell will be on pole in the DAF LF alongside number 14 John Bowler. Second row 86 Tom O'Rourke, not in the MAN TGS, he's in the International Navistar alongside 33 Neil Yates. Michael Oliver and Stephen Powell on row 3. And they will start ahead of David Smith, who will start 4th on the grid. On the 4th row of the grid after his 2nd place earlier on. Ryan Smith alongside him, looking for his 2nd win of the weekend. Row 5, David Jenkins, number 69. Now, he finished 8th in the race earlier on. He got a 1-place penalty for some contact. Starts alongside Simon Cole, completing the 5th row. Archie Handy and Stuart Oliver, who failed to finish the race this morning, will complete the 12-truck grid. Hope the rain stays away for what will be a 15-minute race. Stephen Powell with a 1-place penalty on this grid as well after incidents earlier on. Been a lot of penalties today, unfortunately. The trucks will be heading out of the assembly area up towards the grid. So Ryan Smith, only 1 win so far this weekend. He goes to 8th on the grid this time. He had 2 wins at Brands Hatch, 2 at Pembrey, 3 at Donington, all 5 at Thruxton. So it's been possibly his least successful weekend of the year so far. John Powell on pole is the Division 2 man. 3 wins at Pembrey, 3 at Thruxton, 1 at Donington. He's had a few non-starts as well this year with a few problems. No points for Paul Rivette this weekend, the former saloon car man. He missed the Pembrey round as well. The only Division 2 driver to have taken an overall win this year. Archie Handy has had his best Division 2 weekend with a string of 3rd places. Simon Cole still yet to pick up a win this year. It's 2nds, 3rds and 4ths all the way for him. Leads the points on consistency. John Bowler, I think he's there. He's hidden behind the marshal's post there in the assembly area, looking for his 2nd Division 1 win of his career. Well, we've already crowned 1 champion here this weekend. The British Endurance Championship yesterday, won by Peter Ercheg, Marcus Clutton in their Audi R8 GT3. And provisionally, Steve McDermott has won the MG Owners Club Championship. They have 1 race to come, of course. It's the Cadwell race Only drivers who were in that original race at Cadwell can take part here. It'll be a 12-car grid. Our title contenders are out in that one. But meanwhile, the big rigs are on the move. Powell and Bowler lead them out. Tom O'Rourke's had a slightly problematic weekend with the International Navistar. Neil Yates had a decent weekend. There's Michael Oliver. Stephen Powell. David Smith. Ryan Smith. Can he come through for a win from 8th on the grid? Quieter weekend for David Jenkins. It's Simon Cole, Archie Handy and Stuart Oliver at the back, so we've got the full complement of 12. We lost Paul Rivette for the weekend in race 1 with engine failure, and sadly we don't have Adam Bintz, the Division 2 entertainer, with his Volvo. Clouding over. You can see it's darkened here at Snetterton as the pack makes its way into the Bentley Straight. The reverse grid format has certainly spiced things up this weekend. We've got Stuart Oliver at the back this time after his retirement earlier on as well. Race number 5 then this weekend, the final act for the British Truck Racing Championship before they head across the water in 2 weeks' time to Le Mans. Another race alongside the FIA European Truck Racing Championship. And the finale in November at Brands Hatch. Just keeping it steady there, John Powell in pole position, the Division 2 man. His 2 rivals in the pink and white trucks towards the back of the grid. Man we're watching for, number 1, Flying Ryan Smith. David Jenkins, his arch rival behind him. Stuart Oliver's at the back as well. Watch for those 3 coming through. This first couple of corners is certainly not going to be for the faint of heart. I reckon Tom O'Rourke could be one to watch here. If he's got the International Navistar running properly, he could spring a surprise. Just keeping it steady at the moment behind the pace truck. The GT Tyres MAN now heads into pit lane. I'm looking forward to this one. The last truck race of the weekend is always very lively. Here we go then, the revs start to rise. And the race gets underway down towards the first corner at Riches they go. Simon Cole perhaps sensibly keeping out of the way. John Bowler makes a super start, so does Tom O'Rourke. It's Bowler who leads into the first corner. John Powell drops back to 4th. I think that's Neil Yates coming up on the outside into 3rd position. They head towards the hairpin for the first time. Michael Oliver runs out wide onto the grass like he's been doing all weekend. Ryan Smith in behind him, and charging up the outside is Stuart Oliver in the number 7 MAN, past David Smith, who didn't get the best of starts there. They've all made it round the first couple of corners okay. John Bowler, the number 14 MAN, leads the way from Tom O'Rourke. Stephen Powell passes his teammate Neil Yates for 3rd place. 5th is Michael Oliver. Ryan Smith's made up a couple of places. The less powerful Division 2 truck of John Powell drops back to 7th. David Smith wide onto the grass, so is Archie Handy at the back. Into Agostini, Bowler from O'Rourke. Ryan Smith attacking Michael Oliver. He's in 6th position at the moment. Behind him, David Jenkins. Stuart Oliver up to 8th, so John Powell has dropped down the order. The Division 2 truck's a little bit less powerful, of course, so Division 1's power past them. Michael Oliver side by side with Neil Yates. Yates under fire from Ryan Smith, who now cuts to the inside as they come towards the right-hander at Oggies. Can't get through there. This is allowing the first three to get away slightly. And Ryan Smith to the inside as Neil Yates gets a little bit crossed up. And through goes Ryan, makes up another place into P5. Neil Yates is sliding all over the place here in the number 33. Out onto the grass again. Michael Oliver stays ahead there in the number 12. But out front it is John Bowler, the number 14. Tom O'Rourke in second. Stephen Powell is up into third position. It's Oliver, Ryan Smith. Stuart Oliver in behind David Jenkins. Further back, Neil Yates losing a couple of places there. Made a bit of a mistake through Williams' corner. Start to settle down. David Smith's back with the Division 2 trucks a bit further back. John Powell continues to lead Division 2. He's going for a clean sweep of 5 wins this weekend. Neil Yates has gone wide again. He seems to be having some handling issues with the 33 MAN. He's got David Jenkins behind him. It's John Bowler who leads from the outside of the front row. Tom O'Rourke, the Scotsman, giving chase. Hopefully we'll see fellow Scot Jock Borthwick back out next season. Of course, suffered some injuries last year in a motorcycle accident and that curtailed his season. Here comes Ryan Smith up the inside, attacking Michael Oliver. This is for 4th place. Into Riches, not close enough this time. You know, Michael Oliver's a bit of a wild man sometimes in that MAN, the number 12. Stephen Powell staying ahead of them in the number 3. Kicking up the dust there out of Riches. Ryan Smith goes for the inside into the hairpin. He's not quite close enough. There's another bit of bodywork coming off the number 12 of Michael Oliver. Now to the inside. Ryan Smith's going to dive for the inside into Palmer. Again, he's not close enough. Such a fiery character is Ryan. Shows in his driving. Now he'll go for the inside again at Agostini. He's got the line. Is he late on the brakes? Yes, he goes through. Michael Oliver gives him racing room. And up to 4th goes the 8-time British champion. This is allowing John Bowler to pull away, looking for his 2nd ever Division 1 win. He's had a fair few race wins in his Division 2 days, never won the title though. Be careful that bodywork doesn't flap too badly. He doesn't want to get the black and orange flag here, Michael Oliver, and have to pull into the pits to remove that corner of his bumper. Just have to hope it falls off. Hope it doesn't get caught in his wheel or puncture the tyre as well. He doesn't even notice it at the moment, of course, as Ryan Smith now attacking Stephen Powell, who in turn is attacking Tom O'Rourke. The MV Commercials International Navistar holds that 2nd place. He's the cork in the bottle, though, you can see, because John Bowler's opened up quite a lead here. He was over 2 seconds clear at the end of the first lap. Stephen Powell, winner of race 4 after Ryan Smith got that track limits penalty right at the end. 86 of Tom O'Rourke. This is a good measured drive to hold that 2nd place. Playing into John Bowler's hands because he's able to extend his lead. Here comes Stephen Powell. He's going to have a go for 2nd, I think, now. He's got to be mindful that Ryan Smith's right behind him, as is Michael Oliver. 4 of them fighting away for 2nd place. Something flew off. Was that bit of bodywork coming off Michael Oliver's truck possibly there as they came down the straight? Check as they come into the hairpin. Still O'Rourke in 2nd, Powell closing up. Ryan Smith really closing up on Powell. And yes, I think that, and O'Rourke's run wide. He clashes with Stephen Powell. I bet Ryan Smith's going to go past both of them. Powell tries to recover it, but Ryan Smith goes through. Just like Matt Simpson, isn't he, in the pickups? He always finds the gap to slip through, Ryan Smith. And I think Tom O'Rourke is wounded after that collision with Stephen Powell. I can see smoke there. Yes, he spins around. I hope he's not dropping fluid there. The last thing we want is fluid all over Agostini. The 86 truck spins to a hole. What a shame for Tom O'Rourke, who was up there in second. He ran wide on the hairpin, tried to cut back in, but he hit Stephen Powell. And if he can't get it going again from there, the race is going to have to be stopped. We had a red flag in the first race yesterday when Ryan Smith's engine blew and he went off. And Tom trying to get the smoky 86 truck out of the way. Such a disappointment for Tom O'Rourke. He has had no luck at all this season, Scotsman. Parks it up, out of the race. Meantime, here's the battle for second place. Ryan Smith, Stephen Powell, and Michael Oliver has shed, I think, that piece of bodywork at last. I thought I saw that come off as they came down the centre straight. David Jenkins now behind him, then Stuart Oliver. What's happened to Neil Yates? He seems to have dropped away as well. That bit of bodywork is still there. Some of it's come off. It's still flapping away. Fastest lap of the race is with David Jenkins, the number 69. He's done a 2:26.336. Coming up to half distance. 7.5 minutes to go. Over the line they go. It is John Bowler who leads. New fastest lap for Ryan Smith. Tom O'Rourke out of his truck. His day is over. Ryan Smith does a 2:25.103. He's going after John Bowler now. Stephen Powell third, then Michael Oliver, David Jenkins, Stuart Oliver. Neil Yates is further back in 7th. He's dropped about 6.5 seconds behind Stuart Oliver. David Smith is 8th. Then we've got Division 2 headed up by John Powell, ahead of Simon Cole. Here's the battle for third place. Michael Oliver having a go at Stephen Powell. Is he going to get round the outside at Palmer? I don't think he is. No, Stephen Powell later on the brakes. Has he outbraked himself though? He's now on the outside, coming down towards Agostini. Michael Oliver goes for the inside. Powell moves across him. Oliver back to the outside. I hope that O'Rourke hasn't dropped any fluid. It'll be a bit slippery if he has. No, they get round okay. There's David Jenkins behind them, running a little bit wide. There's Stuart Oliver, started last on the grid. This is great stuff. Once again, here at Snetterton from the British Truck Racing Championship. Stephen Powell, just looking at that left rear tyre there. Has he got a tyre going down after that contact with Tom O'Rourke? I wonder if he's got a slow puncture. Meanwhile, David Smith has got ahead of Neil Yates. This is for P7 further back. And there's our Division 2 leader, John Powell. The Greenhouse Group and Midland Caliper Centre DAF. And he's heading for 5 out of 5 in Division 2 this weekend. This will bolster his chances of beating Simon Cole in the points race. Stephen Powell under fire from Michael Oliver. Now as they come through the bomb hole, look at his left rear. That tyre looks a bit suspect to me. I think he's got a slow puncture. That'll affect him later on as the race goes on, as the tyre deflates. Michael Oliver, this is where he passed Stephen Powell for the win in the first race. Yes, he's about to be taken by David Jenkins, who monsters up the inside. Michael just about gives him room there. So you like it when it's done to you, says David Jenkins. That's how Michael Oliver snatched the win in race 1 yesterday from Powell. Behind them is Stuart Oliver. Over the line they go. This is 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th together. Bowler's being reeled in by Ryan Smith. There's less than a second in it between those two. Less than half a second in it between the two of them now. In fact, these four are 8 seconds down on the lead battle. And has Ryan Smith already got through out of our view there? I think he may have done. They're side by side, in fact, as they come through Palmer. Ryan Smith just puts his foot down and drives straight past the MAN. He caught him coming out of the hairpin there, got alongside. And from 8th on the grid, Ryan Smith hits the front again. Well, we mentioned that yesterday Tom Harris won yet another Formula 1 stock car world title. I would like to see Tom Harris have a go at truck racing. I think he'd be well suited to it. Here comes David Jenkins. He charges up the inside at Hamilton, past Stephen Powell. And then here come the Olivers. Now, is that deflating tyre starting to affect Stephen Powell slightly? See it there as he goes round, defecting him more as he goes round right-handers when more load is placed on that left rear corner. There you can see, and that tyre eventually is going to start to come off the rim. You can see there the tyre is going soft. Michael Oliver is going to be next to attack the man from Kent in the number 3. And Stewart is farther behind him. Michael pulls alongside. Stephen Powell knows that the struggle is getting worse. Michael goes through. We don't know whether there's any other damage from that collision with Tom O'Rourke earlier on, of course. I know they have double wheels on the rear axles, these trucks. It's going to affect his handling. Now here comes Stuart Oliver. I can do this too, says Stuart Oliver. Excuse me. That's both Olivers that have got past Stephen Powell in the same fashion on the same corner this weekend. Stephen goes down to 6th. Ryan Smith now in the lead, pulling away from John Bowler. Now, if John Bowler can hang on for 2nd place, that will be his best result of the season. The best he's had this year are 2/3 at Thruxton. Meantime, this man, John Powell, is heading for a clean sweep in Division 2. Here comes Ryan Smith. Less than 2 minutes to go now. And Ryan Smith, the Tom Harris of truck racing. Maybe a swap deal. Put Ryan Smith in a Brisker F1 and Tom Harris in a race truck. That's something I'll work on for next season, I think. Here he comes up towards Williams corner. Into the Bentley straights. Now wait to see if we get the checkered flag this time, whether we get one more lap out of this. Now John Bowler's nearly 10 seconds ahead of David Jenkins, who's now up to 3rd ahead of the Olivers. Stephen Powell down to 6th. John Powell, well, he's 14 seconds clear of Simon Cole. John Powell, with the demise of Paul Rivette, has dominated Division 2 this weekend. Comes up towards the bomb hole, Ryan Smith. Through towards Murray's corner. 30 seconds on the clock, so I think we'll get one more lap out of this. Here's Archie Handy, the young gun. Still learning his craft in his first season of truck racing. In the ex-Paul McCumiskey Volvo. Here's John Powell continuing to dominate Division 2. His title bid is very much alive. On his final lap now, Ryan Smith into the hairpin. Incredible colour scheme, isn't it? Red, blue, day-glow, yellow, white, black. Bit of everything in there. The man from Mansfield in Nottinghamshire, sponsored by Northside Truck and Van, run by Worldwide Truck Racing. The team worked until 4 AM to replace the engine after his blow-up yesterday. And it's turned out beautifully for them, only spoilt by that track limits penalty in race 4. John Bowler going well on for his best result of the season in 2nd place. through towards Oggies and then up to Williams for the last time. Just easing it home now. Michael Oliver, the number 12, and I think he's had a moment somewhere. He seems to have dropped back. But we'll pick up on that in a moment, because our race winner, well, he's going to be race winner for the second time this weekend. Started off in frustration with that engine failure on the first lap of race 1 yesterday. Missed the second race while they were replacing the engine. He won race 3. Took the flag first in race 4, but was penalised down to 3rd. But he's going to make amends here and keep himself well and truly on course for a 9th consecutive British Truck Racing Championship title. Here he comes out of the final corner onto the centre straight for the last time. A second win of the weekend for Flying Ryan Smith. Takes the flag. John Bowler gets his best result of the season in second, 3.5 seconds back. And it should be David Jenkins to complete the podium, but a relatively quiet weekend for David. He takes the 3rd place. Over the line in 4th comes Stuart Oliver. So yes, Michael, I think, had a spin on the final lap there. And who's going to be 4th? Looks like it is going to be Stephen Powell in his slightly damaged number 3. Michael Oliver fighting back up the outside, but Stephen Powell holds on to P5. David Smith and Neil Yates will be next home, and in fact Neil Yates getting ahead of David Smith on the last lap there for 7th. And through for 9th is going to be John Powell. And what a weekend it's going to be for the number 6. The Greenhouse Group DAF LF. He had 3 wins and 2 seconds at Thruxton, but this weekend it's going to be 5 out of 5. A perfect score in Division 2 for John Powell at Snetterton. Way ahead of his opposition in this last race. Racing for Simon Cole and Archie Handy. Here comes Simon Cole in the pink and white Iveco. He looks a bit slow around this final lap as well, but he will come home for second. The air horns are sounding. You can tell it's the last race of the weekend. Across the line comes Simon Cole, nearly 30 seconds down on John Powell. And the final finisher will be Archie Handy. Here he comes. The air horns sound as he comes home. The crowd applauds him. They love this young gun in his pink Volvo, one of the older trucks out there. And he does a little Kurt Goranson style power slide for them as well. He will go far in the world of truck racing, Archie Handy, with flamboyance like that. Listen to the air horns. At least Ryan Smith isn't playing Baby Shark on his this time. But he takes the win, 3.5 seconds ahead of John Bowler. David Jenkins rounds out his weekend with the podium ahead of Stuart Oliver from the back of the grid. Stephen Powell, despite that punctured tyre, takes 5th ahead of Michael Oliver after a late moment on the last lap. Neil Yates and David Smith complete the top 8. John Powell completes a clean sweep of wins in Division 2 ahead of Simon Cole and Archie Handy, and Tom O'Rourke unfortunately was a retirement. Let's head down to Pointy in Parc Ferme.
That's right, good evening world, how the devil are we? What a phenomenal race for Ryan Smith as he completes his weekend, and what a testing weekend it's been. As he dismounts, we've got 2 other very excited drivers to speak to. But Ryan, what a race, my goodness me, well done sir.
The brakes are on fire.
As I say, we see a lot of steam at the back.
I ran out of water with about 4 laps to go.
But 3 great finishes, not the Sunday you were expecting when you went to bed last night.
Just my brakes are on fire, I just don't want them to light up.
Oh, I see. John, back off, just in case.
Yeah, they're on fire, the front as well.
They're actually rather warm.
For about... Arnie! 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 The brakes are on fire!
The brakes are a bit
The brakes
warm.
are on fire!
Cool, it's cool, look, Arnie knows mate, he's chilling. Don't panic Mr. Mannering. There's not even, there's no flames. It's okay. Dave, well done, sir.
So can I just get something clear though?
No, God,
In a good way. I've seen a few comments online, and I don't want to come across derogatory to Steve or anybody, or even anybody that's giving track limits out. We're passionate about winning how we work, and we want to put a show on. That's all it is. We mean no malice by it, and we don't want to offend anybody at home. So if it's offended anybody at home what I said, then I apologise sincerely.
There you go. From the horse's mouth onto the race.
John Bowler drove really well.
I'll get to you in a minute, Dave. All right,
John Bowler drove fantastic, you know.
Where is he? Come over here, John.
I'll tell you what, you drove well, you know.
Let's get you around here. That's a good angle. John, gather round the three, and we'll do like a. I'm not going to what to call anything, but yeah. So you're impressed with him. Are you impressed with anything?
Yeah, I'm happy. Look. No, we've had a fairly rubbish day, haven't we? Yeah. And John just ran from the front. Brilliant job. Ryan did what Ryan did, and I got stuck in the battle in the middle and made it through. So very pleased.
The trophy's all right for you guys, John. Yeah, fantastic. So people over the commentary that do get things wrong quite often, saying that the second place is the best trophy you've had all year.
Well, it's better than third. So
I mean, circuit commentary, obviously. Dave Goddard very rarely gets things wrong, to be fair to him. So you're happy with that?
Yeah, dead happy with that. Over the moon. So
yeah, and you'll be coming. Well, I mean, not to skip ahead from the celebrations now, but we all go into Le Mans.
Yeah, definitely.
100%. Yeah.
Well, there's a championship to fight for.
I'll tell you what, it's getting tight with you guys at the front now, isn't it? My goodness me. So we're all shipping out, meeting at Dover, and we'll be there in a week and a half or so.
Brilliant.
Yeah, can't wait.
Congratulations.
So is it going to be frog's legs or snails? Which one for you?
Bit of both, I think.
Bit of both?
Yeah, bit of both.
Bit of both?
Just frog's legs.
Just for, okay, see? Decisive action there from Dave Jenkins as we're ramping up for Le Mans. But as it goes down here in the Parc Fermé of Snetterton, that is of course all the truck racing action we've got time for. Fantastic weekend for John Powell wherever he's gone. 5 of 5 races. He's going to be thrilled to get yet another trophy. But I think everybody over here is very happy with the results. Let's make some noise, you lot, come on. There we go. So it's goodbye from me and it's goodbye from him. See you in Le Mans, maybe. I don't know how it's going to work, but yeah, watch the skies.
Thanks very much, Pointy. He's off to get ready for the trip to France, to Le Mans, for the Bugatti circuit round in 2 weeks' time. More likely he's off for a pint of Kronenbourg. No drinking and driving, of course. So 2 rounds to go in the British Truck Racing Championship. The official website will have all the points up to date after the conclusion of the weekend. We have got 2 car races still to come though here at Snetterton this weekend. The first in the OT Publishing Hyundai Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres. We saw Dan Munro just hold off Mark Ridout and Luca Staccini earlier on to take the victory. Pause while I grab a drink there. I'd do with one after that truck race. The grid for the Hyundais is based on the results of the first race earlier on. So it will be Dan Munro in pole position alongside Mark Ridout. Luca Staccini looking for his first win of the season behind them. He'll start alongside number 12, Matthew Watson, the local man from Norfolk. Then on row 3, Ben Wilkinson, number 10. And at 51, Paul Lorry. 4th row will be Eddie O'Kane, number 9, and number 5, Michael Evans. And completing the top 10, 43, Adam Jones, and 18, Ian Brunning. Jacob Sylvester, number 78, will start on row 6 alongside the 26 of Roger Owens. Penultimate row 8, Gary Hobbs, and 65, Spencer Hirons. And the 2 cars that failed to finish race 1 will start at the back. Max Papworth hopefully will be out there. Number 97 was running in the top 5 early on until his car dropped out. And we saw Mark Worsley pull off into the pits. Number 46 will start at the back. So we await the Hyundais to head out from the assembly area. I think at the moment Tom O'Rourke's truck is being recovered from out on the course. And a bit of fluid from Tom O'Rourke's truck being cleared up. It's lucky nobody spun on that. Great shame for Tom. Big thanks to the Orange family. They're all out there with their brushes and powder, making sure the fluid is cleared up from our truck race and we won't have spinning Hyundais everywhere. Of course, Hyundai, better known as a World Rally Championship manufacturer these days. Thierry Neuville for Hyundai currently leading the World Rally Championship, the Belgian. But that's in the Hyundai i20N, not the Hyundai Coupe. The Hyundai Coupe was used in rallying back in the Formula 2 days in the late 90s. Even the likes of Kenneth Eriksson drove them. It's Dan Munro, our star man, on pole position. Only just beat Mark Ridout to the line. They were nose to tail all the way in race 1. Luca Staccini in the later generation Coupe on the second row along with Matthew Watson. Dropped back in the early stages but fought back for fourth. Ben Wilkinson on row 3 alongside Paul Lorry, the ex-Toyota MR2 man. Eddie O'Kane on the fourth row, the food businessman, alongside Michael Evans. I know his dad Alan is watching today, was on the YouTube chat earlier on, so hello to you, Alan. See if Michael can bring home a decent finish here. Adam Jones and Ian Brunning on row 5. Ian's been with this series for a few years. Then on the 6th row, we will have Jacob Sylvester in the bright yellow car alongside Roger Owens. Number 26, Gary Hobbs and Spencer Hirons, then Max Papworth hopefully at the back along with Mark Worsley, the two cars that retired earlier on. One meeting to go for the Hyundais, that's at Castle Combe next month in Wiltshire. We've got one race to go after this today. It's the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship, the Cadwell race, postponed from earlier in the season. Now we should only see possibly 12 cars out for that one, because it was only cars that were on that original grid at Cadwell that can take part. I'm just looking through the entry for that one. Yeah, it's a slightly mixed up grid. And it should be Jack Chapman on pole for that race, but we didn't see him out earlier on. So he might, whether he's here only to contest that race or whether he isn't actually here. Jim Bainham's on the grid as well. We might only see 10 cars for our final MG race, but it still should be an interesting one, especially because Steve McDermott is scheduled to be back on row 3. The clear up continuing. The course car is down there as well, just to make sure that everything is under control. The truck's back in parc fermé. You can just see on the left of your picture there. And the drivers are probably headed into the nearby Tyrrell's restaurant here at Snetterton for a well-earned post-race drink. Big thanks to the British Truck Racing Championship, entertaining as always on their annual visit to Snetterton. We'll have coverage in 2 weeks' time from Le Mans. Then coverage in November, of course, trackside at Brands Hatch for the title decider. Looks like the marshals are heading back towards their posts now. That's a bit of clear up being done there on the run to Agostini. Let's see what he ends up to, shall we, down in the assembly area.
Yeah, here we are at the assembly area for the final race of the weekend for the Coupe Cup. The track is clear, I am delighted to say. No Max Patworth in this race. The water pump went for him in race 1, so he is out of it. And we believe it's quite simple. If Dan Munro wins the race, he will win the championship today with a round to spare as well. So all eyes then on the number 41. It's up to Mark Ridout to stop him to take things down to Castle Combe on October the 5th. Right, our cars are on track. They've gone. That is literally it. That's how quick they go. So I'm going to hand over to Dave to take you through the action, and I'll see you in Parc Fermé after the race.
Thanks for the update there, Ian. So one non-starter, sadly no Max Patworth. That's a shame after the team worked to change his engine ahead of the action this weekend. Hopefully Mark Worsley, yes, I can see the green car at the back there, he's there. So we should see 15 cars for this 15-minute race. Will it be another win for Dan Munro? If so, he'll be confirmed as the most successful driver this year. Last year it was Luca Staccini. The year before that it was our holidaying friend Wayne Rocket. Hope you're still watching from Cyprus, Rocket Man. Say a big thanks to all our camera teams at the circuit as well for bringing us the action this weekend, and to everyone else behind the scenes. So, who's going to take the win in race number 2 for the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres? We're about to head off on their green flag lap. Serenaded by the trucks. Well, not tune they're trying to play. So Dan Munro in black and white on the front of the grid, Mark Ridout in the orange car, Luca Staccini in black and gold with the signatures all over it, Matthew Watson in the sort of pink coloured car with the green trim, Ben Wilkinson, the young gun, in white and blue with yellow flashes down the side, Paul Lorry in that purple and white car, bits of turquoise and orange, a bit of a mishmash livery, a bit like Ryan Smith's race truck really. Eddie O'Kane in white and maroon, the O'Kane Irish Foods car. Yes, Wayne Rockets is still watching. Shouldn't you be in a bar somewhere over in Cyprus, Mr. Rocket Man? Hoping this one is the same, but hoping for a different winner, so it goes down to the final meeting to who wins the series, he says. We need to get Wayne on commentary at some point. There's Mark Worsley at the back, number 46. The vehicle craft car comes from Bedfordshire. Yes, the slippery surface flag being displayed there just to warn the driver. It's going to be a bit of a haze of dust as they head into Agostini for the first time in the race. Who is Luca Staccini waving at? He was doing that before race 1. Is he waving to the marshals? Well, always flamboyant, the Italians. Thanks to Mark Chitty, one of the mechanics down in the paddock, has just got into touch. Yeah, confirms Max Patworth's cooling system shot. You know, we heard the water pump had gone from Ian down in the assembly area. Michael Evans, the yellow and purple car. Behind him, Adam Jones, silver, black and red for him. Ian Brunning, his familiar navy blue with the white twin stripes. Jacob Sylvester in bright yellow, complete with Sylvester the cat. Roger Owens alongside him in similar colours to Adam Jones, but in the Gen 3 car. Gary Hobbs in yellow. Spencer Hirons the black and green. And Mark Worsley in green. Those are your colours. 2 to follow. If you've ever fancied a go at saloon car racing, this could be the series for you. Let's look on the BARC websites for OT Publishing Coupe Cup, or on Facebook for OT Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres. And behind the series, John Winter, who runs Exit 13 Signs and Graphics, so named because it's based just next to Junction 13 of the M1. That's Milton Keynes. Up to the grid they come then. Looks as though Michael Evans' fuel filler flaps open there on the left. He's been just remembered to put some petrol in. So Munro versus Ridout from the front row. Luca Staccini, possibly Matt Watson if he gets a good start down the outside. Watch for Paul Lorry as well from the outside of row 3. They could be the main contenders here. We get the all clear from the marshals, waiting for the red lights to come on. OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres, race number 2. The red light is on. The revs are up from these 2-litre engines, and away they go. Good start by Dan Munro, decent start by Matt Watson. Everybody's away cleanly, down towards Riches for the first time. Watson trying to get around the outside of Mark Ridout, but it is Dan Munro who has got the early lead. Not the best of starts by Staccini, and squeezed in the middle there, Eddie O'Kane, Paul Lorry on the outside, Ben Wilkinson on the inside in the Bezo Motorsports car. Side by side, the 2 front row men almost. It's Munro who's got the inside line for the hairpin ahead of Mark Ridout. Third place is Matt Watson ahead of Luca Staccini. Then Wilkinson up the inside in a P5. Lorry is next. The rest of them charge through behind. The 78 of Sylvester getting forced out wide there onto the grass. He'll drop to the rear of the field. It's Munro who leads through Palmer. Wilkinson well up there, Eddie O'Kane going well in 6th position. Spencer Hirons getting around the outside of, that's Roger Owens. Mark Worsley in there side by side with Sylvester towards the back. They go through the cloud of dust placed down on the oil from the truck race into Agostini for the first time. Some of them struggling to see where they're going through that dust towards the back. Michael Evans going around the outside of, I think that was Gary Hobbs further forward. We can hardly see them as they go up towards Hamilton. There's a change for possibly 6th place in there. No, O'Kane is still there. Paul Lorry behind him. Ian Brunning is in 8th place. Michael Evans has dropped to 9th. Gary Hobbs up alongside him, getting around Adam Jones there. Adam, a previous race winner a few years ago in a Gen 3 car, I remember, in the pit stop race at Silverstone. Spencer Hirons, side by side at the back of the field with the 78. That's Jacob Sylvester, the man from Torquay in Devon. A long journey to Norfolk. Along the back straight they go. Still your leader is Munro from Ridout in 2nd place. Watson up there in 3rd in the X-Wayne Rocket machine. Chasing in 4th place is Luca Staccini. Didn't get the start he wanted. Ben Wilkinson going well in 5th. I know it was a struggle for Ben to get the budget together to race this weekend. His 2nd meeting in the series. He's opened up a gap there over Eddie O'Kane, veteran of this series, having switched from his Toyota MR2, very experienced racer, the Uxbridge-based, well, Harrow in Middlesex-based Irishman. Going through to complete lap number 1 then. It's Dan Munro who leads the way once again. Over the line they go. If he wins this race, then he will be the most successful driver this year and will be the unofficial series winner. Swing their way into Rich's corner. Watson in third, then Stacchini, Wilkinson, okay. Brunning is up to seventh, then Adam Jones. Paul Lorry must have had a moment further back there, because he's come through at the tail of the field. Did he have a spin at the last corner? I'm not too sure. So Paul Lorry has dropped to the back in the number 51 as Dan Munro defends the lead from Mark Ridout, who tried to get alongside as they came through. The left-hander at Palmer up towards Agostini. Can he get the inside line away? Not quite. Moving to the inside, Dan Munro. Swing their way into the left-hander at Agostini. A little bit of understeer there from Ridout. Stacchini going with them. Wilkinson with the novice cross on the back of his car, having a good run here in 5th place. Through the left at Hamilton, up towards Oggies. Well, my catchphrase for some time has been, motorsport should be fun. This series certainly embodies it. No points on these races, racing purely for enjoyment on a budget. That's what the Hyundai Coupe Cup is all about. A team of these Hyundai Coupes even won the prestigious Birkett 6-hour relay race at Silverstone a few winters ago. There's Paul Lorry at the back, all over the grass. So he's dropped to the tail of the hill. He's had a spin somewhere out of our sight, so he's trying to fight back. Up onto the tail there. Yeah, I can see a little bit of damage on the left front corner of his car in the background there, as meanwhile Michael Evans giving chase to Gary Hobbs, who's had a good run in the early stages. Sylvester behind them. Then it is Roger Owens, I think, behind them. It's all gone a bit yellow in the midfield. Going for the inside, Jacob Sylvester. That's a brave move at Coram, up alongside Michael Evans. Long, fast right-hander, but Evans should have the inside line if he gets later on the brakes for Murray's, but no. Sylvester gets the move just about done around the outside, and also in there behind them is Roger Owens. First four across the line, 0.8 of a second in it for the lead between Munro and Ridout. Similar gap back to Watson in third place. Then Luca Stacchini half a second further off them in the number 28/218 car. 28 sign written on it, it's running as number 218. Is Stacchini going to make a move for third place past Matthew Watson in that pink car with white and green triangles all over it? A tasteful livery. There's a gap back to Wilkinson in 5th, holding off Eddie O'Kane. He's about 3.5 seconds further back off this quartet for the lead. 9 minutes of the race to go, plenty of time for change yet. Dan Munro increasing his lead slightly. He's done the fastest lap, 2:26.434. Here's the battle further back. Michael Evans has fallen back a bit. He's got Mark Worsley and Roger Owens behind him. Further ahead, Gary Hobbs all over the back of Ian Brunning. That's the second place man. Mark Ridout, the KJS Body Shop car. Also sponsored by Carman Contracting. Dan Munro continues to set the pace in the Kersley Motorsport car. Stacchini all over the back, weaving all over the back of Matthew Watson. He wants that third place. But Watson holds him off, the local man. Stacchini has a look. He won't quite get through there. He might have a run here towards Coram. No, Watson moves across him. Very close between these two now. The Willow Sport car holds that third place. Now we'll have another go into Coram. We tried the move further back and it didn't quite work out. Maybe into Murray's he could have a chance here, Luca Stacchini, the London-based Italian. Oh, a lock up there from Matthew Watson. He's under pressure. He's pushing hard to try and stay ahead. Of course, all the time these two battle, they're losing time to the two leaders. We come up towards half distance in this OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres. Second race here at Snetterton. Ben Wilkinson still going very well indeed up there in 5th. Mark Ridout has done the new fastest lap, 2:25.838 to Stacchini to the inside. He left it late to make the move there, but he's through. Surprised Matthew Watson, I think, there, up into third place. And now he'll try and go after the two leaders. Little bit of a lock-up there from Munro. He's under pressure. Mark Ridout is attacking. Wilkinson 5th, ahead of Eddie O'Kane, still going well in 6th. First of the Generation 3 Hyundai Coupes. Behind him, Matthew Watson, a Gen 2 with the quad headlights. Generation 1 car leading the race. The hands of Dan Munro. Over the dust. Through the left-hander at Agostini. Here's a battle further back. Mark Worsley, Roger Owens and Michael Evans. This is for 12th position. Ahead of them, Jacob Sylvester under fire from Gary Hobbs. They're fighting for 10th and 11th. Roger Owens trying to go around the outside of Michael Evans there. Ian Brunning's just ahead. He's in P8. Go through for 11th is Mark Worsley now. This is for 12th and 13th behind him, and a great cloud of dust. Somebody's gone wide. That was Worsley, I think. It's very easy to do at Hamilton's. That corner deceptively tight. Jacob Sylvester in 10th position, 9th position even, chasing Ian Brunning. Gary Hobbs behind them is 10th. Only a late entry for this weekend. Evans under fire from Roger Owens, the number 26. There's Paul Lorry behind them, recovering after problems earlier on. At the back of the field, Spencer Hirons. Evans up the inside, defends the place through Brundle and Nelson. Yes, I was right. If you just look at the left rear corner on Michael Evans' car, the fuel filler flaps open. Ian Brunning in P8s, defending from Gary Hobbs. See the clean lines there of the coupe, that dark blue livery with the Dodge Viper style stripes. Meantime, here are the leaders, and they're side by side down into the hairpin. Mark Ridout, if he can stay on the outside line here, he might have a chance at the inside into the next corner at Palmer, but no. Dan Munro moves across, he gets the better exit. Going to try and have a look on the inside line at Palmer. Again, Munro defends. 4.5 minutes to go. If Munro wins this, he will be the unofficial series champion, series winner of 2024. Stacchini up into 3rd place ahead of Matthew Watson. We saw that a lap ago. Still Ben Wilkinson in 5th place. Car 46, Mark Worsley, 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. Well, we saw him go off at Hamilton on the previous lap. So he's had a couple of transgressions there. It'll be a 5-second penalty for the green machine. Here's the battle just ahead of him. Ian Brunning, Jacob Sylvester and Gary Hobbs. So Sylvester's made up a place there into 9th. Leaders onto the Bentley straights. Is Stacchini closing on them? No, he's not. His last lap was about a second slower. He's defending from Matt Watson, who's fighting back in the number 12 slightly. Is Wilkinson being reeled in by O'Kane? They both did personal best last time through. Their lap time's virtually the same, though. Only a few hundredths apart. Mark Worsley is going to be penalised down at least 2 or 3 places, I think, with that 5-second penalty. They're running fairly close towards the back of the field, as we saw. Through Coram, up towards Murray's corner. Munro from Ridouts. The driving standards of these two have been fantastic this season. Ian Brunning heads the group further back. This battle for 8th place, about just over 5 seconds down on Adam Jones, who's 7th. He's about 1.5 seconds behind Eddie O'Kane. Just see the red and silver car of Jones in the distance there as they head up the Senna straights. A couple of laps to go. There's that notification of the 5-second penalty for number 46, Mark Worsley. And the vehicle craft car comes from Bedfordshire. Jacob Sylvester reeling in Ian Brunning. The Devonshire man comes on the man from Newark in Nottinghamshire. Goes for the inside into the hairpin and takes 8th place. Good move. Leaders, meanwhile, are almost side by side there. Still Mark Ridout. Well, this is exactly what happened in the last 2 races with at Brands Hatch and the first race. Mark Ridout just can't find a way past Dan Munro. He's been the feature of the season, really. Mark Worsley, in fact, has pulled into the pits, the number 46. I wonder if he thought that penalty notification was a stop-go penalty. He didn't need to pull in, it was a time penalty he was going to be added, but I think he might be out of this race. Whether it's a reoccurrence of the problem he had in race 1, I'm not too sure. Into the back straight go the leaders. And the way things are going, the main memory of Mark Ridout's 2024 season will be the back of Dan Munro's car. It's followed him in nearly every race. Stachini still third. These two have pulled away. They're about 4 seconds clear now. Less than a minute to go. I think they'll get one more lap out of this. Mind that bird flying across in front of them. Watch the birding. Reminds me of the British GT race when a pheasant flew out in front of the pack at Thruxton, and I think it was the De Tomaso Pantera whose windscreen it went through. Luckily, it didn't hit the driver. Meanwhile, Mark Ridout gets up onto the outside through Corham. No, you don't, says Dan Munro. He has to work there. Oh, up on the curb. That's going to lose in some momentum. He moved to the inside to try and get the car stopped, but he hit the curb. And here comes Mark Ridout. He's being squeezed towards the outside. Look at this. Like Senna and Mansell back in 1991 at the Spanish Grand Prix. Inches between them. I suppose you have to say centimetres nowadays, don't you? Nothing between them, 7 thousandths in it as they cross the line. It was Munro who led. He's got the inside for Richards. He holds the lead. Clock counts down to 0. We're on the last lap now. And Mark Ridout is ready to attack again. Dan Munro was lucky there. He moved across to stop Mark Ridout's attack at Murray's corner, but he hit the curb and bounced up onto 2 wheels briefly. That cost him momentum down the straight. Mark Ridout nearly got ahead of him. We're in for a cracking finish here in the OT Publishing Hyundai Coupe Cup with Toyo Tyres, race number 2 here at Snetterton. Mark Ridout is really on the attack. He wants this win badly. Munro is defending. Stachini's being able to close in as well as a result. He's got the gap down to less than 3 seconds now. And Dan Munro has really got to defend here. He knows if he wins this, he will be the series winner for this year. Out of Hamilton. Just been informed from down in the pits, thanks to Mark. The reason for Mark Worsley's retirement, a broken exhaust. Bad luck to him. Out onto the Bentley straight for the final time. Can Mark Ridout get within range for an attack? They finished the last lap side by side, only 7 thousandths of a second in it. This could be the closest finish of the day. I think it was 0.14 of a second earlier on in race 1. Yeah, 0.141. Could be closer than that this time. Through the last couple of corners then, out of Nelson, up towards the bomb hole. Can Mark Ridout get within range for an attack on Dan Munro? If Dan wins this, he's the series winner. Stachini looking on behind. I think Dan Munro may have just about done enough. I think he's clear. Into the final cut. Oh, big lock up there. Nearly lost the back end. That was lucky. Just about got the car stopped. He's nervous there, Dan Munro, I think. But he's going to be jubilant in a second. Here they come up towards the line. He's punching the air already as they come up the centre straight. Dan Munro completes the double. Mark Ridout in second. Luca Stachini third. And Dan Munro, that means, is the series winner, the most successful driver in 2024. Matthew Watson in 4th, Ben Wilkinson excellent 5th ahead of Eddie O'Kane, 7th is Adam Jones, and then a gap back to the battle for 8th. Here they are. Oh, and Roger Owens just running wide out of the last bend there. Michael Evans on his tail. 8th place is going to go to Jacob Sylvester. Ian Brunning is 9th. Gary Hobbs completes the top 10. Then Owens, Evans, Paul Lorry down in 13th after a moment early on. Spencer Hirons will be the final finisher. There he is. He lost Mark Worsley with a broken exhaust into the pits. Analysis from our expert, Wayne Rocket. What a race for a budget series. Gutted for Mark, but Dan has driven the year perfectly. Congratulations to Dan, you earned that, he says. Thanks, Rocket Man. So the provisional result, Dan Munro the winner, this time by 0.53 of a second. Mark Ridout second, but he gets the consolation of the fastest lap. Luca Staccini takes the podium in third, ahead of Matthew Watson. Great result for Ben Wilkinson, the relative newcomer, in fifth, ahead of Eddie O'Kane, then Jones. A gap back to Sylvester in eighth. He wins the battle with Ian Brunning and Gary Hobbs. Then Roger Owens, Michael Evans, Paul Lorry and Spencer Hirons the final finisher. Mark Worsley was a retirement. Bad luck to Max Papworth, who didn't take the start. That means Dan Munro will be the unofficial series winner for the OT Publishing Coupe Cup this year. Let's head down to Parc Ferme.
Oh, well, welcome down, everybody, to Parc Ferme. We've got a very happy Dan Munro. Now, from what he said earlier, I believe that's the title. So let's find out from him. He's very happy. He's very excited. There goes Luca, just to show his appreciation for the talent that is definitely Dan Munro. Dan, look at him, mate. So is that it? You think you've done it?
Done it.
How does it sound? You're champion.
I'm not going to move. I can't believe it.
I'll tell you something though, once again it's a case of deja vu, isn't it? Because that man there was on your tail, wasn't he, the whole
He is
time?
non-stop, absolutely non-stop. He's brilliant, he's brilliant. I mean, he's made me work for it literally all year.
Coupe Cup 2024 champion, how does that sound and what does it mean to you?
It's the biggest thing I've ever won. It's my first year in cars, I've had no testing or anything. I've had an absolutely amazing year. It's the biggest thing I've ever won. It's brilliant.
And congratulations. Go celebrate with your friends and family, and we'll have a quick chat with Mark, because I'll tell you something, Mark has more than played his part as well. Mark, again, at one point you came over the line, the gap was 0.007. Well, that's how tight it's been between you two, but maybe next time out.
Yeah, I mean, I threw the kitchen sink at him, to be honest, and just did everything I could.
He's a good racer, isn't he?
He is good. He knows where to put the car, and he doesn't really put a foot wrong, so yeah, it was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Bit disappointed to be second, but
well, don't be too disappointed, because I'll tell you what, there was that thickness between the pair of you pretty much the whole weekend. So thank you anyway for coming out to play. Really appreciate it. There's Luca. We'll grab a word of him in a minute as well. There's still one way. In fact, I don't think we're going to have time. If you just come down with me, we just keep getting spots of rain as well, heading out to the track. They're already lined up, ready to go for their formation lap. It is the final race of the weekend here at Snetterton. It's the Cadwell Park rerun race for the MG Owners Club. So I'm going to hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through it.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. Celebrations for Kersley Motorsport there as well. Alex Kersley's just got in touch. All top 4 cars in that race were run by Kersley Motorsport, so plenty of celebration for them. We move on to the MGs then. This is the Cadwell race. Now, it's going to be a slightly sparse grid, because this is the grid as it should have been for the second race at Cadwell Park that got rained off earlier this year. Jack Chapman should be in pole position number 18. He's not there, so Josh Addison, whose car's repaired from earlier on, starts on the front row alone. Second row, 67, Jake McDermott, and 13, Luke Boniface. Row 3, 77, Steve McDermott, along with 87, Andy Priest. Yes, they're both there. Row 4, 82, Jimmy Work, and number 1, Will Sharp. I can't see if Will's on the grid, actually, with the MGB. Row 5, 17, Riley Price. Yes, he's there. And 14, David Amphlett is there. We know Jim Bainham's not here, number 2. And Henry Sharp completes the grid. Now, it's down as Eddie Sharp on my grid sheet. So whether it's Eddie or Henry, we're not sure who's actually out there in that number 85 car at the back. Last race of the day, and I think the rain is finally arriving. Ian will be able to confirm from down in pit lane. This race is fated, isn't it? It got rained off at Cadwell earlier this year, and the only rain of the weekend arrives just as it's about to take place. Well, Ian did catch up with a couple of the drivers before they headed out to the grid.
Yes, everybody, here we are for one final time in assembly area. What a great weekend it has been, but there is a small matter of the Cadwell Park rerun race for the MG Owners Club. We're going to grab a quick word with Riley here. So Riley, this is actually the rerun from Cadwell Park. What happened at Cadwell? I wasn't there.
So qualifying, it was completely wet, aquaplaned off, went straight into the barrier.
Okay.
It wasn't ideal. Race 1, after starting in the last position that we was, made it to 4th place, so unfortunately it's a different track, different day. We'll see what happens, starting in 9th again.
Are you quite pleased at that though? Do you prefer Snetterton or Cadwell?
I preferred Cadwell as a track, to be honest, and I prefer driving in the rain. I've been praying for rain this hot.
We've been so close, haven't we, for the last hours? I keep saying to everybody, it's going to rain, and it just isn't going to rain.
Since race 2, we've just been keeping an eye on the weather. We're like, please, please, please rain, but we'll see what happens.
What is your expectation for this race? Because we're actually going to have a slightly smaller grid, aren't we?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we started 8th in race 1 and race 2, and we finished 4th and 6th so far, so same thing again, smaller grid as well. Yeah. The couple people in front of me aren't there anymore, so we'll see what happens, won't we? Hopefully make our way up.
Best of luck, mate.
Thank you.
Talk to you down a little bit later in Parc Fermé. So there we go. Yes, this is the Cadwell Park rerun race for the MG Owners Club, the final race of the weekend here at Snetterton. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have. It's not quite over yet, so let's hand over to Dave Goddard, who's going to bring you the race in action, and I'll see you in Parc Fermé after.
Thanks, Ian. I've no idea what the McDermotts were doing in the background there. Headlights are on, wipers going. This is going to be interesting. Going to be a bit slip and slide, I think. Now, Steve McDermott starting back on row 3 for this race. He's 4th in line because we haven't got our pole sitter Jack Chapman. Now, of course, if he gets a decent finish here, he will win the championship. Because we've had a 1st and a 2nd in class for David Amphlett. He was 9 points behind Steve McDermott in the overall points. In fact, David Ampflett's the only classic class runner out there. We haven't got Will Sharp, we haven't got Jim Bainham. So he's the only non-ZR out there. But even if he wins the class here, because there's only one MGB out there, he won't get full points. If there's less than 3 starters in your class, you only get 5 points for a class win. So I think that means David Amphlett now cannot win the championship. It's going to go to Steve McDermott as long as he gets a decent finish here. Number 85 ZR. We don't know if it's Eddie or Henry Sharp out there for this one. It's Ed on the grid sheet, so I assume it's Ed Sharp. And yes, look, it is decidedly wet out there now. Josh Addison will lead the field away, the number 99. Now, he's had no finishes so far today. Aiming for better fortunes here. Jake McDermott looking for what will be his first ever win. The best he's had so far this year is a couple of 2nd places here today and at Castle Combe. He's had 4 seconds. Now, will he take a win this time? This is going to be chaos, I reckon. Let's hope that everybody holds it together. Luke Boniface up there, the number 13. Best he's had this year was a 2nd place in the first race at Cadwell Park before things were abandoned. In the grey car there on the 2nd row. Josh Addison on his own on the front of the grid. Steve McDermott starts from the 3rd row alongside Andy Preece. 2 wins for him this year. And of course, with just the one MGB out there, David Amphlett is guaranteed the class win, but he won't get full points for it, because he's the only member of his class out there. Red lights are on then. And away they go. A lot of wheel spin for everybody, really. Especially for Josh Addison from pole. As they head down towards the first corner, a blaze of headlights. It is Jake McDermott who has got the lead. Steve's gone through into 2nd. He's going to take the lead, surely, as they go into Riches. Is he? No, Jake holds him off. Well, the McDermotts run 1 or 2 again. Steve McDermott doesn't need to win this race to be crowned the champion. Now, maybe his son Jake is going to get his first win. The rain is now hammering down out there. They probably can't believe their bad luck, these drivers. This race has already been rained off once this year. Jimmy Work decides to use the curb to get round the hairpin. And there's David Amphlett at the back of the field. He's going to secure the class championship here at least. He's going to win the Class A title ahead of Will Sharp and Jim Bainham, subject to official ratification. But I don't think he's going to keep up with the ZRs. The 85 coming through. Luke Boniface side by side with Andy Priest. It's the McDermidds 1 and 2, but the other way round this time. Now, are they all going to get round the first lap okay? They made it as far as Agostini. Josh Addison back there with Riley Price. Now, he was the one we just heard was hoping for rain in the number 17 car, so watch for him. Jimmy Work behind him, then it's Ed Sharp. And David Amphlett, who's got nobody to race with really this time, is at the back. Just the 9 cars out there. Well, the grid sheet said Eddie Sharp. The timing screen is saying Henry Sharp. So I'll go with the timing screen. I think it's Henry out there in the 85. This is the trouble when you have 2 drivers sharing a car and there's a third race. You're not sure which driver's in it. Down the back straight they go for the first time. This 20-minute race. Let's just hope everybody survives the distance in one piece here. Sadly, the rain couldn't have held off for another half hour or so. Blaze of headlights into Brundle. The McDermidds are clear. Leader runs a bit wide. That's young Jake McDermid. Is he going to get his first outright win here? He's had a couple of class wins in a less powerful ZR in Class B. Through Coram. You can see they're taking it very steadily out there. Number 67, Jake McDermid. From 77, Steve McDermid. Well, he knows with second place, Steve, that he will secure another championship title here, but I wonder if he will be holding back to give his son Jake a race win, or is he going to take the fight to him? Across the line they come to complete the opening lap. I don't think Steve McDermid's transponder's working. He didn't show up as he crossed the line there. He's there in second place, the 77. Next through, I think, is Andy Priest. Yes, McDermid now inserted in second place. The transponder's not working on the 77 car. It's Jake McDermid. Tiptoes through the hairpin. Steve runs a bit wide in second place. It's Andy Priest third. Then we've got Luke Boniface in fourth. Josh Addison is fifth. Then Riley Price. Jimmy Work, Henry Sharp, David Amphlett in the B Roadster at the back. Getting used to the conditions now, the speeds are increasing just a little. Steve McDermid, the only car without his headlights on. As the ZRs make their way into Agostini. This is a chance for Steve McDermid to study his son's form here, just to watch him out in front. We know one class title has already been wrapped up before the weekend, Class F, no MGFs here. Mark Baker's won that. The Classic class, Class A, is going to be won by David Amphlett, ahead of Will Sharp and Jim Bainham. Class Z, well, the class had already been won by Steve McDermid, and he is going to secure, subject to official ratification, the overall title. There's Andy Priest in third. He's going to finish runner-up, I think, in the ZR category. And a challenge on for fourth. Here comes Josh Addison under the bridge. Luke Boniface defends in the number 13, holds him off. He's got the window open to stop, presumably to stop his windscreen from steaming up. Through the bomb hole. Liking the personal number plates on the front of Luke Boniface's car. Unique Car Services, his sponsor. Number plate is UCS Luke. Slip and slide their way around Snetterton. Further back behind this little group, Riley Price is 6th. Jimmy Work in 7th. There's Price, the blue car. It's pink at the front. Black and white flag. That is to Riley Price, actually. So a warning perhaps exceeding track limits. Henry Sharp is up to 7th. He's got ahead of Jimmy Work. And here comes David Amflett, the MGB. The only Class A car, sadly outclassed in this one behind the ZRs. He's going to secure his class title. There he is. Sadly no Will Sharp, no Jim Bainham. Of course, no Bob Fisher or Chris Millar because they weren't in the Cadwell race, so they can't compete in this one. So David Amflett with nobody to race with, sadly, in Class A. Always nice to see a classic MGB out there. A little bit of damage to the bonnet, you'll notice there as well. He just wants to keep going and pick up the 5 points for being the only finisher in his class. That's the maximum he can get. Fair play to David, the man from Oxfordshire. He's going to scoop the class title this year. Through the gloom he comes down towards Agostini. Oh, and who's that? Is that our leader? Cloud of steam, that's Jake McDermott. The leader's car has gone up in a cloud of steam, he's out. Let's confirm the number. There's a few grey and orange cars. If he'll close his door, we can confirm who it is. I think that's Jake's car. Oh, what a shame. He was clear for his maiden win there, but it looks like that's Jake's car out. Yes, it is. Jake McDermott out of the race. It looks like the car has overheated there, cloud of steam. And so Steve, his father, has taken over at the front of the field. That is such a disappointment for Jake, who was heading for his first outright win there. Well, there's Josh Addison. He's now up into 4th position. Here's Steve McDermott. McDermott Senior now left on his own at the front of the field. And he's heading for a hat-trick to scoop his title, or is he? Because not far away, there's Andy Preece. Fog light shining. Now, what was the gap? It was 2.6 seconds between those two. They go over the line. We'll have to wait because Steve McDermott is being timed manually because his transponder isn't working. So we'll have to wait to see what the gap is. It was 2.62 seconds. When the time comes through from TSL for the race leader, yeah, it's increased slightly, actually 2.7 seconds. Fastest lap that time for Steve McDermott, 2:45.21. 64.7 miles an hour, still a respectable time for a wet track. And a little bit wide there off the hairpin. So Josh Addison is now 3rd. He's gone ahead of Luke Boniface. Price 5th, Sharp 6th. Jimmy Work hasn't come through on that lap either, I don't think. Unless his transponder isn't working as well. David Amflett showing in P7. Ah, he's pulled into the pits, Jimmy Work. So needs some work done on his car. Yes, I know. Been trying all season to get that one in. Well, Jimmy's 2nd season in the MG Owners Club. He's 5th in the class this year. His best finish is being a couple of 4th places at Castle Combe. So still yet to get his first podiums. There's the Sharp team, ZR. So we're down to 7 cars running. Andy Preece, is he closing the gap here on Steve McDermott, the man from Buckingham? Andy Preece from Gloucestershire. Let's see if he can close him down. Josh Addison might be being caught as well by Luke Boniface for 3rd place. Josh Addison from Bury St Edmunds in Suffolk. Sponsored by the Window Centre. His father, Rob Addison, was a regular race winner in the days of the MG Maestros. Made a comeback earlier this season in a ZR and took a win at Thruxton in the wet. In the wet has been a theme of this championship this year. Riley Price is to be given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. There've been a lot of track limit. I think, in fact, it was far to say there's been more penalties this weekend than a season of Premiership football. 8.5 minutes just over to go. One of our YouTube commenters, this series needs more ZS's and maybe even a ZT. I don't think I've ever seen a racing ZT in the UK. Seen a couple at track days. They did build a prototype one at the time of the ZS touring cars, but it never raced. Look at the rain hammering down now here at Snetterton. Luke Boniface has got the window open. A bit of panel damage on the right side of the car. That was from an earlier race. He chases Josh Addison. He just wants a race finish after problems earlier on. New fastest lap for Steve McDermott, 2:44.377. There's our third place man. Now Riley Price might be okay. He's got the 5-second penalty given to him, but he's 6.7 seconds clear of Henry Sharp. There's still truck air horns going off in the paddock as well. So a big thank you this season to Adrian Flux Insurance and Toyo Tyres for their sponsorship of this championship. Always such a friendly championship, the MG Owners Club. Where's Riley Price? Certainly the brightest liveried car in the championship. I wonder what that was inspired by, the pink and blue. He's locked up there. He's well and truly locked up there. He's nearly going off. Oh dear, shows you how wet it is. I thought he was going to go straight on onto the grass there. No wonder he's been penalised for exceeding track limits. He's sliding all over the place. Take it easy, young Riley. Pick up some points here just for finishing. And he was the driver who wanted it to rain, but he's struggling. Here's Boniface, he's caught Addison for third place. Can Luke Boniface get himself onto the podium? The best result he had was a second place at Cadwell Park. That was behind Steve McDermott. For Josh Addison, best he's had this year was a 5th. That was at Thruxton. So he's going to get his first podium here. Just under 6 minutes to go. And here's David Amfletti still pushing on. He's about 30 seconds behind the ZRs now. Enjoying a Sunday afternoon drive in his MGB. He will pick up the points. I think that'll be enough to secure him the class championship. Once he picks up the 5 points just for completing the race. He's the only member of his class. Five minutes to go. So I'll get a couple more laps out of this. Quickest lap still at 2:44.3 for race leader Steve McDermott. Here's the fight for third. The lead gap has gone out now to nearly 6 seconds, so McDermott has pulled away from Andy Preece in this race that should have been run at Cadwell Park early in the season. That was at a meeting where the Classic Touring Car Racing Club and the British Supercar Championship also featured, but several races had to be cancelled due to very heavy rain. And this was one of them. Here last month at Snetterton, the Pre-66 touring cars had a race rerun from Cadwell as well here at Snetterton. There are the leaders. Steve McDermott is heading for a hat-trick and he's heading for the championship. Eases it round Nelson, not taking any risks. Three and a half minutes. Should get 2 more laps. Steve McDermott. Good controlled display, just avoiding the white line at the end of the edge of the circuit there. Put your wheels on there in the wet and you could slip up. As Nigel Mansell knows from that Monaco Grand Prix back in 1984, though admittedly it was a lot wetter than this on that occasion. That's what spun him out of the lead. Over the line they go. 7 3/4 seconds now the lead margin. There's Andy Priest up there in second. Looks like he's going to take second place in the ZR Championship this season. Well, provisionally, it's going to be Will Sharp third overall in the championship, second for David Amphlett and Steve McDermott on top. Andy Priest will be in the top 5, certainly. I think he will overhaul Jim Bainham today and possibly take 4th overall. With no Jim out there this weekend. Jim, who's won this title in his MGB more times than I can remember, certainly. Great to have him back on track this season. He did take a couple of class wins at Donington. 12.5 seconds back in third is Josh Addison. Another penalty for Riley Price. He's got 15 seconds of penalties now. That's going to drop him back behind Henry Sharp, certainly. Andy Priest just tiptoes his way around Oggies and Williams. So Riley Price is going to take third, I think, in the MGZR class points, ahead of Jake McDermott. Great shame for Jake. He was only 3 points behind Riley coming into this weekend, so 2 second places he'll have moved ahead of Riley. But that retirement, it's going to be close between those two for third in class. Here comes our leader, up to the bomb hole. 1 minute on the clock just over, so I think we'll get one more lap out of this. Depends how slowly he comes round Coram and onto Murray's, I suppose. Through Murray's corner. It's marathon weekend here at Snetterton. The last lap about to get underway. Away goes Steve McDermott. There's Henry Sharp in the green ZR, the T-Rep sponsored car, the T-Rex we're going to call that car. 6th overall, 6th in class. McDermott comes down towards the hairpin for the final time. Through Palmer. If anything, it's looking a little drier, that section of the circuit. So the rain looks like it's only going to last for this race. Typical. Typical of the luck this series has suffered, sadly, this year. We're on the last lap of the season for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. That's going to be another title. In Class Z for Steve McDermott, in Class A for this man, David Amphlett. Towards Williams on the back straights. Half a lap to go for McDermott. as we come towards the end of our weekend. Just had confirmation through on YouTube. It is Ed Sharp that's racing, not Henry. Thank you for the clarification there. We had one name on the grid sheet and one on the timing screen, so sorry for the confusion there. So it is Eddie Sharp who is racing the 85 Cup. Through the bomb hole comes our race leader. He's taking it easy around his final lap. Through towards Murray's for the last time. It's going to be a hat-trick for the man from Buckingham in the Triad Motorsport MG ZR 170. 3 races, 3 wins here at Snetterton. And now coming in to take the win and the championship, Steve McDermott is the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club champion for 2024. 3 wins out of 3 here. Andy Priest will come over for 2nd place. And Josh Addison gets his first podium in 3rd. 4th is Luke Boniface. Here comes Riley Price. He will have a penalty. It will be Eddie Sharp who takes 5th position in the green ZR. Thanks again for the clarification in the chat there as to which of the Sharps it was in that car. Over the line goes Riley Price. And he's crossed the line in 5th place, but we'll wait to see where the penalty puts him. Waiting for the last couple of cars to come home, and one of them will be Eddie Sharp. There he is. Just takes it easy round the final corner. Now, how far back will... oh, he's coming into the pits. He's not going to take the flag. And here's David Amphlett. He's still pressing on out there. Must be wondering where everybody else has got to. He'll get the points for winning Class A. With Eddie Sharp having pulled into the pits, he might get classified in 6th instead of 7th here as well. See what the timing screen says as he comes in. Round the last couple of corners then. Now, final finisher of the weekend. Well, he tried his hardest. He was in contention for the championship coming into the weekend, but he'll be consoled with the class title. Class A for Abingdon in the Abingdon-built MGB Roadster. Here he comes. Up the centre straights, David Amphlett takes the win in Class A to close the weekend. Comes over in 6th with Eddie Sharp having pulled into the pits. Despite that penalty, Riley Price is classified 5th. So the Cadwell race here at Snetterton, if you see what I mean, comes to an end to conclude the programme here at Snetterton this weekend. Steve McDermott, 3 wins out of 3. Provisionally, he will lift the championship and takes the ZR class. Andy Priest in 2nd. Josh Addison, a first podium for him. Well done to young Josh. Luke Boniface in 4th. Riley Price, despite a penalty, takes 5th. And David Amphlett wins Class A and takes the Class A title in 6th place. The 85 was Ed Sharp in that car, we can confirm. He came into the pits on the last lap, and we lost Jake McDermott from the lead, sadly. And also Jimmy Work was a retirement. Okay, for the last time this weekend, we can hand down to Ian Waterhouse in Park Ferme.
Well, it's been a hat-trick of wins for our champion, Steve McDermott, today. Let's go have a chat with him. Steve, it's been a perfect day for you. Just shame Jake's not up here.
Yeah, real shame. I thought he'd pulled by to maybe let... because I said, look, if you might need a tow, let me pass for a bit. So but I thought he was letting me pass to give him a toe, and yeah, obviously he's got a mechanical. Bummer, really. But it would have been the same result because Andy got a third.
Yeah.
And if Jake had got second or first, actually first, and he got fourth, Jake would have come second in the Z class. So it was really
So
close.
there was something on it.
If Jake had to win, yeah, and he had to come fourth, and so even if Jake did win, he would have got third, and not quite, but yeah, good for me. But
I was going to say, great for you. Congratulations to you, Steve. It's been great following you over the last few years, and another championship in the bag. Well done.
Okay,
congratulations,
cheers,
mate. You take care. Yeah, right, there we go. Steve McDermott is your champion. Josh is all the way up there, by the way. Let's just put the camera on his car. What a great race by Josh, but 1 or 2 marks, as we can see here as well. But that's why we love motorsport, isn't it, Steve? Let's go grab Andy as well. Congratulations on that second in the championship, mate. Well done. Come on. That was. It's nice to see you here, P2.
I know it's not happened enough recently for me, but yeah, I'm not sure if I've ever finished P2. I've either been third or a couple of wins.
Yeah, okay, well, yeah, but that's all right.
Well, I'm quite happy to be up here, though. Yeah, not the way. It's a bit of a shame for Jake. It was all really close to the championship for at least second place in the championship, if that's worth anything. I think I needed to maintain third, even if he won, which I was doing. But it's disappointing for him. I feel for him. But yeah, I'll go and have a few beers tonight. I think when I go home.
Oh, good man. I'll say I'll join you, but I've got to go to Scotland. Andy, well done. Congratulations,
You're not back off to America?
No, golf tomorrow. Golfing. Right, there we go. That is it. Let me turn around so you can see the cars. I really want to just see a rainy grey sky over there, dear. So that is it. Our live coverage draws to a close here at Snetterton. The trucks, the pickups, we've had the MGs, we've had the British Endurance Championship, that was decided yesterday. We've had the Brit Car Trophy Championship. We've had so much going on this weekend. Thank you to all of you for tuning in as well. And as ever, as I always say, can you please say a big thank you in that live chat to the team who bring you all of the pictures over the course of the weekend. They're out in the fields, trackside, risking it all. They got drenched on in the last hour as well. So can you please say a big thank you to John, to Jack, to Zolly, to Tom, to Matt, to Jake, to, of course, our director, Elliot, to Dave Goddard, of course, and to Pointy. Big thank you to you guys. And thank you to everybody for watching. I've been Ian Waterhouse, and Matt, sorry, yeah, Matt as well. Big thank you to you, Matt. So thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget, hit that little subscribe button, hit that like button. I will see you next time. I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard for the final word.
Thanks very much, Ian. Thank you, Ian Waterhouse and Pointy down in Parc Fermé in the paddock and pit lane this weekend for their inputs. Big thank you to everyone here at Snetterton, particularly the volunteer marshals, also the recovery crews, the medical staff, the race control team, all the officials from the British Automobile Racing Club and everyone else at Snetterton for putting on a great show of motorsport. Just a shame the rain had to arrive for our final race. Thank you and well done to all the drivers for their entertainment this weekend. It certainly was very entertaining indeed. Thank you to all their teams and backup crews in the paddock, particularly the truck teams, for repairing a fair amount of damage to the trucks this weekend to keep them rolling. Big thank you to all of you for watching. A big thank you to all our camera crews, as Ian has already said, for bringing us the action this weekend. And we'll see you for more action soon here on BARC TV. Thanks for being with us this weekend. Until next time, this is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here at Snetterton, the home of motorsport in the east of England. Join us for more action on BARC TV very soon. But it's goodbye for now.